Misery by Stephen King. Read by Lindsay Krause. 1. Annie. When you look into the abyss also looks into you. Friedrich Nietzsche. Number one. Number one. You're number one. Fan. These sounds, even in the haze. But sometimes the sounds, like the pain, faded, and then there was only the haze. He remembered darkness. Solid darkness had come before the haze. Did that mean he was making progress? Let there be light, even of the hazy variety, and the light was good, and so on and so on. Had those sounds existed in the darkness? He didn't know the answers to any of these questions. Did it make sense to ask them? He didn't know the answer to that one either. The pain was somewhere below the sounds. The pain was east of the sun and south of his ears. That was all he did know. For some length of time that seemed very long, and so was, since the pain and the stormy haze were the only two things which existed. Those sounds were the only outer reality. He had no idea who he was or where he was, and cared to know neither. He wished he was dead, but through the pain-soaked haze that filled his mind like a summer storm cloud, he did not know he wished it. As time passed, he became aware that there were periods of non-pain, and that these had a cyclic quality. And for the first time since emerging from the total blackness which had prologued the haze, he had a thought which existed apart from whatever his current situation was. This thought was of a broken-off piling which had jutted from the sand at Revere Beach. His mother and father had taken him to Revere Beach often when he was a kid, and he had always insisted that they spread their blanket where he could keep an eye on that piling, which looked to him like the single jutting fang of a buried monster. He liked to sit and watch the water come up until it covered the piling. And then hours later, after the sandwiches and potato salad had been eaten, after the last few drops of Kool-Aid had been coaxed from his father's big thermos, just before his mother said it was time to pack up and start home, the top of the rotted piling would begin to show again. Just a peak and a flash between the incoming waves at first, then more and more. By the time their trash was stashed in the big drum with "Keep Your Beach Clean" stenciled on the side, Paulie's beach toys picked up, "That's my name, Paulie. I'm Paulie. And tonight Ma'll put Johnson's baby oil on my sunburn," he thought inside the thunderhead where he now lived. And the blanket folded again. The piling had almost wholly reappeared, its blackish, slime-smoothed sides surrounded by sudsy scuds of foam. It was the tide, his father had tried to explain, but he had always known it was the piling. The tide came and went, but the piling stayed. It was just that sometimes he couldn't see it. Without the piling, there was no tide. This memory circled and circled, maddening, like a sluggish fly. He groped for whatever it might mean, but for a long time the sounds interrupted. Fayan, read everything. Number one. Sometimes the sound stopped. Sometimes he stopped. His first really clear memory of this now, the now outside the storm haze, was of stopping, of being suddenly aware he just couldn't pull another breath. And that was all right. That was good. That was in fact just peachy keen. He could take a certain level of pain, but enough was enough, and he was glad to be getting out of the game. Then there was a mouth clamped over his, a mouth which was unmistakably a woman's mouth in spite of its hard, spitless lips. And the wind from this woman's mouth blew into his own mouth and down his throat, puffing his lungs. And when the lips were pulled back, he smelled his warder for the first time, smelled her on the outrush of the breath she had forced into him, the way a man might force a part of himself into an unwilling woman. A dreadful mixed stench of vanilla cookies and chocolate ice cream, and chicken gravy and peanut butter fudge. He heard a voice screaming, "Breathe, goddammit! Breathe, Paul!" The lips clamped down again. The breath blew down his throat again, blew down it like the dank suck of wind which follows a fast subway train, pulling sheets of newspaper and candy wrappers after it. And the lips were withdrawn. And he thought, for Christ's sake, don't let any of it out through your nose. But he couldn't help it. And oh, that stink, that fucking stink. "Breathe, goddamn you!" the unseen voice shrieked. And he thought, I will, anything, please, just don't do that anymore. Don't infect me anymore. And he tried. But before he could really get started, her lips were clamped over his again, lips as dry and dead as strips of salted leather, and she raped him full of her air again. When she took her lips away this time, he did not let her breathe out, but pushed it, and whooped in a gigantic breath of his own, shoved it out, waited for his unseen chest to go up again on its own, as it had been doing his whole life without any help from him. When it didn't, he gave another giant whooping gasp, and then he was breathing again on his own, and doing it as fast as he could to flush the smell and taste of her out of him. Normal air had never tasted so fine. He began to fade back into the haze again, but before the dimming world was gone entirely, he heard the woman's voice mutter, "Phew, that was a close one." Not close enough, he thought, and fell asleep. He dreamed of the piling, so real he felt he could almost reach out and slide his palm over its green-black fissured curve. When he came back to his former state of semi-consciousness, he was able to make the connection between the piling and his current situation. It seemed to float into his hand. The pain wasn't tidal. That was the lesson of the dream, which was really a memory. The pain only appeared to come and go. The pain was like the piling, sometimes covered and sometimes visible, but always there. When the pain wasn't harrying him through the deep stone grayness of his cloud, he was dumbly grateful. But he was no longer fooled. It was still there, waiting to return. And there was not just one piling, but two. The pain was the pilings, and part of him knew for a long time before most of his mind had knowledge of knowing, that the shattered pilings were his own shattered legs. But it was still a long time before he was finally able to break the dried scum of saliva that had glued his lips together and croak out, "Where am I?" to the woman who sat by his bed with a book in her hands. The name of the man who had written the book was Paul Sheldon. He recognized it as his own with no surprise. "Sidewinder, Colorado," she said when he was finally able to ask the question. "My name is Annie Wilkes, and I know," he said. "You're my #1 fan." "Yes," she said, smiling. "That's just what I am." Darkness. Then the pain and the haze. Then the awareness that although the pain was constant, it was sometimes buried by an uneasy compromise which he supposed was relief. The first real memory, stopping, and being raped back into life by the woman's stinking breath. Next real memory, her fingers pushing something into his mouth at regular intervals, something like contact capsules, only since there was no water they only sat in his mouth, and when they melted there was an incredibly bitter taste that was a little like the taste of aspirin. It would have been good to spit that bitter taste out, but he knew better than to do it, because it was that bitter taste which brought the high tide in over the piling. Pilings. It's pilings. There are two, okay? There are two. Fine, now just hush. Just, hush. Shh. And made it seem gone for a while. These things all came at widely spaced intervals, but then as the pain itself began not to recede but to erode, as that Revere Beach piling must itself have eroded, he thought, because nothing is forever, although the child he had been would have scoffed at such heresy. Outside, things began to impinge more rapidly until the objective world, with all its freight of memory, experience, and prejudice, had pretty much re-established itself. He was Paul Sheldon, who wrote novels of two kinds, good ones and bestsellers. He had been married and divorced twice. He smoked too much, or had before all this, whatever all this was. Something very bad had happened to him, but he was still alive. That dark gray cloud began to dissipate faster and faster. It would be yet a while before his #1 fan brought him the old clacking royal with a grinning gaped mouth and the ducky daddle's voice. But Paul understood long before then that he was in a hell of a jam. That prescient part of his mind saw her before he knew he was seeing her, and must surely have understood her before he knew he was understanding her. Why else did he associate such dour, ominous images with her? Whenever she came into the room, he thought of the graven images worshipped by superstitious African tribes in the novels of H. Rider Haggard, and stones, and doom. The image of Annie Wilkes as an African idol, out of she or King Solomon's mines, was both ludicrous and queerly apt. She was a big woman, who, other than the large but unwelcoming swell of her bosom under the gray cardigan sweater she always wore, seemed to have no feminine curves at all. There was no defined roundness of hip or buttock, or even calf below the endless succession of wool skirts she wore in the house. She retired to her unseen bedroom to put on jeans before doing her outside chores. Her body was big but not generous. There was a feeling about her of clots and roadblocks rather than welcoming orifices or even open spaces, areas of hiatus. Most of all, she gave him a disturbing sense of solidity, as if she might not have any blood vessels or even internal organs, as if she might be only solid Annie Wilkes from side to side and top to bottom. He felt more and more convinced that her eyes, which appeared to move, were actually just painted on, and they move no more than the eyes of portraits which appear to follow you to wherever you move in the room where they hang. It seemed to him that if he made the first 2 fingers of his hand into a V and attempted to poke them up her nostrils, they might go less than 1/8 of an inch before encountering a solid, if slightly yielding, obstruction. That even her gray cardigan and frumpy house skirts and faded outside work jeans were part of that solid, fibrous, unchanneled body. So his feeling that she was like an idol in a perfervid novel was not really surprising at all. Like an idol, she gave only one thing, a feeling of unease deepening steadily toward terror. Like an idol, she took everything else. No, wait. That wasn't quite fair. She did give something else. She gave him the pills that brought the tide in over the pilings. The pills were the tide. Annie Wilkes was the lunar presence which pulled them into his mouth like jetsam on a wave. She brought him 2 every 6 hours, first announcing her presence only as a pair of fingers poking into his mouth, and soon enough he learned to suck eagerly at those poking fingers in spite of the bitter taste. Later appearing in her cardigan sweater and one of her 6 skirts, usually with a paperback copy of one of his novels tucked under her arm. At night she appeared to him in a fuzzy pink robe, her face shiny with some sort of cream. He could have named the main ingredient easily enough, even though he had never seen the bottle from which she tipped it. The sheepy smell of lanolin was strong and proclamatory. Shaking him out of his frowsy, dream-thick sleep with the pills nestled in her hand and the poxy moon nestled in the window over one of her solid shoulders. After a while, after his alarm had become too great to be ignored, he was able to find out what she was feeding him. It was a painkiller with a heavy codeine base called Novril. The reason she had to bring him the bedpan so infrequently was not only because he was on a diet consisting entirely of liquids and gelatins. Earlier, when he was in the cloud, she had fed him intravenously, but also because Novril had a tendency to cause constipation in patients taking it. Another side effect, a rather more serious one, was respiratory depression in sensitive patients. Paul was not particularly sensitive, even though he had been a heavy smoker for nearly 18 years. But his breathing had stopped nonetheless on at least one occasion. There might have been others in the haze that he did not remember. That was the time she gave him his mouth-to-mouth. It might have been just one of those things which happened, but he later came to suspect she had nearly killed him with an accidental overdose. She didn't know as much about what she was doing as she believed she did. That was only one of the things about Annie that scared him. He discovered 3 things almost simultaneously, about 10 days after having emerged from the dark cloud. The first was that Annie Wilkes had a great deal of novel. She had, in fact, a great many drugs of all kinds. The second was that he was hooked on novel. The third was that Annie Wilkes was dangerously crazy. The darkness had prologued the pain and the storm cloud. He began to remember what had prologued the darkness as she told him what had happened to him. This was shortly after he had asked the traditional when the sleeper wakes question, and she had told him he was in the little town of Sidewinder, Colorado. In addition, she had told him that she had read each of his 8 novels at least twice, and had read her very favorites, the misery novels, 4, 5, maybe 6 times. She only wished he would write them faster. She said she had hardly been able to believe that her patient was really that Paul Sheldon, even after checking the ID in his wallet. "Where is my wallet, by the way?" he asked. "I've kept it safe for you," she said. Her smile suddenly collapsed into a narrow watchfulness he didn't like much. It was like discovering a deep crevasse, almost obscured by summer flowers in the midst of a smiling, jocund meadow. "Did you think I'd steal something out of it?" "No, of course not. It's just that the rest of my life is in it," he thought. "My life outside this room, outside the pain, outside the way time seems to stretch out like the long pink string of bubblegum a kid pulls out of his mouth when he's bored, because that's how it is in the last hour or so before the pills come." "Just what, Mr. Man?" she persisted, and he saw with alarm that the narrow look was growing blacker and blacker. The crevasse was spreading, as if an earthquake was going on behind her brow. He could hear the steady, keen whine of the wind outside, and he had a sudden image of her picking him up and throwing him over her solid shoulder, where he would lie like a burlap sack slung over a stone wall, and taking him outside and heaving him into a snowdrift. He would freeze to death, but before he did, his legs would throb and scream. "It's just that my father always told me to keep an eye on my wallet," he said, astonished by how easily this lie came out. His father had made a career out of not noticing Paul any more than he absolutely had to, and had, so far as Paul could remember, offered him only a single piece of advice in his entire life. On Paul's 14th birthday, his father had given him a Red Devil condom in a foil envelope. "Put that in your wallet," Roger Sheldon said. "And if you ever get excited while you're making out of the drive-in, take a second between excited enough to want to and too excited to care and slip that on. Too many bastards in the world already, and I don't want to see you go into the army at 16. Now Paul went on. "I guess he told me to keep my eye on my wallet so many times that it's stuck inside for good. If I offended you, I'm truly sorry." She relaxed, smiled. The crevasse closed. Summer flowers nodded cheerfully once again. He thought of pushing his hand through that smile and encountering nothing but flexible darkness. "No offense taken. It's in a safe place. Wait, I've got something for you." She left and returned with a steaming bowl of soup. There were vegetables floating in it. He was not able to eat much, but he ate more than he thought at first he could. She seemed pleased. It was while he ate the soup that she told him what had happened, and he remembered it all as she had told him, and he supposed it was good to know how you happened to end up with your legs shattered. But the manner by which he was coming to this knowledge was disquieting. It was as if he was a character in a story or a play, a character whose history is not recounted like history, but created like fiction. She had gone into Sidewinder in the 4-wheel drive to get feed for the livestock and a few groceries, also to check out the paperbacks at Wilson's Drug Center. That had been the Wednesday that was almost 2 weeks ago now, and the new paperbacks always came in on Tuesday. "I was actually thinking of you," she said, spooning soup into his mouth, and then professionally wiping away a dribble from the corner with a napkin. "That's what makes it such a remarkable coincidence, do you see? I was hoping Misery's Child would finally be out in paperback, but no such luck." A storm had been on the way, she said, but until noon that day the weather forecasters had been confidently claiming it would veer south, toward New Mexico and the Sangre de Cristos. Yes, he said, remembering as he said it. They said it would turn. That's why I went in the first place. He tried to shift his legs. The result was an awful bolt of pain, and he groaned. Don't do that, she said. If you get those legs of yours talking, Paul, they won't shut up. And I can't give you any more pills for 2 hours. I'm giving you too much as it is. Why aren't I in the hospital? This was clearly the question that wanted asking, but he wasn't sure it was a question either of them wanted asked. Not yet, anyway. When I got to the feed store, Tony Roberts told me I better step on it if I was going to get back here before the storm hit, and I said, "How far are we from this town?" he asked. "A ways," she said vaguely, looking off toward the window. There was a queer interval of silence, and Paul was frightened by what he saw on her face, because what he saw was nothing. The black nothing of a crevasse folded into an alpine meadow, a blackness where no flowers grew and into which the drop might belong. It was the face of a woman who has come momentarily untethered from all of the vital positions and landmarks of her life. A woman who has forgotten not only the memory she was in the process of recounting, but memory itself. He had once toured a mental asylum. This was years ago, when he had been researching Misery, the first of the 4 books which had been his main source of income over the last 8 years. And he had seen this look, or more precisely this unlook. The word which defined it was catatonia, but what frightened him had no such precise word. It was rather a vague comparison. In that moment he thought that her thoughts had become much as he had imagined her physical self, solid, fibrous, unchanneled, with no place of hiatus. Then slowly her face cleared. Thoughts seemed to flow back into it. Then he realized flowing was just a tiny bit wrong. She wasn't filling up like a pond or a tidal pool. She was warming up. Yes, she's warming up like some small electrical gadget. A toaster or maybe a heating pad. I said to Tony, "That storm is going south." She spoke slowly at first, almost groggily, but then her words began to catch up to normal cadence and to fill with normal conversational brightness. But now he was alerted. Everything she said was a little strange, a little offbeat. Listening to Annie was like listening to a song played in the wrong key. But he said, it changed its mind. "Oh, poop," I said. "I'd better get on my horse and ride." "I'd stay in town if you can, Miss Wilkes," he said. "Now they're saying on the radio that it's going to be a proper geezer and nobody's prepared." But of course I had to get back. There's no one to feed the animals but me. The nearest people are the Roydmans, and they're miles from here. Besides, the Roydmans don't like me. She cast an eye shrewdly on him as she said this last, and when he didn't reply, she tapped the spoon against the rim of the bowl in peremptory fashion. "Done?" "Yes, I'm full, thanks. It was very good. Do you have a lot of livestock?" Because, he was already thinking, if you do, that means you've got to have some help. A hired man, at least. Help was the operant word. Already that seemed like the operant word, and he had seen she wore no wedding ring. "Not very much," she said. "Half a dozen laying hens, 2 cows, and Misery." He blinked. She laughed. "You won't think I'm very nice, naming a sow after the brave and beautiful woman you made up. But that's her name, and I meant no disrespect." After a moment's thought, she added, "She's very friendly." The woman wrinkled up her nose and for a moment became a sow, even down to the few bristly whiskers that grew on her chin. She made a pig sound. Paul looked at her wide-eyed. She did not notice. She had gone away again, her gaze dim and musing. Her eyes held no reflection but the lamp on the bed table, twice reflected, dwelling faintly in each. At last she gave a faint start and said, I got about 5 miles, and then the snow started. It came fast. Once it starts up here, it always does. I came creeping along with my lights on, and then I saw your car off the road, overturned." She looked at him disapprovingly. "You didn't have your lights on." "It took me by surprise," he said, remembering only at that moment how he'd been taken by surprise. He did not yet remember that he had also been quite drunk. "I stopped," she said. "If it had been on an upgrade, I might not have. Not very Christian, I know, but there were 3 inches on the road already, and even with a 4-wheel drive, you can't be sure of getting going again once you lose your forward motion. It's easier just to say to yourself, 'Oh, they probably got out, caught a ride, etc., etc.' But it was on top of the 3rd big hill past the Roydmans, and it's flat there for a while. So I pulled over, and as soon as I got out, I heard groaning. That was you, Paul." She gave him a strange maternal grin. For the first time clearly the thought surfaced in Paul Sheldon's mind. "I am in trouble here. This woman is not right." She sat beside him where he lay in what might have been a spare bedroom for the next 20 minutes or so and talked. As his body used the soup, the pain in his legs reawakened. He willed himself to concentrate on what she was saying, but she was not entirely able to succeed. His mind had bifurcated. On one side, he was listening to her tell how she had dragged him from the wreckage of his '74 Camaro. That was the side where the pain throbbed and ached like a couple of old splintered pilings beginning to wink and flash between the heaves of the withdrawing tide. On the other, he could see himself at the Boulderado Hotel, finishing his new novel, which did not, thank God for small favors, feature Misery Chastain. There were all sorts of reasons for him not to write about misery, but one loomed above the rest, ironclad and unshakable. Misery, thank God for large favors, was finally dead. She had died 5 pages from the end of Misery's Child. Not a dry eye in the house when that happened, including Paul's own. Only the dew falling from his ocularies had been the result of hysterical laughter. Finishing the new book, a contemporary novel about a car thief, he had remembered typing the final sentence of Misery's Child. So Ian and Geoffrey left the little Dunthorpe churchyard together, supporting themselves in their sorrow, determined to find their lives again. While writing this line, he had been giggling so madly it had been hard to strike the correct keys. He had to go back several times. Thank God for good old IBM correct tape. He had written the N below and then had gone capering about the room, the same room in the Boulderado Hotel, and screaming, "Free at last! Free at last! Great God Almighty, I'm free at last! The silly bitch finally bought the farm!" The new novel was called Fast Cars, and he hadn't laughed when it was done. He just sat there in front of the typewriter for a moment, thinking, "You may have just won next year's American Book Award, my friend." And then he had picked up a little bruise on your right temple, but that didn't look like anything. It was your legs. I could see right away, even with the light starting to fade, that your legs weren't... The telephone and called room service for a bottle of Dom Perignon. He remembered waiting for it to come, walking back and forth in the room where he had finished all of his books since 1974. He remembered tipping the waiter with a $50 bill and asking him if he had heard a weather forecast. He remembered the pleased, flustered, grinning waiter telling him that the storm currently heading their way was supposed to slide off to the south, toward New Mexico. He remembered the chill feel of the bottle, the discreet sound of the cork as he eased it free. He remembered the dry, acerbic, acidic taste of the first glass, and opening his travel bag and looking at his plane ticket to New York, he remembered suddenly, on the spur of the moment, deciding that I better get you home right away. It was a struggle getting you into the truck, and I'm a big woman, as you may have noticed, and I had a pile of blankets in the back. I got you in and wrapped you up, and even then, with the light fading and all, I thought you looked familiar. I thought maybe he would just get the old Camaro out of the parking garage and just drive west instead of getting on the plane. What the hell was there in New York anyway? The townhouse, empty, bleak, unwelcoming, possibly burgled. Screw it, he thought. drinking more champagne. Go west, young man, go west. The idea had been crazy enough to make sense. Take nothing but a change of clothes and his bag I found. I put that in too, but there wasn't anything else I could see, and I was scared you might die on me or something, so I fired up old Bessie and I got your manuscript of fast cars and hit the road to Vegas or Reno, or maybe even the City of Angels. He remembered the idea had also seemed a bit silly at first. A trip the kid of 24 he had been when he sold his first novel might have taken, but not one for a man 2 years past his 40th birthday. A few more glasses of champagne and the idea no longer seemed silly at all. It seemed, in fact, almost noble. A kind of grand odyssey to somewhere, a way to reacquaint himself with reality after the fictional terrain of the novel. So he had gone. Out like a light. I was sure you were going to die. I was sure. So I slipped your wallet out of your back pocket and I looked at your driver's license and I saw the name, Paul Sheldon. And I thought, oh, that must be a coincidence. But the picture on the license also looked like you. And I got so scared I had to sit down at the kitchen table. I thought at first I was going to faint. After a while I started thinking maybe the picture was just a coincidence too. Those driver's license photos really don't look like anybody. But then I found your Writers Guild card and one from Penn, and I knew you were in trouble when the snow started coming down. But long before that he had stopped in the Boulderado bar and tipped George $20 to provide him with a second bottle of Dom. And he had drunk it rolling up I-70 into the Rockies under a sky the color of gunmetal. And somewhere east of the Eisenhower Tunnel he had diverted from the turnpike because the roads were bare and dry. The storm was sliding off to the south, what the hey, and also the goddamn tunnel made him nervous. He had been playing an old Bo Diddley tape on the cassette machine under the dash, and never turned on the radio until the Camaro started to seriously slip and slide, and he began to realize that this wasn't just a passing up-country flurry, but the real thing. The storm was maybe not sliding off to the south after all. The storm was maybe coming right at him, and he was maybe in a bucket of trouble, the way you're in trouble now. But he had been just drunk enough to think he could drive his way out of it. So instead of stopping in Cana and inquiring about shelter, he had driven on. He could remember the afternoon turning into a dull gray chromium lens. He could remember the champagne beginning to wear off. He could remember leaning forward to get his cigarettes off the dashboard. That was when the last skid began, and he tried to ride it out, but it kept getting worse. He could remember a heavy, dull thump, and then the worlds up and down had swapped places. He had screamed. When I heard you screaming, I knew that you would live. Dying men rarely scream. They haven't the energy, I know. I decided I would make you live. So I got some of my pain medication and made you take it. Then you went to sleep. When you woke up and started to scream again, I gave you some more. You ran a fever for a while, but I knocked that out too. I gave you Keflex. You had 1 or 2 close calls, but that's over now, I promise. She got up. And now it's time you rested, Paul. You've got to get your strength back. My legs hurt. Yes, I'm sure they do. In an hour, you can have some medication. Now, please. It shamed him to beg, but he could not help it. The tide had gone out and the splintered piling stood bare, jaggedly real, things which could neither be avoided nor dealt with. In an hour. Firmly. She moved toward the door with a spoon and the soup bowl in one hand. Wait. She turned back, looking at him with an expression both stern and loving. He did not like the expression, didn't like it at all. 2 weeks since you pulled me out? She looked vague again and annoyed. He would come to know that her grasp of time was not good. Something like that. I was unconscious. Almost all the time. What did I eat? She considered him. IV, she said briefly. IV? He said, and she mistook his stunned surprise for ignorance. I fed you intravenously, she said, through tubes. That's what those marks on your arms are. She looked at him with eyes that were suddenly flat and considering. You owe me your life, Paul. I hope you'll remember that. I hope you'll keep that in mind." Then she left. The hour passed. Somehow and finally the hour passed. He lay in bed, sweating and shivering at the same time. From the other room came first the sounds of Hawkeye and Hot Lips, and then disc jockeys on WKRP, that wild and crazy Cincinnati radio station. An announcer's voice came on, extolled Jinsu knives, gave an 800 number, and informed those Colorado watchers who had simply been panting for a good set of Jinsu knives that operators were standing by. Paul Sheldon was also standing by. She reappeared promptly when the clock in the other room struck 8, with 2 capsules and a glass of water. He hoisted himself eagerly on his elbows as she sat on the bed. "I finally got your new book 2 days ago," she told him. Ice tinkled in the glass. It was a maddening sound. "Misery's Child. I love it. It's as good as all the rest. Better. The best." "Thank you," he managed. He could feel the sweat standing out on his forehead. "Please, my legs. Very painful." "I knew she would marry Ian," she said, smiling dreamily. "And I believe Jeffrey and Ian will become friends again, eventually." "Do they?" But immediately she said, "No, don't tell. I want to find out for myself. I'm making it last. It always seems so long before there's another one." The pain throbbed in his legs and made a deep steel circlet around his crotch. He had touched himself down there, and he thought his pelvis was intact, but it felt twisted and weird. Below his knees it felt as if nothing was intact. He didn't want to look. He could see the twisted, lumpy shapes outlined in the bedclothes, and that was enough. "Please, Miss Wilkes, the pain. Call me Annie. All my friends do." She gave him the glass. It was cool and beaded with moisture. She kept the capsules. The capsules in her hand were the tide. She was the moon, and she had brought the tide which would cover the pilings. She brought them toward his mouth, which he immediately dropped open, and then she withdrew them. "I took the liberty of looking in your little bag. You don't mind, do you?" No, of course not. Oh, the medicine." The beads of sweat on his forehead felt alternately hot and cold. Was he going to scream? He thought perhaps he was. "I see there is a manuscript in there," she said. She held the capsules in her right hand, which she now slowly tilted. They fell into her left hand. His eyes followed them. "It's called Fast Cars. Not a misery novel, I know that." She looked at him with faint disapproval, but as before it was mixed with love. It was a maternal look. "No cars in the 19th century, fast or otherwise." She tittered at the small joke. "I also took the liberty of glancing through it. You don't mind, do you?" "Please," he moaned. "No, but please." Her left hand tilted. The capsules rolled, hesitated, and then fell back into her right hand with a minute clicking sound. "And if I read it? You wouldn't mind if I read it?" "No." His bones were shattered, his legs filled with festering shards of broken glass. "No." He made something he hoped was a smile. "No, of course not. Because I would never presume to do such a thing without your permission," she said earnestly. "I respect you too much. In fact, Paul, I love you." She crimsoned suddenly and alarmingly. One of the capsules dropped from her hand to the coverlet. Paul snatched at it, but she was quicker. He moaned, but she did not notice. After grabbing the capsule, she went vague again, looking toward the window. "Your mind," she said. "Your creativity. That is all I meant." In desperation, because it was the only thing he could think of, he said, "I know. You're my #1 fan." She did not just warm up this time. She lit up. "That's it!" she cried. "That's it, exactly! And you wouldn't mind if I read it in that spirit, would you? That spirit of fan love. Even though I don't like your other books as well as the misery stories." "No," he said, and his eyes closed. "No, turn the pages of the manuscript into paper hats if you want, just please. I'm dying in here." "You're good," she said gently. "I knew you would be. Just reading your books, I knew you would be. A man who could think of Misery Chastain, first think of her and then breathe life into her, could be nothing else." Her fingers were in his mouth suddenly, shockingly intimate, dirtily welcome. He sucked the capsules from between them and swallowed them even before he could fumble the spilling glass of water into his mouth. "Just like a baby," she said. But he couldn't see her because his eyes were still closed, and now he felt the sting of tears. "But good. There is so much I want to ask you. So much I want to know." The springs creaked as she got up. "We're going to be very happy here," she said. And although a bolt of horror ripped into his heart, Paul still did not open his eyes. He drifted. The tide came in and he drifted. The TV played in the other room for a while and then didn't. Sometimes the clock chimed and he tried to count the chimes, but he kept getting lost between. IV, through tubes. That's what those marks on your arms are. He got up on one elbow and pawed for the lamp and finally got it turned on. He looked at his arms, and in the folds of his elbows he saw fading, overlapped shades of purple and ochre, a hole filled with black blood at the center of each bruise. He lay back, looking at the ceiling, listening to the wind. He was near the top of the Great Divide in the heart of winter. He was with a woman who was not right in her head, a woman who had fed him with IV drips when he was unconscious, a woman who had an apparently never-ending supply of dope, a woman who had told no one he was here. These things were important, but he began to realize that something else was more important. The tide was going out again. He began to wait for the sound of her alarm clock upstairs. It would not go off for some long while yet, but it was time for him to start waiting for it to be time. She was crazy, but he needed her. "Oh, I am in so much trouble," he thought, and stared blindly up at the ceiling as the droplets of sweat began to gather on his forehead again. The next morning she brought him more soup and told him she had read 40 pages of what she called his manuscript book. She told him she didn't think it was as good as the others. "It's hard to follow. It keeps jumping back and forth in time." "Technique," he said. He was somewhere between hurting and not hurting, and so was able to think a little better about what she was saying. "Technique, that's all it is. The subject dictates the form." In some vague way, he supposed that such tricks of the trade might interest, even fascinate her. God knew they had fascinated the attendees of the writers' workshops to whom he had sometimes lectured when he was younger. The boy's mind, you see, is confused, and so... "Yes, he's very confused, and that makes him less interesting. Not uninteresting. I'm sure you couldn't create an uninteresting character, but less interesting. And the profanity. Every other word is that F word. It has..." She ruminated, feeding him the soup automatically, wiping his mouth when he dribbled almost without looking, the way an experienced typist rarely looks at the keys. So he came to understand effortlessly that she had been a nurse. Not a doctor, oh no. Doctors would not know when the dribbles would come or be able to forecast the course of each with such a nice exactitude. If the forecaster in charge of that storm had been half as good at his job as Annie Wilkes is at hers, I would not be in this fucking jam, he thought bitterly. "It has no nobility!" she cried suddenly, jumping and almost spilling beef barley soup on his white, upturned face. Yes, he said patiently. I understand what you mean, Annie. It's true that Tony Bonasaro has no nobility. He's a slum kid trying to get out of a bad environment, you see, and those words... Everybody uses those words, and... They do not! She said, giving him a forbidding look. What do you think I do when I go to the feed store in town? What do you think I say? Now, Tony, give me a bag of that effing pig feed and a bag of that bitchly cow corn and some of the Christing ear mite medicine? And what do you think he says to me? You're effing right, Annie. Coming right the F up. She looked at him, her face now like a sky which might spawn tornadoes at any instant. He lay back, frightened. The soup bowl was tilting in her hands. One, then 2 drops fell on the coverlet. And then I go down the street to the bank and say to Mrs. Bollinger, here's one big bastard of a check, and you better give me my $50 effing just as effing quick as you can. Do you think that when they put me up there on the stand and then... A stream of muddy-colored beef soup fell on the coverlet. She looked at it, then at him, and her face twisted. There, look what you made me do! I'm sorry. Sure you are! She screamed and threw the bowl into the corner where it shattered. Soup splashed up the wall. He gasped. She turned off then. She just sat there for what might have been 30 seconds. During that time, Paul Sheldon's heart did not seem to beat at all. She roused a little at a time, and suddenly she tittered. I have such a temper, she said. I'm sorry, he said out of a dry throat. You should be. Her face went slack again, and she looked moodily at the wall. He thought she was going to blank out again, but instead she fetched a sigh and lifted her bulk from the bed. You don't have any need to use such words in the misery books, because they didn't use such words at all back then. They weren't even invented. Animal times demand animal words, I suppose, but that was a better time. You ought to stick to your misery stories, Paul. I say that sincerely, as your #1 fan. She went to the door and looked back at him. I'll put that manuscript book back in your bag and finish Misery's Child. I may go back to the other one later when I'm done. Don't do that if it makes you mad, he said. He tried to smile. I'd rather not have you mad. I sort of depend on you, you know. She did not return his smile. Yes, she said. You do. You do, don't you, Paul? She left. The tide went out. The pilings were back. He began to wait for the clock to chime. 2 chimes. The chimes came. He lay propped up on the pillows, watching the door. She came in. She was wearing an apron over her cardigan and one of her skirts. In one hand she held a floor bucket. I suppose you want your cock-a-doodle medication, she said. Yes, please. He tried to smile at her ingratiatingly, and felt that shame again. He felt grotesque to himself, a stranger. I have it, she said. But first I have to clean up the mess in the corner, the mess you made. You have to wait until I do that. He lay in the bed with his legs making shapes like broken branches under the coverlet, and cold sweat running down his face in little slow creaks. He lay and watched as she crossed to the corner and set the bucket down, and then picked up the pieces of the bowl and took them out, and came back and knelt by the bucket, and fished in it, and brought out a soapy rag and wrung it out, and began to wash the dried soup from the wall. He lay and watched, and at last he began to shiver, and the shivering made the pain worse, but he could not help it. Once she turned around and saw him shivering and soaking the bedclothes in sweat, and she favored him with such a sly, knowing smile that he could easily have killed her. It's dried on, she said, turning her face back into the corner. I'm afraid this is going to take a while, Paul. She scrubbed. The stain slowly disappeared from the plaster, but she went on dipping the cloth, wringing it out, scrubbing, and then repeating the whole process. He could not see her face, but the idea, the certainty that she had gone blank and might go on scrubbing the wall for hours, tormented him. At last, just before the clock chimed once, marking 2:30, she got up and dropped the rag into the water. She took the bucket from the room without a word. He lay in bed listening to the creaking boards which marked her heavy, stolid passage, listening as she poured the water out of her bucket, and incredibly the sound of the faucet as she drew more. He began to cry soundlessly. The tide had never gone out so far. He could see nothing but drying mudflats and those splintered pilings which cast their eternal damaged shadows. She came back and stood for just a moment inside the doorway, observing his wet face with that same mixture of sternness and maternal love. Then her eyes drifted to the corner where no sign of the splashed soup remained. "Now I must rinse," she said, "or else the soap will leave a dull spot. I must do it all. I must make everything right. Living alone as I do is no excuse whatever for scamping the job. My mother had a motto, Paul and I live by it. Once nasty, never neat, she used to say." "Please," he groaned. "Please, the pain, I'm dying." "No, you're not dying. I'll scream," he said, beginning to cry harder. It hurt to cry. It hurt his legs and it hurt his heart. "I won't be able to help it." "Then scream," she said. "But remember that you made that mess, not me. It's nobody's fault but your own." Somehow he was able to keep from screaming. He watched as she dipped and wrung and rinsed, dipped and wrung and rinsed. At last, just as the clock in what he assumed was the parlor began to strike 3, she rose and picked up the bucket. "She's going to go out and I'll hear her pouring the rinse water down the sink, and maybe she won't come back for hours, because maybe she's not done punishing me yet." But instead of leaving, she walked over to the bed and fished in her apron pocket. She brought out not 2 capsules, but 3. "Here," she said tenderly. He gobbled them into his mouth, and when he looked up, he saw her lifting the yellow plastic floor bucket toward him. It filled his field of vision like a falling moon. Grayish water slopped over the rim onto the coverlet. "Wash them down with this," she said. Her voice was still tender. He stared at her, and his face was all eyes. "Do it," she said. "I know you can dry swallow them. Please believe me when I say I can make them come right back up again. After all, it's only rinse water. Won't hurt you." She leaned over him like a monolith, the bucket slightly tipped. He could see the rag twisting slowly in its dark depths like a drowned thing. He could see a thin scum of soap on top. Part of him groaned, but none of him hesitated. He drank quickly, washing the pills down, and the taste in his mouth was as it had been on the occasions when his mother made him brush his teeth with soap. His belly hitched and he made a thick sound. "I wouldn't throw them up, Paul. No more until 9 tonight." She looked at him for a moment with a flat, empty gaze, and then her face lit up and she smiled. "You won't make me mad again, will you?" "No," he whispered. Anger the moon which brought the tide. What an idea. What a bad idea. "I love you," she said, and kissed him on the cheek. She left, not looking back, carrying the floor bucket the way a sturdy countrywoman might carry a milk pail, slightly away from her body with no thought at all, so that none would spill. He lay back, tasting grit and plaster in his mouth and throat, tasting soap. "I won't throw up, won't throw up, won't throw up." At last the urgency of this thought began to fade, and he realized he was going to sleep. He had held everything down long enough for the medication to begin its work. He had won. This time. He dreamed he was being eaten by a bird. It was not a good dream. There was a bang, and he thought, "Yes, good, all right, shoot it. Shoot the goddamn thing." Then he was awake. knowing it was only Annie Wilkes pulling the back door shut. She had gone out to do the chores. He heard the dim crunch of her footsteps in the snow. She went past his window wearing a parka with a hood up. Her breath plumed out, then broke apart on her moving face. She didn't look in at him, intent on her chores in the barn, he supposed. Feeding the animals, cleaning the stalls, maybe casting a few runes, he wouldn't put it past her. The sky was darkening purple. Sunset. 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock. The tide was still in, and he could have gone back to sleep, wanted to go back to sleep. But he had to think about this bizarre situation while he was still capable of something like rational thought. The worst thing he was discovering was that he didn't want to think about it even if he could. Even when he knew he could not bring the situation to an end without thinking about it. His mind kept trying to push it away, like a child pushing away his meal even though he had been told he cannot leave the table until he's eaten it. He didn't want to think about it because just living it was hard enough. He didn't want to think about it because whenever he did, unpleasant images intervened. The way she went blank. The way she made him think of idols and stones. And now the way the yellow plastic floor bucket had sped toward his face like a crashing moon. Thinking of those things would not change his situation, was in fact worse than not thinking at all. But once he turned his mind to Annie Wilkes and his position here in her house, they were the thoughts that came, crowding out all others. His heart would start to beat too fast, mostly in fear, but partly in shame, too. He saw himself putting his lips to the rim of the yellow floor bucket, saw the rinse water with its film of soap and the rag floating in it, saw these things but drank anyway, never hesitating a bit. He would never tell anyone about that, assuming he ever got out of this, and he supposed he might try to lie about it to himself. But he would never be able to do it. Yet miserable or not, and he was, he still wanted to live. Think about it, goddammit. Jesus Christ, are you already so cowed you can't even try? No, but almost that cowed. Then an odd, angry thought occurred to him. She doesn't like the new book because she's too stupid to understand what it's up to. The thought wasn't just odd. Under the circumstances, how she felt about fast cars was totally immaterial. But thinking about the things she had said was at least a new avenue, and feeling angry at her was better than feeling scared of her. And so he went down it with some eagerness. Too stupid? No. Too set. Not just unwilling to change, but antagonistic to the very idea of change. Yes. And while she might be crazy, was she so different in her evaluation of his work from the hundreds of thousands of other people across the country, 90% of them women, who could barely wait for each new 500-page episode in the turbulent life of the foundling who had risen to marry a peer of the realm? No, not at all. They wanted misery, misery, misery. Each time he had taken a year or two off to write one of the other novels, what he thought of as his serious work, with what was at first certainty and then hope, and finally a species of grim determination. He had received a flood of protesting letters from these women, many of whom signed themselves, "Your #1 fan." The tone of these letters varied from bewilderment, that always hurt the most somehow, to reproach, to outright anger, but the message was always the same. It wasn't what I expected. It wasn't what I wanted. Please go back to misery. I want to know what misery is doing. He could write a modern Under the Volcano, Tess of the D'Urberville, The Sound and Fury. It wouldn't matter. They still wanted misery, misery, misery. It's hard to follow. He's not interesting. And the profanity. The anger sparked again. Anger at her obdurate density. Anger that she could actually kidnap him, keep him prisoner here, force him into a choice between drinking dirty rinse water from a floor bucket or suffering the pain of his shattered legs, and then on top of all that find the nerve to criticize the best thing he had ever written. "Bugger you and the F word you wrote in on," he said. And he suddenly felt better again, felt himself again, and even though he knew this rebellion was petty and pitiful and meaningless, she was in the barn where she couldn't hear him, and the tide was safely in over the splintered pilings. Still, he remembered her coming in here, withholding the capsules, coercing permission to read the manuscript of Fast Cars. He felt a flush of shame and humiliation warming his face, but now they were mixed with real anger. It had bloomed from a spark into a tiny, sunken flame. He had never shown anyone a manuscript before he had proofread it and then retyped it. Never. Not even Bryce, his agent. Never. Why, he didn't even... For a moment his thoughts broke off cleanly. He could hear the dim sound of a cow mooing. Why, he didn't even make a copy until the second draft was done. The manuscript copy of Fast Cars, which was now in Annie Wilkes' possession, was in fact the only existing copy in the whole world. He had even burned his notes. 2 years of hard work. She didn't like it, and she was crazy. Misery was what she liked. Misery was who she liked, not some foul-talking little spick Carthy from Spanish Harlem. He remembered thinking, turn the pages of the manuscript into paper hats if you want. Just please. The anger and humiliation surged again, awakening the first dull answering throb in his legs. Yes, the work, the pride in your work, the worth of the work itself. All those things faded away to the magic lantern shades they really were when the pain got bad enough. That she would do that to him, that she could, when he had spent most of his adult life thinking the word writer was the most important definition of himself, made her seem utterly monstrous, something he must escape. She really was an idol, and if she didn't kill him, she might kill what was in him. Now he heard the eager squeal of a pig. She had thought he would mind, but he thought Misery was a wonderful name for a pig. He remembered how she had imitated it, the way her upper lip had wrinkled toward her nose, how her cheeks had seemed to flatten, how she had actually looked like a pig for a moment. From the barn, her voice, "Suey, pig, pig, pig!" He lay back, put his arm over his eyes, and tried to hold on to the anger, because the anger made him feel brave. A brave man could think. A coward couldn't. Here was a woman who had been a nurse, he was sure of that. Was she still a nurse? No, because she did not go to work. Why did she no longer practice her trade? That seemed obvious. Not all her gear was stowed right. Lots of it was rolling around in the holds. If it was obvious to him, even through the haze of pain he'd been living in, it would surely have been obvious to her colleagues. And he had a little extra information on which to judge just how much of her gear wasn't stowed right, didn't he? She had dragged him from the wreck of his car, and instead of calling the police or an ambulance, she had installed him in her guest room, put IV drips in his arms and a shitload of dope in his body. Enough so he had gone into what she called respiratory depression at least once. She had told no one he was here, and if she hadn't by now, that meant she didn't mean to. Would she have behaved in this same fashion if it had been Joe Blow from Kokomo she had hauled out of the wreck? No. No, he didn't think so. She had kept him because he was Paul Sheldon. And she's my #1 fan, Paul muttered, and put an arm over his eyes. An awful memory bloomed there in the dark. His mother had taken him to the Boston Zoo, and he'd been looking at a great big bird. It had the most beautiful feathers, red and purple and royal blue, that he had ever seen, and the saddest eyes. He had asked his mother where the bird had come from, and when she said Africa, he had understood it was doomed to die in the cage where it lived, far away from wherever God had meant it to be. And he cried, and his mother brought him an ice cream cone, and for a while he had stopped crying, and then he remembered and started again, and so she had taken him home, telling him as they rode the trolley back to Lynn that he was a ball baby and a sissy. Its feathers, its eyes. The throbbing in his legs began to cycle up. No, no, no. He pressed the crook of his elbow more tightly against his eyes. From the barn he could hear spaced thudding noises. Impossible to tell what they were, of course, but in his imagination. Your mind, your creativity, that is all I meant. He could see her pushing bales of hay out of the loft with the heel of her boot, could see them tumbling to the barn floor. Africa, that bird came from Africa, from... Then cutting cleanly through this like a sharp knife came her agitated, almost screaming voice. "Do you think that when they put me up there on the stand in Up on the stand. When they put me up on the stand in Denver. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?" I don't know where he gets it. I do. He's always writing things like this down. State your name. Nobody on my side of the family had an imagination like his. Annie Wilkes. So vivid. My name is Annie Wilkes. He willed her to say more. She would not. "Come on," he muttered, his arm over his eyes. This was the way he thought best, the way he imagined best. His mother liked to tell Mrs. Mulvaney on the other side of the fence what a marvelous imagination he had, so vivid, and what wonderful little stories he was always writing down, except, of course, when she was calling him a sissy and a ball baby. Come on, come on, come on. He could see the courtroom in Denver, could see Annie Wilkes on the stand, not wearing jeans now, but a rusty purple-black dress and an awful hat. He could see that the courtroom was crowded with spectators, and the judge was bald and wearing glasses. The judge had a white mustache. There was a birthmark beneath the white mustache. The white mustache covered most of it, but not quite all. Annie Wilkes. He read it, just 3, can you imagine? That spirit of fan love. He's always writing things down, making things up. Now I must rinse. Africa. That bird came from... Come on, he whispered, but could get no further. The bailiff asked her to state her name, and over again she said it was Annie Wilkes, but she said no more. She sat there with her fibrous, solid, ominous body displacing air, and said her name over and over again, but no more than that. Still trying to imagine why the ex-nurse who had taken him prisoner might have once been put on the stand in Denver, Paul drifted off to sleep. He was in a hospital ward. Great relief swept through him. So great he felt like crying. Something had happened when he was asleep. Something had come, or perhaps Annie had a change of heart or mind. It didn't matter. He had gone to sleep in the monster woman's house and had awakened in the hospital. But surely they would not have put him in a long ward like this. It was as big as an airplane hangar. Identical rows of men with identical bottles of nutrient hung from identical IV trays beside their beds filled the place. He sat up and saw that the men themselves were also identical. They were all him. Then distantly he heard the clock chime, and understood that it was chiming from beyond the wall of sleep. This was a dream. Sadness replaced the relief. The door at the far end of the huge ward opened, and in came Annie Wilkes. Only she was dressed in a long apron dress, and there was a mob cap on her head. She was dressed as Misery Chastain in Misery's Love. Over one arm she held a wicker basket. There was a towel over the contents. She folded the towel back as he watched. She reached in and took out a handful of something and flung it into the face of the first sleeping Paul Sheldon. It was sand, he saw. This was Annie Wilkes pretending to be Misery Chastain, pretending to be the Sandman. Sandwoman. Then he saw that the first Paul Sheldon's face had turned a ghastly white as soon as the sand struck it, and fear jerked him out of the dream and into the bedroom where Annie Wilkes was standing over him. She was holding the fat paperback of Misery's Child in one hand. Her bookmark suggested she was about 3/4 of the way through. "You were moaning," she said. "I had a bad dream." "What was it about?" The first thing which was not the truth that popped into his head was what he replied. Africa. She came in late the following morning, her face the color of ashes. He had been dozing, but he came awake at once, jerking up on his elbows. "Miss Wilkes? Annie? Are you all right?" "No." Christ, she's had a heart attack, he thought. And there was a moment's alarm which was immediately replaced by joy. Let her have one. A big one. A fucking chest-buster. He would be more than happy to crawl to the telephone, no matter how much it might hurt. He would crawl to the telephone over broken glass if that was what it took. And it was a heart attack, but not the right kind. She came toward him, not quite staggering, but rolling, the way a sailor will when he's just gotten off his ship at the end of a long voyage. "What?" He tried to shrink away from her, but there was no place to go. There was only the headboard, and behind that the wall. "No!" She reached the side of the bed, bumped it, wavered, and for a moment seemed on the verge of falling on top of him. Then she just stood there, looking down at him out of her paper-white face, the cords on her neck standing out, one vein pulsing in the center of her forehead. Her hands snapped open, hooked shut into solid rock-like fists, then snapped open again. You dirty bird!" "What? I don't—" But suddenly he did, and his entire midsection first seemed to turn hollow and then to entirely disappear. He remembered where her bookmark had been last night, 3/4 of the way through. She had finished it. She knew all there was to know. She knew that misery hadn't been the barren one after all. It had been Ian. Had she sat there in her as yet unseen by him parlor, with her mouth open and her eyes wide, as misery finally realized the truth and made her decision, and sneaked off to Geoffrey? Had her eyes filled with tears when she realized that misery and Geoffrey, far from having a clandestine affair behind the back of the man they both loved, were giving him the greatest gift they could, a child he would believe to be his own? And had her heart risen up when misery told Ian she was pregnant, and Ian had crushed her to him, tears flowing from his eyes, muttering, "My dear, oh my dear," over and over again? He was sure in those few seconds that all of those things had happened. But instead of weeping with exalted grief, as she should have done when misery expired, giving birth to the boy whom Ian and Geoffrey would presumably raise together, she was mad as hell. "She can't be dead!" Annie Wilkes shrieked at him. Her hand snapped open and hooked closed in a faster and faster rhythm. "Misery Chastain cannot be dead!" Annie, please." There was a glass water pitcher on the table. She seized it up and brandished it at him. Cold water splashed his face. An ice cube landed behind his left ear and slid down the pillow into the hollow of his shoulder. In his mind, so vivid, he saw her bringing the pitcher down into his face. He saw himself dying of a fractured skull and a massive cerebral hemorrhage, in a freezing flood of ice water while goose pimples formed on his arms. She wanted to do it. There was no question of that. At the very last moment, she pivoted away from him and flung the water pitcher at the door instead, where it shattered as the soup bowl had the other day. She looked back at him and brushed her hair away from her face. 2 hard little spots of red had now bloomed in the white, with the backs of her hands. "Dirty bird!" she panted. "Oh, you dirty birdie, how could you?" He spoke rapidly, urgently, eyes flashing, riveted on her face. He was positive in that moment that his life might depend on what he was able to say in the next 20 seconds. "Annie, in 1871 women frequently died in childbirth. Misery gave her life for her husband and her best friend and her child. The spirit of misery will always—" "I don't want her spirit!" she screamed, hooking her fingers into claws and shaking them at him as if she would tear his eyes out. "I want her! You killed her! You murdered her!" Her hands snapped shut into fists again, and she drove them down like pistons, one on either side of his head. They punched deep into the pillow, and he bounced like a rag doll. His legs flared, and he cried out. "I didn't kill her!" he screamed. She froze, staring at him with that narrow black expression, that look of crevasse. "Of course not," she said, bitterly sarcastic. "And if you didn't, Paul Sheldon, who did?" "No one," he said more quietly. "She just died." Ultimately, he knew this to be the truth. If Misery Chastain had been a real person, he knew he might very well have been called upon to aid the police in their inquiries, as the euphemism went. After all, he had a motive. He had hated her. Ever since the third book, he had hated her. For April Fool's Day 4 years ago, he'd had a small booklet privately printed, and had sent it to a dozen close acquaintances. It had been called Misery's Hobby. In it, Misery spent a cheerful country weekend boffing Growler, Ian's Irish setter. He might have murdered her, but he hadn't. In the end, in spite of his having grown to despise her, Misery's death had been something of a surprise to him. He had remained true enough to himself for art to imitate life, however feebly, to the very end of Misery's hackneyed adventures. She had died a most unexpected death. His cheerful capering had in no way changed the fact. "You lie," Annie whispered. "I thought you were good, but you are not good. You are just a lying old dirty birdie." She slipped away, that's all. Sometimes that happens. It was like life when someone just... She overturned the table by the bed. The one shallow drawer spilled out. His wristwatch and pocket change spilled out with it. He hadn't even known they were there. He cringed back from her. "You must think I was born yesterday," she said. Her lips drew back from her teeth. "In my job, I saw dozens of people die, hundreds now that I think about it. Sometimes they go screaming, and sometimes they go in their sleep. They just slip away, the way you said, sure. But characters in stories do not just slip away. God takes us when he thinks it's time, and a writer is God to the people in a story. He made them up just like God made us up. And no one can get a hold of God to make him explain, all right, okay. But as far as Misery goes, I'll tell you one thing, you dirty bird. I'll tell you that God just happens to have a couple of broken legs. And God just happens to be in my house, eating my food and..." She went blank then. She straightened up with her hands hanging limply by her sides, looking at the wall where an old photograph of the Arc de Triomphe was hung. She stood there, and Paul lay in his bed with round marks in the pillow beside his ears and looked at her. He could hear the water which had been in the pitcher dripping on the floor, and it came to him that he could commit murder. This was a question which had occurred to him from time to time, strictly academic, of course. Only now it wasn't, and he had the answer. If she hadn't thrown the pitcher, he would have shattered it on the floor himself and tried to shove one of the broken pieces of glass into her throat while she stood there, as inert as an umbrella stand. He looked down into the spillage from the drawer, but there was only the change, a pen, a comb, and his watch. No wallet. More important, no Swiss Army knife. She came back a little at a time, and the anger at least was gone. She looked down at him sadly. "I think I better go now. I don't think I better be around you for a while. I don't think it's wise. Go? Where? It doesn't matter. A place I know. If I stay here, I'll do something unwise. I need to think. Goodbye, Paul." She strode across the room. "Will you be back to give me my medication?" he asked, alarmed. She grasped the doorknob and pulled the door shut without answering. For the first time, he heard the rattle of a key. He heard her footsteps going off down the hall. He winced as she cried out angrily, words he couldn't understand, and something else fell and shattered. A door slammed. An engine cranked over and then started up. The low, crunching squeal of tires turned to unpacked snow. Now the motor sound began to go away. It dwindled to a snore and then to a drone and was finally gone. He was alone. Alone in Annie Wilkes' house, locked in this room, locked in this bed. The distance between here and Denver was like, well, the distance between the Boston Zoo and Africa. He lay in bed looking at the ceiling, his throat dry and his heart beating fast. After a while, the parlor clock chimed noon and the tide began to go out. 51 hours. He knew just how long because of the pen, the Flair fine liner he had been carrying in his pocket at the time of the crash. He had been able to reach down and snag it. Every time the clock chimed, he made a mark on his arm. 4 vertical marks and then a diagonal slash to seal the quintet. When she came back, there were 10 groups of 5 and 1 extra. The little groups, neat at first, grew increasingly jagged as his hands began to tremble. He didn't believe he had missed a single hour. He had dozed, but never really slept. The chiming of the clock woke him each time the hour came around. After a while, he began to feel hunger and thirst, even through the pain. It became something like a horse race. At first, King of Pain was far in the lead, and I Got the Hungries was some 12 furlongs back. Pretty Thirsty was nearly lost in the dust. Then around sunup on the day after she had left, I Got the Hungries actually gave King of Pain a brief run for his money. He had spent much of the night alternately dozing and waking in a cold sweat, sure that he was dying. After a while, he began to hope he was dying. Anything to be out of it. He'd never had any idea how bad the hurting could get. The pilings grew and grew. He could see the barnacles which encrusted them, could see pale, drowned things lying limply in the clefts of the wood. They were the lucky things. For them, the hurting was over. Around 3, he had lapsed into a bout of useless screaming. By noon of the second day, hour 24, he realized that as bad as the pain in his legs and pelvis was, something else was also making him hurt. It was withdrawal. Call this horse junkie's revenge if you wanted. He needed the capsules in more ways than one. He thought of trying to get out of the bed, but the thought of the thump and the drop and the accompanying escalation of pain constantly deterred him. He could imagine all too well, so vivid, how it would feel. He might have tried anyway, but she had locked the door. What could he do besides crawl across to it, snail-like, and lie there? In desperation, he pushed back the blankets with his hands for the first time, hoping against hope that it wasn't as bad as the shapes the blankets made seemed to suggest it was. It wasn't as bad. It was worse. He stared with horror at what he had become below the knees. In his mind, he heard the voice of Ronald Reagan in King's Row shrieking, "Where's the rest of me?" The rest of him was here, and he might get out of this. The prospects for doing so seemed ever more remote, but he supposed it was technically possible. But he might well never walk again, and surely not until each of his legs had been rebroken, perhaps in several places, and pinned with steel, and mercilessly overhauled, and subjected to 100 shriekingly painful indignities. She had splinted them. Of course he had known that, felt the rigid, ungiving shapes. But until now he had not known what she had done it with. The lower parts of both legs were circled with slim steel rods that looked like the hacksawed remains of aluminum crutches. The rods had been strenuously taped so that from the knees down he looked a bit like Imhotep when he had been discovered in his tomb. The legs themselves meandered strangely up to his knees, turning outward here, jagging inward there. His left knee, a throbbing focus of pain, no longer seemed to exist at all. There was a calf and a thigh, and then a sickening bunch in the middle that looked like a salt dome. His upper legs were badly swollen and seemed to have bowed slightly outwards. His thighs, crotch, Even his penis were all still mottled with fading bruises. He had thought his lower legs might be shattered. That was not so, as it turned out. They had been pulverized. Moaning, crying, he pulled the blankets back up. No rolling out of bed. Better to lie here, die here. Better to accept this level of pain, terrific as it was, until all pain was gone. Around 4 o'clock of the second day, Pretty Thirsty made its move. He had been aware of dryness in his mouth and throat for a long time, but now it began to seem more urgent. His tongue felt thick, too large. Swallowing hurt. He began to think of the pitcher of water she had dashed away. He dozed, woke, dozed. Day passed away. Night fell. He had to urinate. He laid the top sheet over his penis, hoping to create a crude filter, and urinated through it into his cupped and shaking hands. He tried to think of it as recycling, and drank what he had managed to hold, and then licked his wet palms. Here was something else he reckoned he would not tell people about, if he lived long enough to tell them anything. He began to believe she was dead. She was deeply unstable, and unstable people frequently took their own lives. He saw her, so vivid, pulling over to the side of the road in Old Bessie, taking a .44 from under the seat, putting it in her mouth, and shooting herself. "With misery dead, I don't want to live. Goodbye, cruel world," Annie cried through a rain of tears, and pulled the trigger. He cackled, then moaned, then screamed. The wind screamed with him, but took no other notice. Or an accident. Was that possible? Oh, yes, sir. He saw her driving grimly, going too fast, and then, he doesn't get it from my side of the family, going blank and driving right off the side of the road, down and down and down, hitting once and bursting into a fireball, dying without even knowing it. If she was dead, he would die in here, a rat in a dry trap. He kept thinking unconsciousness would come and relieve him, but unconsciousness declined. Instead, hour 30 came, and hour 40. Now King of Pain and Pretty Thirsty merged into one single horse. I Got the Hungries had been left in the dust long since, and he began to feel like nothing more than a slice of living tissue on a microscope slide, or a worm on a hook. Something, anyway, twisting endlessly, and waiting only to die. When she came in, he thought at first she must be a dream, but then reality, or mere brute survival, took over, and he began to moan and beg and plead, all of it broken, all of it coming from a deepening well of unreality. The one thing he saw clearly was that she was wearing a dark blue dress and a sprigged hat. It was exactly the sort of outfit he had imagined her wearing on the stand in Denver. Her color was high, and her eyes sparkled with life and vivacity. She was as close to pretty as Annie Wilkes ever could be. And when he tried to remember that scene later, the only clear images he could fix upon were her flushed cheeks and the sprigged hat. From some final stronghold of sanity and evaluative clarity, the rational Paul Sheldon had thought, "She looks like a widow who just got fucked after a 10-year dry spell." In her hand she held a glass of water, a tall glass of water. "Take this," she said, and put a hand still cool from the out-of-doors on the back of his neck so he could sit up enough to drink without choking. He took 3 fast mouthfuls, the pores on the arid plain of his tongue widening and clamoring at the shock of the water, some of it spilling down his chin and onto the T-shirt he wore, and then she drew it away from him. He mewled for it, holding his shaking hands out. "No," she said. "No, Paul. A little at a time or you'll vomit." After a bit she gave it back to him and allowed 2 more swallows. "This stuff," he said, coughing. He sucked at his lips and ran his tongue over them and then sucked his tongue. He could vaguely remember drinking his own piss, how hot it had been, how salty. "The capsules, pain, please, Annie, please, for God's sake help me, the pain is so bad." I know it is. But you must listen to me," she said, looking at him with that stern yet maternal expression. "I had to get away and think. I have thought deeply, and I hope I've thought well. I was not entirely sure. My thoughts are often muddy, I know that. I accept that. It's why I couldn't remember where I was all those times they kept asking me about. So I prayed. There is a God, you know, and He answers prayers. He always does. So I prayed. I said, 'Dear God, Paul Sheldon may be dead when I get back.' But God said, 'He will not be. I have spared him, so you may shew him the way he must go.'" She said show as shoe, but Paul was barely hearing her anyway. His eyes were fixed on the glass of water. She gave him another 3 swallows. He slurped like a horse, burped, then cried out as shudder cramps coursed through him. During all of this she looked at him benignly. "I will give you your medication and relieve your pain," she said. "But first you have a job to do. I'll be right back." She got up and headed for the door. "No!" he screamed. She took no notice at all. He lay in bed, cocooned in pain, trying not to moan, and moaning anyway. At first he thought he had lapsed into delirium. What he was seeing was too bizarre to be sane. When Annie returned, she was pushing a charcoal grill in front of her. "Annie, I'm in terrible pain." Tears coursed down his cheeks. "I know, my dear." She kissed his cheek, the touch of her lips as gentle as the fall of a feather. "Soon." She left, and he looked stupidly at the charcoal grill, something meant for an outdoor summer patio which now stood in his room, calling up relentless images of idols and sacrifices. And sacrifice was what she had in mind, of course. When she came back, she was carrying the manuscript of Fast Cars, the only existing result of his 2 years' work, in one hand. In the other, she had a box of diamond blue-tip wooden matches. "No," he said, crying and shaking. One thought worked at him, burned in him like acid. For less than $100 he could have had the manuscript photocopied in Boulder. People, Bryce, both of his ex-wives, hell, even his mother, had always told him he was crazy not to make at least one copy of his work and put it aside. After all, the Boulderado could catch on fire, or the New York townhouse. There might be a tornado or a flood or some other natural disaster. He had constantly refused, for no rational reason. It was just that making copies seemed a jinx thing to do. Well, here was the jinx and the natural disaster all rolled up in one. Here was Hurricane Annie. In her innocence, it had apparently never even crossed her mind that there might be another copy of Fast Cars someplace. And if he had just listened, if he had just invested the lousy $100. "Yes," she replied, holding out the matches to him. The manuscript, clean white hammer-mill bond, with a title page topmost, lay on her lap. Her face was clear and calm. "No," he said, turning his burning face away from her. "Yes, it's filthy. That aside, it's also no good." "You wouldn't know good if it walked up and bit your nose off!" he yelled, not caring. She laughed gently. Her temper had apparently gone on vacation. But Paul thought, knowing Annie Wilkes, it could arrive back unexpectedly at any moment, bags in hand. Couldn't stand to stay away. "How you doing?" "First of all," she said, "good would not bite my nose off. Evil might, but not good. Second of all, I do know good when I see it. You are good, Paul. All you need is a little help. Now take the matches." He shook his head stiffly back and forth. "No. Yes. No. Yes. No, God damn it! Use all the profanity you want. I've heard it all before. I won't do it." He closed his eyes. When he opened them, she was holding out a cardboard square with the word Novro printed across the top in bright blue letters. Sample, the red letters just below the trade name read, "Not to be dispensed without physician's prescription." Below the warning were 4 capsules in blister packs. He grabbed. She pulled the cardboard out of his reach. "When you burn it," she said. "Then I'll give you the capsules. All 4 of these, I think. And the pain will go away. You'll begin to feel serene again. And when you've got a hold of yourself, I'll change your bedding. I see you've wetted. It must be uncomfortable. And I'll also change you. By then you will be hungry, and I can give you some soup. Perhaps some unbuttered toast. But until you burn it, Paul, I can do nothing. I'm sorry." His tongue wanted to say, "Yes, yes, okay." And so he bit it. He rolled away from her again, away from the enticing, maddening cardboard square, the white capsules in her lozenge-shaped transparent blisters. "You're the devil," he said. Again he expected rage and got the indulgent laugh, with its undertones of knowing sadness. "Oh, yes. Yes! That's what a child thinks when Mummy comes into the kitchen and sees him playing with the cleaning fluid from under the sink. He doesn't say it that way, of course, because he doesn't have your education. He just says, 'Mommy, you're mean.'" Her hand brushed his hair away from his hot brow. The fingers trailed down his cheek, across the side of his neck, and then squeezed his shoulder briefly, with compassion, before drawing away. The mother feels badly when her child says she's mean, or if he cries for what's been taken away as you are crying now. But she knows she's right, and so she does her duty, as I am doing mine. 3 quick, dull thumps, as Annie dropped her knuckles on the manuscript. 190,000 words and 5 lives that a well and pain-free Paul Sheldon had cared deeply about. 190,000 words and 5 lives that he was finding more dispensable as each moment passed. The pills. The pills. He had to have the goddamn pills. The lies were shadows. The pills were not. They were real. "Paul." "No!" he sobbed. The faint rattle of the capsules in their blisters. Silence. Then the woody shuffle of the matches in their box. "Paul." "No!" "I'm waiting, Paul." "Why in Christ's name are you doing this asshole Horatio at the Bridge Act? And who in Christ's name are you trying to impress? You think this is a movie or a TV show and you're getting graded by some audience on your bravery? You can do what she wants or you can hold out. If you hold out, you'll die. And then she'll burn the manuscript anyway. So what are you going to do? Lie here and suffer for a book that would sell half as many copies as the least successful misery book you ever wrote? And which Peter Prescott would shit upon in his finest genteel disparaging manner when he reviewed it for that great literary oracle, Newsweek. Come on, come on. Wise up. Even Galileo recanted when he saw they really meant to go through with it. "Paul, I'm waiting. I can wait all day. Although I rather suspect that you may go into a coma before too long. I believe you're in a near comatose state now, and I have a lot of—" Her voice droned away. "Yes, give me the matches. Give me a blowtorch. Give me a baby Huey and a load of napalm. I'll drop a tactical nuke on it if that's what you want, you fucking beldame." So spoke the opportunist, the survivor. Yet another part, failing now, near comatose itself, went wailing off into the darkness. 190,000 words, 5 lives, 2 years' work. And what was the real bottom line? The truth. What you knew about the fucking truth. There was the creak of bed springs as she stood up. "Well, you are a very stubborn little boy, I must say. And I can't sit by your bed all night as much as I'd like to. After all, I've been driving for nearly an hour, hurrying to get back here. I'll drop in a bit and see if you've changed. You burn it then! He yelled at her. She turned and looked at him. No, she said. I cannot do that, as much as I would like to, and spare you the agony you feel. Why not? Because, she said primly, you must do it of your own free will. He began to laugh then, and her face darkened for the first time since she had come back, and she left the room with a manuscript under her arm. When she came back an hour later, he took the matches. She laid the title page on the grill. He tried to light one of the blue tips and couldn't because it kept missing the rough strip or falling out of his hand. So Annie took the box and lit the match and put the lit match in his hand, and he touched it to the corner of the paper, and then let the match fall into the pot and watched, fascinated, as the flame tasted, then gulped. She had a barbecue fork with her this time, and when the page began to curl up, she poked it through the gaps in the grill. This is going to take forever, he said. I can't. No, we'll make quick work of it, she said. But you must burn a few of the single pages, Paul, as a symbol of your understanding. She now laid the first page of Fast Cars on the grill. Words he remembered writing some 24 months ago in the New York townhouse. I don't have no wheels, Tony Bonasaro said, walking up to the girl coming down the steps. And I am a slow learner, but I am a fast driver. Oh, it brought that day back like the right golden oldie on the radio. He remembered walking around the apartment from room to room, big with book, more than big, gravid, and here were the labor pains. He remembered finding one of Joan's bras under a sofa cushion earlier in the day, and she had been gone a full 3 months. Showed you what kind of a job the cleaning service did. He remembered hearing New York traffic, and faintly the monotonous tolling of a church bell calling the faithful to Mass. He remembered sitting down. As always, the blessed relief of starting, a feeling that was like falling into a hole filled with bright light. As always, the glum knowledge that he would not write as well as he wanted to write. As always, the terror of not being able to finish, of accelerating into a blank wall. As always, the marvelous, joyful, nervy feeling of journey begun. He looked at Annie Wilkes and said, clearly but not loud, Annie, please don't make me do this. She held the matches immovably before him and said, You can do as you choose. So he burned his book. She made him burn the first page, the last page, and 9 pairs of pages from various points in the manuscript, because 9, she said, was a number of power, and 9 doubled was lucky. He saw that she had used a magic marker to black out the profanities, at least as far as she had read. Now, she said when the 9th pair was burned, you've been a good boy and a real sport, and I know this hurts you almost as badly as your legs do, and I won't draw it out any longer. She removed the grill and set the rest of the manuscript into the pot, crunching down the crispy black curls of the pages he had already burned. The room stank of matches and burned paper. Smells like the devil's cloakroom, he thought deliriously. And if there had been anything in the wrinkled walnut shell that had once been his stomach, he supposed he would have vomited it up. She lit another match and put it in his hand. Somehow he was able to lean over and drop the match into the pot. It didn't matter anymore. It didn't matter. She was nudging him. Wearily he opened his eyes. It went out. She scratched another match and put it in his hand. So he somehow managed to lean over again, awakening rusty bandsaws in his legs as he did so, and touched the match to the corner of the pile of manuscript. This time the flames spread instead of shrinking and dying around the stick. He leaned back, eyes shut, listening to the crackling sound, feeling the full, baking heat. Goodness! She cried, alarmed. He opened his eyes and saw that charred bits of paper were wafting up from the barbecue on the heated air. Annie lumbered from the room. He heard water from the tub taps thud into the floor pail. He idly watched a dark piece of manuscript float across the room and land on one of the gauzy curtains. There was a brief spark. He had time to wonder if perhaps the room was going to catch on fire. It winked once and then went out, leaving a tiny hole like a cigarette burn. Ash shifted down on the bed. Some landed on his arms. He didn't really care one way or the other. Annie came back, eyes trying to dart everywhere at once, trying to trace the course of each carbonized page as it rose and seesawed. Flames flipped and flickered over the edge of the pot. "Goodness!" she said again, holding the bucket of water and looking around, trying to decide where to throw it or if it needed to be thrown at all. Her lips were trembling and wet with spit. As Paul watched, her tongue darted out and slicked them afresh. "Goodness! Goodness!" It seemed to be all she could say. Even caught in the squeezing vice of his pain, Paul felt an instant of intense pleasure. This was what Annie Wilkes looked like when she was frightened. It was a look he would come to love. Another page wafted up, this one still running with little tendrils of low blue fire, and that decided her. With another "goodness," she carefully poured the bucket of water into the barbecue pot. There was a monstrous hissing and a plume of steam. The smell was wet and awful, charred and yet somehow creamy. When she left, he managed to get up on his elbow one final time. He looked into the barbecue pot and saw something that looked like a charred lump of log floating in a brackish pond. After a while, Annie Wilkes came back. Incredibly, she was humming. She sat him up and pushed capsules into his mouth. He swallowed them and lay back, thinking, "I'm going to kill her." "Eat," she said from far away, and he felt stinging pain. He opened his eyes and saw her sitting beside him. For the first time he was actually on a level with her, facing her. He realized with bleary, distant surprise that for the first time in untold eons he was sitting too, actually sitting up. Who gives a shit, he thought, and let his eyes slip shut again. The tide was in. The pilings were covered. The tide had finally come in, and the next time it went out, it might go out forever. So he was going to ride the waves while there were waves left to ride. He could think about sitting up later. "Eat," she said again. And this was followed by a recurrence of pain. It buzzed against the left side of his head, making him whine and try to pull away. "Eat, Paul! You've got to come out of it enough to eat her." Zing! His earlobe. She was pinching it. "Kay," he muttered. "Kay, don't yank it off for God's sake." He forced his eyes open. Each lid felt as if it had a cement block dangling from it. Immediately the spoon was in his mouth, dumping hot soup down his throat. He swallowed to keep from drowning. Suddenly, out of nowhere, "The most amazing comeback this announcer has ever seen, ladies and gentlemen," "I Got the Hungries" came bursting into view. It was as if that first spoonful of soup had awakened his gut from a hypnotic trance. He took the rest as fast as she could spoon it into his mouth, seeming to grow more rather than less hungry as he slurped and swallowed. He had a vague memory of her wheeling out the sinister smoking barbecue, and then wheeling in something which in his drugged and fading state he had thought might be a shopping cart. The idea had caused him to feel neither surprise nor wonder. He was visiting with Annie Wilkes, after all. Barbecues, shopping carts, maybe tomorrow a parking meter or a nuclear warhead. When you lived in the fun house, the laugh riot just never stopped. He had drifted off, but now he realized that the shopping cart had been a folded-up wheelchair. He was sitting in it, his splinted legs stuck stiffly out in front of him, his pelvic area feeling uncomfortably swollen and not very happy with the new position. She put me in it while I was conked out, he thought. Lifted me. Dead weight. Christ, she must be strong. "Finished," she said. "I'm pleased to see how well you took that soup, Paul. I believe you're going to mend. We will not say good is new, alas, no. But if we don't have any more of these contretemps. I believe you'll mend just fine. Now I'm going to change your nasty old bed, and when that's done, I'm going to change the nasty old you. And then if you're not having too much pain and still feel hungry, I'm going to let you have some toast." "Thank you, Annie," he said humbly, and thought, "Your throat. If I can, I'll give you a chance to lick your lips and say, 'Goodness,' but only once, Annie. Only once." 4 hours later, he was back in bed, and he would have burned all his books for even a single novel. Sitting hadn't bothered him a bit while he was doing it. Not with enough shit in his bloodstream to have put half the Prussian army to sleep. But now it felt as if a swarm of bees had been loosed in the lower half of his body. He screamed very loudly. The food must have done something for him, because he could not remember being able to scream so loudly since he had emerged from the dark cloud. He sensed her standing just outside the bedroom door in the hallway for a long time before she actually came in, immobile, turned off, unplugged, gazing blankly at no more than the doorknob, or perhaps the pattern of lines in her own hands. "Here." She gave him his medication. 2 capsules this time. He swallowed them, holding her wrist to steady the glass. "I bought you 2 presents in town," she said, getting up. "Did you?" he croaked. She pointed at the wheelchair which brooded in the corner with its steel leg rest stuck stiffly out. "I'll show you the other one tomorrow. Now get some sleep, Paul." But for a long time no sleep came. He floated on the dope and thought about the situation he was in. It seemed a little easier now. It was easier to think about than the book which he had created and then uncreated. Things. Isolated things like pieces of cloth which may be pieced together to make a quilt. They were miles from the neighbors who Annie said didn't like her. What was the name? Boynton. No, Roydman. That was it, Roydman. And how far from the town? Not too far, surely. It was in a circle whose diameter might be as small as 15 miles or as large as 45. Annie Wilkes' house was in that circle, and the Roydmans and downtown Sidewinder, however pitifully small that might be. And my car, my Camaro's somewhere in that circle, too. Did the police find it? He thought not. He was a well-known person. If a car had been found with tags registered in his name, a little elementary checking would have shown he had been in Boulder and then dropped out of sight. The discovery of his wrecked and empty car would have prompted a search, stories on the news. She never watches the news on TV, never listens to the radio at all, unless she's got one with an earplug or phones. It was all a little like a dog in a Sherlock Holmes story, the one that didn't bark. His car hadn't been found because the cops hadn't come. If it had been found, they would have checked everyone in his hypothetical circle, wouldn't they? And just how many people could there be in such a circle, here close to the top of the western slope? The Roydmans, Annie Wilkes, maybe 10 or 12 others. And just because it hadn't been found so far didn't mean it wouldn't be found. His vivid imagination, which he had not gotten from anyone on his mother's side of the family, now took over. The cop was tall, handsome in a cold way, his sideburns perhaps a bit longer than regulation. He was wearing dark sunglasses in which the person being questioned would see his own face in duplicate. His voice had a flat Midwestern twang. "Now, we found an overturned car halfway down Humbuggy Mountain, which belongs to a famous writer named Paul Sheldon. There's some blood on the seats and the dashboard, but no sign of him. Must have crawled out, maybe even have wandered away in a daze." That was a laugh, considering the state of his legs. But of course they would not know what injuries he might have sustained. They would only assume that if he was not here, he must have been strong enough to get at least a little way. The course of their deductions was not apt to lead to such an unlikely possibility as kidnapping, at least not at first, probably never. "Do you remember seeing anyone on the road the day of the storm? Tall man, 42 years old, sandy hair, probably wearing blue jeans and a check flannel shirt and a parka. Might have looked sort of bunged up. Hell, might not even have known who he was." Annie would give the cop coffee in the kitchen. Annie would be mindful that all the doors between there and the spare bedroom should be closed, in case he should groan. "Why, no, officer, I didn't see a soul. In fact, I came back from town just as quick as I could when Tony Roberts told me that bad old storm wasn't turning south after all." The cop setting down the coffee cup and getting up. "Well, if you should see anyone fitting the description, ma'am, I hope you'll get in touch with us just as fast as you can. He's quite a famous person, been in People magazine, some other ones, too." "I certainly will, officer." And away he would go. Maybe something like that had already happened and he just didn't know about it. Maybe his imaginary cop's actual counterpart or counterparts had visited Annie while he was doped out. God knew he spent enough time doped out. More thought convinced him it was unlikely. He wasn't Joe Blow from Kokomo, just some transient blowing through. He had been in People, first bestseller, and Us, first divorce. There had been a question about him one Sunday in Walter Scott's personality parade. There would have been rechecks, maybe by phone, maybe by the cops themselves. When a celebrity, even a quasi-celebrity like a writer, disappeared, the heat came on. You're only guessing, man. Maybe guessing, maybe deducing. Either way, it was better than just lying here and doing nothing. What about guardrails? He tried to remember and couldn't. He could only remember reaching for his cigarettes and the amazing way the ground and sky had switched places, then darkness. But again, deduction or educated guesswork, if you wanted to be snotty, made it easier to believe there had been none. Smashed guardrails and snapped guy wires would have alerted road crews. So what exactly had happened? He had lost control at a place where there wasn't much of a drop, that was what. Just enough grade to allow the car to flip over in space. If the drop had been steeper, there would have been guardrails. If the drop had been steeper, Annie Wilkes would have found it difficult or impossible to get him, let alone drag him back to the road by herself. So where was his car? Buried in the snow, of course. Paul put his arm over his eyes and saw a town plow coming up the road where he has crashed only 2 hours earlier. The plow is a dim orange blob in the driving snow near the end of this day. The man driving is bundled to the eyes. On his head he wears an old-fashioned trainman's cap of blue and white pillow tick. To his right, at the bottom of a shallow slope which will not far from here deepen into a more typical up-country gorge, lies Paul Sheldon's Camaro, with a faded blue Heart for President sticker on the rear bumper just about the brightest thing down there. The guy driving the plow doesn't see the car. Bumper sticker is too faded to catch his eye. The wing plows block most of his side vision, and besides, it's almost dark and he's beat. He just wants to finish this last run so he can turn the plow over to his relief and get a hot cup of joe. He sweeps past. The plow spuming cloudy snow into the gully. The Camaro, already drifted to the windows, is now buried to the roofline. Later, in the deepest part of a stormy twilight, when even the things directly in front of you look unreal, the second shift man drives by, headed in the opposite direction, and entombs it. Paul opened his eyes and looked at the plaster ceiling. There was a fine series of hairline cracks up there that seemed to make a trio of interlocked W's. He had become very familiar with them over the endless run of days he had lain here since coming out of the cloud, and now he traced them again, idly thinking of W words, such as wicked, and wretched, and witch-like, and wriggling. Yes, could have been that way, could have been. Had she thought of what might happen when his car was found? She might have. She was nuts, but being nuts didn't make her stupid. Yet it had never crossed her mind that he might have a duplicate of fast cars. Yeah, she was right. That bitch was right. I didn't. Images of the blackened pages floated up, the flames, the sounds, the smell of the uncreation. He gritted his teeth against the images and tried to shut his mind away from them. Vivid was not always good. No, you didn't. But 9 out of 10 writers would have, At least they would if they were getting paid as much as you have been for even the non-misery books. She never even thought of it. She's not a writer. Neither is she stupid, as I think we've both agreed. I think that she is filled with herself. She does not just have a large ego, but one which is positively grandiose. Burning it seemed to her the proper thing to do, and the idea that her concept of the proper thing to do might be short-circuited by something so piddling as a bank Xerox machine and a couple of rolls of quarters. That blip just never crossed her screen, my friend. His other deductions might be like houses built on quicksand, but this view of Annie Wilkes seemed to him as solid as the Rock of Gibraltar. Because of his researches for misery, he had rather more than a layman's understanding of neurosis and psychosis, and he knew that although a borderline psychotic might have alternating periods of deep depression and almost aggressive cheerfulness and hilarity, the puffed and infected ego underlay all, positive that all eyes were upon him or her, positive that he or she was starring in a great drama. The outcome was a thing for which untold millions waited with held breath. Such an ego simply forbade certain lines of thought. These lines were predictable because they all stretched in the same direction, from the unstable person to objects, situations, or other persons outside of the subject's field of control, or fantasy. To the neurotic there might be some difference, but to the psychotic they were one and the same. Annie Wilkes had wanted fast cars destroyed, and so to her there had been only one copy. Maybe I could have saved the damn thing by telling her there were more. She would have seen destroying the manuscript was futile. His breathing, which had been slowing towards sleep, suddenly caught in his throat, and his eyes widened. Yes, she would have seen it was futile. She would have been forced to acknowledge one of those lines leading to a place beyond her control. The ego would be hurt, squealing. I have such a temper. If she had been clearly faced with the fact that she couldn't destroy his dirty book, might she not have decided to destroy the creator of the dirty book instead? After all, there was no copy of Paul Sheldon. His heart was beating fast. In the other room the clock began to bong, and overhead he heard her thumping footfalls across the ceiling. The faint sound of her urinating, the toilet flushing, the heavy pad of her feet as she went back to bed, the creak of the spring. You won't make me mad again, will you? His mind suddenly tried to break into a gallop, an overbred trotter trying to break stride. What, if anything, did all this dime-store psychoanalysis mean in terms of his car? About when it was found? What did it mean to him? Wait a minute, he whispered in the dark. Wait a minute. Just hold the phone. Slow down. He put his arm across his eyes again and again conjured up the state trooper with the dark sunglasses and the overlong sideburns. We found an overturned car halfway down Humbuggy Mountain, the state trooper was saying, and blah-de-blah-de-blah. Only this time Annie doesn't invite him to stay for coffee. This time she isn't going to feel safe until he's out of her house and far down the road. Even in the kitchen, even with 2 closed doors between them and the guest room, even with a guest doped to his ears, the trooper might hear a groan. If his car was found, Annie Wilkes would know she was in trouble, wouldn't she? Yes, Paul whispered. His legs were beginning to hurt again, but in the dawning horror of this recognition, he barely noticed. She would be in trouble not because she had taken him to her house, especially if it was closer than Sidewinder, and so Paul believed it to be. For that they would probably give her a medal and a lifetime membership in the Misery Chastain fan club. To Paul's endless chagrin, there actually was such a thing. The problem was she had taken him to her house and installed him in the guest room and told no one. No phone call to the local ambulance service. This is Annie up on the Humbuggy Mountain Road, and I've got a fellow here who looks a bit like King Kong used him for a trampoline. The problem was, she had filled him full of dope to which she was certainly not supposed to have access. Not if he was even half as hooked as he thought he was. The problem was, she had followed the dope with a weird sort of treatment, sticking IV needles in his arms, splinting his legs with sawed-off pieces of aluminum crutches. The problem was, Annie Wilkes had been on the stand up there in Denver. And not as a supporting witness either, Paul thought. I'd bet the house and a lot on that. So she watches the cop go down the road in his spandy-clean cruiser. Spandy-clean except for the caked chunks of snow and salt nestled in the wheel wells and under the bumpers, that is. And she feels safe again. But not too safe, because now she is like an animal with its wind up. Way, way up. The cops will look and look and look, because he is not just good old Joe Blow from Kokomo. He is Paul Sheldon, the literary Zeus from whose brow sprang Misery Chastain, darling of the dump bins and sweetheart of the supermarkets. Maybe when they don't find him, they'll stop looking, or at least look someplace else. But maybe one of the Roydmans saw her going by that night, and saw something funny in the back of old Bessie, something wrapped in a quilt, something vaguely manlike. Even if they hadn't seen such a thing, she wouldn't put it past the Roydmans to make up a story to get her in trouble. They didn't like her. The cops might come back, and next time her house guest might not be so quiet. He remembered her eyes darting around aimlessly when the fire in the barbecue pot was on the verge of getting out of control. He could see her tongue slicking her lips. He could see her walking back and forth, hands clenching and unclenching, peeking every now and then into the guest room where he lay lost in his cloud. Every now and then she would utter, "Goodness," to the empty rooms. She had stolen a rare bird with beautiful feathers, a rare bird which came from Africa. And what would they do if they found out? Why, put her up on the stand again, of course. Put her up on the stand again in Denver. And this time she might not walk free. He took his arm away from his eyes. He looked at the interlocking W's swaying drunkenly across the ceiling. He didn't need his elbow over his eyes to see the rest. She might hang on to him for a day or a week. It might take a follow-up phone call or visit to make her decide to get rid of her rara avis. But in the end she would do it, just as wild dogs begin to bury their illicit kills after they've been hunted a while. She would give him 5 pills instead of 2, or perhaps smother him with a pillow. Perhaps she would simply shoot him. Surely there was a rifle around somewhere. Almost everyone living in the high country had one, and that would take care of the problem. No, not the gun. Too messy. Might leave evidence. None of that had happened yet because no one had found the car. They might be looking for him in New York or L.A., but no one was looking for him in Sidewinder, Colorado. But in the spring... The W's straggled across the ceiling. Washed. Wiped. Wasted. The throbbing in his legs was more insistent. The next time the clock bonged, she would come, but he was almost afraid she would read his thoughts on his face, like the bare premise of a story too gruesome to write. His eyes drifted left. There was a calendar on the wall. It showed a boy riding a sled down a hill. It was February according to the calendar, but if his calculations were right, it was already early March. Annie Wilkes had just forgotten to turn the page. How long before the melting snows revealed his Camaro with its New York plates and its registration in the glove compartment, proclaiming the owner to be Paul Sheldon? How long before that trooper called on her, or until she read it in the paper? How long until the spring melt? 6 weeks? 5? That could be the length of my life, Paul thought, and began shuddering. By then his legs were fully awake, and it was not until she had come in and given him another dose of medicine that he was able to fall asleep. The next evening she brought him the Royal. It was an office model from an era when such things as electric typewriters, color TVs, and touch-tone telephones were only science fiction. It was as black and as proper as a pair of high-button shoes. Glass panels were set into the sides, revealing the machine's levers, springs, ratchets, and rods. A steel return lever, dull with disuse, jutted to one side like a hitchhiker's thumb. The roller was dusty, its hard rubber scarred and pitted. The letters Royal ran across the front of the machine in a semicircle. Grunting, she set it down on the foot of the bed between his legs, after holding it up for his inspection for a moment. He stared at it. Was it grinning? Christ, it looked like it was. Anyway, it already looked like trouble. The ribbon was a faded two-tone red over black. He had forgotten there were such ribbons. The sight of this one called up no pleasant nostalgia. "Well," she was smiling eagerly, "what do you think?" "It's nice," he said at once. "A real antique." Her smile clouded. "I didn't buy it for an antique. I bought it for second-hand. Good second-hand." He responded with immediate glibness. "Hey, there ain't no such thing as an antique typewriter. Not when you come right down to it. A good typewriter lasts damn near forever. These old office babies are tanks." If he could have reached it, he would have patted it. If he could have reached it, he would have kissed it. Her smile returned. His heartbeat slowed a little. "I got it at Used News. Isn't that a silly name for a store? But Nancy Dartmonger, the lady who runs it, is a silly woman." Annie darkened a little, but he saw at once that she was not darkening at him. The survival instinct he was discovering might be only instinct itself, but it created some really amazing shortcuts to empathy. He found himself becoming more attuned to her moods, her cycles. He listened to her tick as if she were a wounded clock. "As well as silly, she's bad, Dartmonger. Her name ought to be Whoremonger. Divorced twice, and now she's living with a bartender. That's why, when you said it was an antique—" "It looks fine," he said. She paused a long moment, and then said, as if confessing, "It has a missing N." "Does it?" "Yes. See?" She tilted the typewriter up so he could peer at the banked semicircle of keys and see the missing striker like a missing molar in a mouthful of teeth, worn but otherwise complete. "I see." She set it back down. The bed rocked a little. Paul guessed the typewriter must weigh as much as 50 pounds. It had come from a time when there were no alloys, no plastics. Also, no six-figure book advances, no movie tie-in editions, no USA Today, no Entertainment Tonight, no celebrities doing ads for credit cards or vodka. The Royal grinned at him, promising trouble. "She wanted $45, but gave me 5 off, because of the missing N." She offered him a crafty smile. No fool she, it said. He smiled back. The tide was in. That made both smiling and lying easy. "Gave it to you? You mean you didn't dick her?" Annie preened a little. "I told her N was an important letter," she allowed. "Well, good for you. Damn!" Here was a new discovery. Sycophancy was easy once you got the hang of it. Her smile grew sly, inviting him to share a delicious secret. "I told her N was one of the letters in my favorite writer's name. It's 2 of the letters in my favorite nurse's name." Her smile became a glow. Incredibly, a blush rose in her solid cheeks. That's what it would look like, he thought, if you built a furnace inside the mouth of one of those idols in the H.R. Rider Haggard stories. That is what it would look like at night. "You fooler," she simpered. "I'm not," he said, "not at all." "Well." She looked off for a moment, not blank, but just pleased, a little flustered, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Paul could have taken some pleasure in the way this was going, if not for the weight of the typewriter, as solid as the woman and also damaged. It sat there grinning with its missing tooth, promising trouble. "The wheelchair was much more expensive," she said. "Ostomy supplies have gone right out of sight since I—" She broke off, frowned, cleared her throat. Then she looked back at him, smiling. "But it's time you began sitting up, and I don't begrudge the cost one tiny bit. And of course you can't type lying down, can you?" "No. I've got a board. I cut it to size. And paper. White." She dashed from the room like a girl, leaving Paul and the typewriter to regard each other. His grin disappeared the moment her back was turned. The royals never varied. He supposed later that he had pretty well known what all this was about, just as he supposed he had known what the typewriter would sound like, how it would clack through its grin like that old comic strip character, Ducky Daddles. She came back with a package of caressable bond and shrink wrap, and a board about 3 feet wide by 4 feet long. "Look." She put the board on the arms of the wheelchair that stood by his bed, like some solemn skeletal visitor. Already he could see the ghost of himself behind that board, pent in like a prisoner. She put the typewriter on the board facing the ghost, and put the package of caressable bond, the paper he hated most in all the world because of the way the type blurred when the pages were shuffled together, beside it. She had now created a kind of cripple's study. "What do you think?" "It looks good," he said, uttering the biggest lie of his life with perfect ease, and then asked the question to which he already knew the answer. "What will I write there, do you think?" "Oh, but Paul," she said, turning to him, her eyes dancing animatedly in her flushed face. "I don't think, I know. You're going to use this typewriter to write a new novel, your best novel, Misery's Return." Misery's Return. He felt nothing at all. He supposed a man who had just cut his hand off in a power saw might feel the same species of nothing, as he stood regarding his spouting wrist with dull surprise. "Yes!" Her face shone like a searchlight. Her powerful hands were clasped between her breasts. "It'll be a book just for me, Paul. My payment for nursing you back to health. The one and only copy of the newest Misery book. I'll have something no one else in the world has, no matter how much they might want it. Think of it!" Annie, Misery is dead. But already, incredibly, he was thinking, I could bring her back. The thought filled him with tired revulsion, but no real surprise. After all, a man who could drink from a floor bucket should be capable of a little directed writing. "No, she's not," Annie replied dreamily. "Even when I was so mad at you, I knew she wasn't really dead. I knew you couldn't really kill her. Because you're good." "Am I?" he said, and looked at the typewriter. It grinned at him. "We're going to find out just how good you are, old buddy," it whispered. "Yes!" "Annie, I don't know if I can sit in that wheelchair. Last time it hurt, you bet it did. And it will hurt the next time, too. Maybe even a little more. But there will come a day, and it won't be long either, although it may seem longer to you than it really is, when it hurts a little less, and a little less, and a little less." "Annie, will you tell me one thing?" "Of course, dear." "If I write this story for you—" "Novel, a nice big one like all the others, maybe even bigger." He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. "Okay, if I write this novel for you, will you let me go when it's done?" For a moment, unease slipped cloudily across her face, and then she was looking at him carefully, studiously. "You speak as though I were keeping you prisoner, Paul." He said nothing, only looked at her. "I think that by the time you finish, you should be up to the strain of meeting people again," she said. "Is that what you want to hear?" "That's what I wanted to hear, yes." "Well, honestly, I knew writers were supposed to have big egos, but I guess I didn't understand that meant ingratitude, too." He went on looking at her, and after a moment she looked away, impatient and a little flustered. At last he said, "I'll need all the Misery books if you've got them, because I don't have my concordance." "Of course I have them," she said. Then, "What's a concordance?" "It's a loose-leaf binder where I have all my Misery stuff," he said. "Characters and places mostly, but cross-indexed 3 or 4 different ways. Timelines, historical stuff." He saw she was barely listening. This was the second time she'd shown not the slightest interest in a trick of the trade that would have held a class of would-be writers spellbound. The reason, he thought, was simplicity itself. Annie Wilkes was the perfect audience, a woman who loved stories without having the slightest interest in the mechanics of making them. She was the embodiment of that Victorian archetype, constant reader. She did not want to hear about his concordance and indices because to her misery and the characters surrounding her were perfectly real. Indices meant nothing to her. If he had spoken of a village census in Little Dunthorpe, she might have showed some interest. "I'll make sure you get the books. They're a little dog-eared, but that's a sign a book has been well read and well loved, isn't it?" "Yes," he said. No need to lie this time. "Yes, it is." "I'm going to study up on bookbinding," she said dreamily. "I'm going to bind Misery's Return myself. Except for my mother's Bible, it'll be the only real book I own." "That's good," he said, just to say something. He was feeling a little sick to his stomach. "I'll go out now so you can put on your thinking cap," she said. "This is exciting, don't you think so?" "Yes, Annie, I sure do." "I'll be in with some breast of chicken and mashed potatoes and peas for you in half an hour, even a little Jell-O because you've been such a good boy. And I'll make sure you get your pain medication right on time. You can even have an extra pill in the night if you need it. I want to make sure you get your sleep because you have to go back to work tomorrow. You'll mend faster when you're working, I bet." She went to the door, paused there for a moment, and then grotesquely blew him a kiss. The door closed behind her. He did not want to look at the typewriter and for a while resisted, but at last his eyes rolled helplessly toward it. It sat on the bureau, grinning. Looking at it was a little like looking at an instrument of torture, boot, rack, strappato, which is standing inactive, but only for the moment. "I think that by the time you finish, you should be up to the strain of meeting people again." "Oh, Annie, you were lying to both of us. I knew it and you did too. I saw it in your eyes." The limited vista now opening before him was extremely unpleasant. 6 weeks of life which he would spend suffering with his broken bones and renewing his acquaintance with Misery Chastain, née Carmichael, followed by a hasty interment in the backyard. Or perhaps she would feed his remains to Misery the pig. That would have a certain justice, black and gruesome though it might be. Then don't do it. Make her mad. She's like a walking bottle of nitroglycerin as it is. Bounce her around a little. Make her explode. Better than lying here suffering. He tried looking up at the interlocked W's, but all too soon he was looking at the typewriter again. It stood atop the bureau, mute and thick and full of words he did not want to write, grinning with its one missing tooth. "I don't think you believe that, old buddy. I think you want to stay alive even if it does hurt. If it means bringing Misery back for an encore, you'll do it. You try, anyway. But first you're going to have to deal with me. And I don't think I like your face." "Makes us even," Paul croaked. This time he tried looking out the window, where fresh snow was falling. Soon enough, however, he was looking at the typewriter again, with avid, repulsed fascination, not even aware of just when his gaze had shifted. Getting into the chair didn't hurt as much as he had feared, and that was good, because previous experience had shown him that he could hurt plenty afterwards. She set the tray of food down on the bureau, and rolled the wheelchair over to the bed. She helped him to sit up. There was a dull, thudding flare of pain in his pelvic area, but it subsided. And then she leaned over, the side of her neck pressing against his shoulder like the neck of a horse. For an instant he could feel the thump of her pulse, and his face twisted in revulsion. Then her right arm was firmly around his back, her left under his buttocks. "Try not to move from the knees while I do this," she said, and then simply slid him into the chair. She did it with the ease of a woman sliding a book into an empty slot in her bookcase. Yes, she was strong. Even in good shape, the outcome of a fight between him and Annie would have been in doubt. And as he was now, it would be like Wally Cox taking on Boom Boom Mancini. She put the board in front of him. "See how well it fits?" she said, and went to the bureau to get the food. "Annie." "Yes?" "I wonder if you could turn that typewriter around so it faces the wall." She frowned. "Why in the world do you want me to do that?" "Because I don't want it grinning at me all night." "Old superstition of mine," he said. "I always turn my typewriter to the wall before I start writing." He paused and added, "Every night while I am writing, as a matter of fact." "It's like step on a crack, break your mother's back," she said. "I never step on a crack if I can help it." She turned it around so it grinned at nothing but blank wall. "Better?" "Much." "You are such a silly," she said, and came over and began to feed him. He dreamed of Annie Wilkes in the court of some fabulous Arabian caliph, conjuring imps and genies from bottles, and then flying around the court on a magic carpet. When the carpet banked past him, her hair streamed out behind her, her eyes were as bright and flinty as the eyes of a sea captain navigating among icebergs. He saw it was woven all in green and white. It made a Colorado license plate. "Once upon a time," Annie was calling. "Once upon a time it came to pass. This happened in the days when my grandfather's grandfather was a boy. This is the story of how a poor boy. I heard this from a man who... Once upon a time. Once upon a time." When he woke up, Annie was shaking him, and bright morning sun was slanting in the window. The snow had ended. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Annie was almost trilling. "I've got yogurt and a nice boiled egg for you, and then it will be time for you to begin." He looked at her eager face and felt a strange new emotion. Hope. He had dreamed that Annie Wilkes was Scheherazade, her solid body clad in diaphanous robes, her big feet stuffed into pink sequined slippers with curly toes, as she rode on her magic carpet and chanted the incantatory phrases which opened the doors of the best stories. But of course it wasn't Annie that was Scheherazade. He was. And if what he wrote was good enough, if she could not bear to kill him until she discovered how it all came out, no matter how much or how loudly her animal instincts yelled for her to do it, that she must do it, might he not have a chance? He looked past her and saw she had turned the typewriter around before waking him. It grinned resplendently at him with its missing tooth, telling him it was all right to hope and noble to strive, but in the end it was doom alone which would count. She rolled him over to the window, so the sun fell on him for the first time in weeks, and it seemed to him he could feel his pasty white skin, dotted here and there with minor bedsores, murmur its pleasure and thanks. The window panes were edged on the inside with a tracery of frost, and when he held out his hand he could feel a bubble of cold like a dome around the window. The feel of it was both refreshing and somehow nostalgic, like a note from an old friend. For the first time in weeks, it felt like years. He was able to look at a geography different from that of his room with its unchanging verities. Blue wallpaper, picture of the Arc de Triomphe, the long, long month of February symbolized by the boy sliding downhill on his sled. He thought that his mind would turn to that boy's face and stocking cap each time January became February, even if he lived to see that change of months another 50 times. He looked into this new world as eagerly as he had watched his first movie, Bambi, as a child. The horizon was near. It always was in the Rockies, where longer views of the world were inevitably cut off by up-tilted plates of bedrock. The sky was a perfect early morning blue, innocent of clouds. A carpet of green forest climbed the flank of the nearest mountain. There were perhaps 70 acres of open ground between the house and the edge of the forest. The snow cover over it was a perfect and blazing white. It was impossible to tell if the land beneath was tilled earth or open meadow. The view of this open square was interrupted only by one building, a neat red barn. When she spoke of her livestock, or when he saw her trudging grimly past his window, breaking her breath with the impervious prow of her face, he had imagined a ramshackle outbuilding like an illustration from a child's book of ghost stories, roof tree bowed and sagging from years of snow weight, windows blank and dusty, some broken and blocked with pieces. Drive the Jeep carefully up to the cradle so that the hooks on the frame match the catches on the plow, and throw the locking lever on the dashboard. The perfect vehicle for a woman who lived alone and had no neighbor she could call upon for help, except for those dirty Bertie Roydmans, of course, and Annie probably wouldn't take a plate of pork chops from them if she was dying of starvation. The driveway was neatly plowed, a testament to the fact that she did indeed use the blade, but he could not see the road. The house cut off the view. "I see you're admiring my barn, Paul." He looked around, startled. The quick and uncalculated movement awoke his pain from its doze. It snarled dully in what remained of his shins, and in the bunched salt dome that had replaced his left knee. It turned over, needling him from where it lay imprisoned in its cave of bones, and then fell lightly asleep again. She had food on a tray, soft food, invalid food, but his stomach growled at the sight of it. As she crossed to him, he saw that she was wearing white shoes with crepe soles. "Yes," he said, "it's very handsome." She put the board on the arms of the wheelchair, and then put the tray on the board. She pulled a chair over beside him and sat down, watching him as he began to eat. "Fiddledy-foof. Handsome is as handsome does, my mother always said. I keep it nice because if I didn't, the neighbors would yap. They're always looking for a way to get at me, or start a rumor about me. So I keep everything nice. Keeping up appearances is very, very important. As far as the barn goes, it really isn't much work as long as you don't let things pile up. Keeping the snow from breaking in the roof is the oogiest part." The oogiest part, he thought. Save that one for the Annie Wilkes lexicon in your memoirs, if you ever get a chance to write your memoirs, that is. Along with Dirty Birdie and Fiddledy-Foof and all the others which I'm sure will come up in time. 2 years ago, I had Billy Haversham put heat tapes on the roof. You throw a switch and they get hot and melt the ice. I won't need them much longer this winter, though. See how it's melting on its own." He had a forkful of egg halfway to his mouth. It stopped in mid-air as he looked out at the barn. There was a row of icicles along the eave. The tips of these icicles were dripping fast. Each drop sparkled as it fell onto a narrow canal of ice which lay at the base of the barn's side. "It's up to 45 degrees, and it's not even 9 o'clock. Annie was going on daily, as Paul imagined the rear bumper of his Camaro, surfacing through the rotted snow for the sun to twinkle on. "Of course it won't last. We've got a hard snapper 3 ahead of us yet, and probably another big storm as well. But spring is coming, Paul, and my mother always used to say that the hope of spring is like the hope of heaven." He put his fork back down on the plate with the egg still on it. "Don't want that last bite? All done?" "All done," he agreed. And in his mind he saw the Roydmans driving up from Sidewinder, saw a bright arrow of light strike Mrs. Roydman's face, making her wince and put a shielding hand up. "What's down there, Ham? Don't tell me I'm crazy. There's something down there. Reflection damn near burned my eye out. Back up. I want to take another look." "Then I'll just take the tray," she said, "and you can get started." She favored him with a glance that was very warm. "I just can't tell you how excited I am, Paul." She went out, leaving him to sit in a wheelchair and look at the water running from the icicles which clung to the edge of the barn. "I'd like some different paper if you could get it," he said when she came back to put the typewriter and paper on the board. "Different from this?" she asked, tapping the cellophane-wrapped package of Carasable Bond. "But this is the most expensive of all. I asked when I went to the paper patch." "Didn't your mother ever tell you that the most expensive is not always the best?" Annie's brow darkened. Her initial defensiveness had been replaced by indignation. Paul guessed her fury would follow. No, she did not. What she told me, Mr. Smart Guy, is that when you buy cheap, you get cheap. The climate inside her, he had come to discover, was like springtime in the Midwest. She was a woman full of tornadoes waiting to happen, and if he had been a farmer observing a sky which looked the way Annie's face looked right now, he would have at once gone to collect his family and herd them into the storm cellar. Her brow was too white. Her nostrils flared regularly like the nostrils of an animal scenting fire. Her hands had begun to spring limberly open and then snatch closed again, catching air and squashing it. His need for her and his vulnerability to her screamed at him to back off, to placate her while there was still time, if indeed there still was, as a tribe in one of those Rider Haggard stories would have placated their goddess when she was angry, by making sacrifice to her effigy. But there was another part of him, more calculating and less cowed, which reminded him that he could not play the part of Scheherazade if he grew frightened and placatory whenever she stormed. If he did, she would storm all the more. If he didn't have something she badly wants, this part of him reasoned, she would have taken you to the hospital right away or killed you later on to protect herself from the Roidmans. Because for Annie, the world is full of Roidmans. For Annie, they're lurking behind every bush. And if you don't bell this bitch right now, Paulie, my boy, you may never be able to. She was beginning to breathe more rapidly, almost to hyperventilate. The rhythm of her clenching hands was likewise speeding up, and he knew that in a moment she would be beyond him. Gathering up the little courage he had left, trying desperately to summon exactly the right note of sharp and yet almost casual irritability, he said, "And you might as well stop that. Getting mad won't change a thing." She froze as if he had slapped her, and looked at him, wounded. "Annie," he said patiently, "this is no big deal." "It's a trick," she said. "You don't want to write my book, and so you're making up tricks not to start. I knew you would. Oh, boy. But it's not going to work. That's silly," he said. "Did I say I wasn't going to start?" No, but... "That's right, because I am. And if you come here and take a look at something, I'll show you what the problem is. Bring that Webster pot with you, please." "The what?" "The little jar of pens and pencils," he said. "On newspapers they sometimes call them Webster pots, after Daniel Webster." This was a lie he had made up on the spur of the moment, but it had the desired effect. She looked more confused than ever, lost in a specialist's world of which she had not the slightest knowledge. The confusion had diffused and thus defused her rage even more. He saw she now didn't even know if she had any right to be angry. She brought over the jar of pens and pencils and slammed them down on the board, and he thought, "God damn, I won." No, that wasn't right. Misery had won. But that isn't right either. It was Scheherazade. Scheherazade won. "What?" she said grumpily. "Watch." He opened the package of Carasable and took out a sheet. He took a freshly sharpened pencil and drew a line on the paper. Then he took a ballpoint pen and drew another line parallel to the first. Then he slid his thumb across the slightly waffled surface of the paper. Both lines blurred smudgily in the direction his thumb was traveling, the pencil line slightly more than the one he had drawn with a pen. "See?" "So what?" "Ribbon ink will blur too," he said. "It doesn't blur as much as the pencil line, but it's worse than the ballpoint ink line." "Were you going to sit and rub every page with your thumb?" "Just the shift of the pages against each other will accomplish plenty of blurring over a period of weeks or even days," he said. "And when a manuscript is in work, it gets shifted around a lot. You're always hunting back through to find a name or a date. My God, Annie, one of the first things you find out in this business is that editors hate reading manuscripts typed on Carasable bond almost as much as they hate handwritten manuscripts." "Don't call it that. I hate it when you call it that." He looked at her, honestly puzzled. "Call what?" "When you pervert the talent God gave you by calling it a business. I hate that." "I'm sorry." "You ought to be," she said stonily. You might as well call yourself a whore. No, Annie, he thought, suddenly filled with fury. I'm no whore. Fast Cars was not about being a whore. That's what killing that goddamn bitch Misery was about, now that I think about it. I was driving to the West Coast to celebrate my liberation from a state of whoredom. What you did was to pull me out of the wreck when I crashed my car and stick me back in the crib again. $2 straight up, $4 I take you around the world. And every now and then I see a flicker in your eyes that tells me a part of you way back inside knows it, too. A jury might let you off by reason of insanity. But not me, Annie. Not this kid. Good point, he said. Now, going back to the subject of the paper. I'll get you your cock-a-doodle paper, she said sullenly. Just tell me what to get and I'll get it. As long as you understand I'm on your side. Don't make me laugh. No one has been on my side since my mother died 20 years ago. Believe what you want, then, he said. If you're so insecure you can't believe I'm grateful to you for saving my life, that's your problem. He was watching her shrewdly, and again saw a flicker of uncertainty, of wanting to believe in her eyes. Good. Very good. He looked at her with all the sincerity he could muster, and again in his mind he imagined shoving a chunk of glass into her throat, once and forever letting out the blood that serviced her crazy brain. At least you should be able to believe that I am on the book side. You spoke of binding it. I assumed that you meant binding the manuscript, the typed pages. Of course that's what I meant. Yes, you bet. Because if you took the manuscript to a printer, it might raise questions. You may be naive about the world of books and publishing, but not that naive. Paul Sheldon is missing, and your printer might remember receiving a book-length manuscript concerning itself with Paul Sheldon's most famous character, right around the time the man himself disappeared, mightn't he? And he'd certainly remember the instructions. Instructions so queer any printer would remember them. One printed copy of a novel-length manuscript. Just one. What did she look like, officer? Well, she was a big woman. Looked sort of like a stone idol in an H.R. Rider Haggard story. Just a minute, I've got her name and address here in the files. Just let me look up the carbons of the invoices. Nothing wrong with the idea either, he said. A bound manuscript can be damned handsome. Looks like a good folio edition. But a book should last a long time, Annie. And if I write this one on Carasable, you're going to have nothing but a bunch of blank pages in 10 years or so. Unless, of course, you just put it on the shelf. But she wouldn't want that, would she? Christ, no. She'd want to take it down every day, maybe every few hours. Take it down and gloat over it. An odd, stony look had come into her face. He did not like this mulishness, this almost ostentatious look of obduration. It made him nervous. He could calculate her rage, but there was something in this new expression that was as opaque as it was childish. You don't have to talk any more, she said. I already told you I'd get you your paper. What kind? In this business supply store you go to? The paper patch. Yes, the paper patch. You tell them you'd like 2 reams. A ream is a package of 500 sheets. I know that. I'm not stupid, Paul. I know you're not, he said, becoming more nervous still. The pain had begun to mutter up and down his legs again, and it was speaking even more loudly from the area of his pelvis. He had been sitting up for nearly an hour, and the dislocation down there was complaining about it. Keep cool, for God's sake. Don't lose everything you've gained. But have I gained anything? Or is it only wishful thinking? Ask for 2 reams of white long-grain Mimeo. Hammer Hill Bond is a good brand. So is Triad Modern. 2 reams of Mimeo will cost less than this 1 package of Carasable, and it should be enough to do the whole job, write and rewrite. I'll go right now, she said, getting up suddenly. He looked at her, alarmed, understanding that she meant to leave him without his medication again, and sitting up this time as well. Sitting already hurt. The pain would be monstrous by the time she got back, even if she hurried. You don't have to do that, he said, speaking fast. The Carasable is good enough to start with. After all, I'll have to rewrite anyway. Only a silly person would try to start a good work with a bad tool. She took the package of Carasable bond, then snatched the sheet with the 2 smudged lines and crumpled it into a ball. She tossed both into the wastebasket and turned back to him. That stony, obdurate look covered her face like a mask. Her eyes glittered like tarnished dimes. I'm going to town now, she said. I know you want to get started as soon as you can, since you're on my side. She spoke these last words with intense, smoking sarcasm, and Paul believed more self-hate than she would ever know. And so I'm not even going to take time to put you back in your bed. She smiled, a pulling of the lips that was grotesquely puppet-like, and slipped to his side in her silent white nurse's shoes. Her fingers touched his hair. He flinched. He tried not to, but couldn't help it. Her dead-alive smile widened. Although I suspect we may have to put off the actual start of Misery's return for a day, or 2, perhaps even 3. Yes, it may be as long as 3 days before you're able to sit up again, because of the pain. Too bad. I had champagne chilling in the fridge. I'll have to put it back in the shed. Annie, really, I can start if you just... No, Paul. She moved to the door and then turned, looking at him with that stony face. Only her eyes, those tarnished dimes, were fully alive under the shelf of her brow. There is one thought I'd like to leave you with. You may think you can fool me or trick me. I know I look slow and stupid. But I am not stupid, Paul. And I am not slow. Suddenly her face broke apart. The stony obduracy shattered, and what shone through was the countenance of an insanely angry child. For a moment, Paul thought the extremity of his terror might kill him. Had he thought he had gained the upper hand? Had he? Could one possibly play Scheherazade when one's captor was insane? She rushed across the room at him, thick legs pumping, knees flexing, elbows chopping back and forth in the stale sick-room air like pistons. Her hair bounced and joggled around her face as it came loose from the bobby pins that held it up. Now her passage was not silent. It was like the tread of Goliath striding into the valley of bones. The picture of the Arc de Triomphe clacked affrightedly on the wall. She screamed, and brought her fist down on the bunched salt dome that had been Paul Sheldon's left knee. He threw back his head and howled, veins standing out in his neck and on his forehead. Pain burst out from his knee and shrouded him, whitely radiant in the center of a nova. She tore the typewriter off the board and slammed it down on the mantel, lifting its weight of dead metal as he might have lifted an empty cardboard box. "So you just sit there," she said, lips pulled back in that grinning rictus. "And you think about who is in charge here, and all the things I can do to hurt you if you behave badly or try to trick me. You sit there and you scream if you want to, because no one can hear you. No one stops here because they all know Annie Wilkes is crazy. They all know what she did, even if they did find me innocent." She walked back to the door and turned again, and he screamed again when she did, in anticipation of another bull-like charge, and that made her grin more widely. "I'll tell you something else," she said softly. "They think I got away with it, and they're right. Think about that, Paul, while I'm in town getting your cock-a-doodle paper." She left, slamming the bedroom door enough to shake the house. Then there was the click of the lock. He leaned back in the chair, shaking all over, trying not to shake because it hurt, not able to help it. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Again and again he saw her flying across the room. Again and again he saw her bringing her fist down on the remains of his knee, with all the force of an angry drunk hammering on an oak bar. Again and again he was swallowed in that terrible blue-white nova of pain. "Please, God, please," he moaned, as the Cherokee started outside with a bang and a roar. "Please, God, please, let me out of this or kill me. Let me out of this or kill me." The roar of the engine faded off down the road, and God did neither, and he was left with his tears and the pain, which was now fully awake and raving through his body. He thought later that the world in its unfailing perversity would probably construe those things which he did next as acts of heroism, and he would probably let them. But in fact what he did was nothing more than a final, staggering grab for self-preservation. Dimly he seemed to hear some madly enthusiastic sportscaster, Howard Cosell or Warner Wolfe, or perhaps that all-time crazy Johnny Most, describing the scene, as if his effort to get at her drug supply before the pain killed him was some strange sporting event. A trial substitution for Monday Night Football, perhaps. What would you call a sport like that, anyway? Run for the dope? "I just cannot believe the guts this Sheldon kid is displaying today," the sportscaster in Paul Sheldon's head was enthusing. "I don't believe anyone in Annie Wilkes Stadium, or in the home viewing audience for that matter, thought he had the slightest chance of getting that wheelchair moving after the blow he took, but I believe, yes it is. It's moving. Let's look at the replay." Sweat ran down his forehead and stung his eyes. He licked a mixture of salt and tears off his lips. The shuddering would not stop. The pain was like the end of the world. He thought, there comes a point when the very discussion of pain becomes redundant. No one knows there is pain the size of this in the world. No one. It is like being possessed by demons. It was only the thought of the pills, the novel that she kept somewhere in the house, which got him moving. The locked bedroom door, the possibility the dope might not be in the downstairs bathroom as he had surmised, but hidden somewhere, the chance she might come back and catch him. These things mattered not at all. These things were only shadows behind the pain. He would deal with each problem as it came up, or he would die. That was all. Moving caused the band of fire below his waist and in his legs to sink in deeper, cinching his legs like belts studded with hot, inward-pointing spikes. But the chair did move. Very slowly the chair began to move. He had managed about 4 feet before realizing he was going to do nothing more useful than roll the wheelchair past the door and into the far corner unless he could turn it. He grasped the right wheel, shuddering. Think of the pills. Think of the relief of the pills. And bore down on it as hard as he could. Rubber squeaked minutely on the wooden floor, the cries of mice. He bore down, once strong and now flabby muscles quivering like jelly, lips peeling back from his gritted teeth, and the wheelchair slowly pivoted. He grasped both wheels and got the chair moving again. This time he rolled 5 feet before stopping to straighten himself out. Once he'd done it, he grayed out. He swam back to reality 5 minutes later, hearing the dim, goading voice of that sportcaster in his head. "He's trying to get going again. I just can't believe the guts of this Sheldon kid." The front of his mind only knew about the pain. It was the back that directed his eyes. He saw it near the door and rolled over to it. He reached down, but the tips of his fingers stopped a clear 3 inches short of the floor, where one of the 2 or 3 bobby pins that had fallen from her hair as she charged him lay. He bit his lip, unaware of the sweat running down his face and neck and darkening his pajama shirt. "I don't think he can get that pin, folks. It's been a fantastic effort, but I'm afraid this is where it all ends." Well, maybe not. He let himself slouch to the right in the wheelchair, at first trying to ignore the pain in his right side, pain that felt like an increasing bubble of pressure, something similar to a tooth impaction, and then giving way and screaming. As she said, there was no one to hear him anyway. The tips of his fingers still hung an inch from the floor, brushing back and forth just above the bobby pin, and his right hip really felt as if it might simply explode outward in a squirt of some vile white bone jelly. Oh, God, please, please help me. He slumped farther in spite of the pain. His fingers brushed the pin but succeeded only in pushing it a 1/4 of an inch away. Paul slid down in the chair, still slumped to the right, and screamed again at the pain in his lower legs. His eyes were bulging, his mouth was open, His tongue hung straight down between his teeth like the pull on a window shade. Little drops of spittle ran from its tip and spattered on the floor. He pinched the bobby pin between his fingers, tweezed it, almost lost it, and then it was locked in his fist. Straightening up brought a fresh slough of pain, and when the act was accomplished, he could do no more than sit and pant for a while, his head tilted as far as the uncompromising back of the wheelchair would allow, the bobby pin lying on the board across the chair's arms. For a while he was quite sure he was going to puke, but that passed. "What are you doing?" part of his mind scolded wearily after a while. "Are you waiting for the pain to go away? It won't. She's always quoting her mother, but your own mother had a few sayings too, didn't she?" Yes, she had. Sitting there, head thrown back, face shiny with sweat, hair plastered to his forehead, Paul spoke one of them aloud now, almost as an incantation. "There may be fairies, there may be elves, but God helps those who help themselves." Yeah, so stop waiting, Polly. The only elf that's going to show up here is that all-time heavyweight, Annie Wilkes. He got moving again, rolling the wheelchair slowly across to the door. She had locked it, but he believed he might be able to unlock it. Tony Bonasaro, who was now only so many blackened flakes of ash, had been a car thief. As part of his preparation for riding fast cars, Paul had studied the mechanics of car thievery with a tough old ex-cop named Tom Twyford. Tom had shown him how to hotwire an ignition, how to use the thin and limber strip of metal car thieves called Slim Jims to yank the lock on a car door, how to short out a car burglar alarm. Or, Tom had said on a spring day in New York some 2.5 years ago, let's say you don't want to steal a car at all. You got a car, but you're a little low on gas. You got a hose, but the car you pick for the free donation has got a locking gas cap. Is this a problem? Not if you know what you're doing, because most gas cap locks are strictly Mickey Mouse. All you really need is a bobby pin. It took Paul 5 endless minutes of backing and filling to get the wheelchair exactly where he wanted it, with the left wheel almost touching the door. The keyhole was the old-fashioned sort, reminding Paul of John Tenniel's Alice in Wonderland drawings, set in the middle of a tarnished keyplate. He slid down a bit in the wheelchair, giving out a single barking groan, and looked through it. He could see a short hallway leading down to what was clearly the parlor, a dark red rug on the floor, an old-fashioned divan, upholstered in similar material, a lamp with tassels hanging from its shade. To its left, halfway down the hallway, was a door which stood ajar. Paul's pulse beat quickened. That was almost surely the downstairs bathroom. He had heard her running enough water in there, including the time she had filled the floor bucket from which he had enthusiastically drunk. And wasn't it also the place she always came from before giving him his medicine? He thought it was. He grasped the bobby pin. It spilled out of his fingers onto the board and then skittered toward the edge. "No!" he cried hoarsely, and clapped a hand over it just before it could fall. He clasped it in one fist and then grayed out again. Although he had no way of telling for sure, he thought he was out longer this second time. The pain, except for the excruciating agony of his left knee, seemed to have abated a tiny bit. The bobby pin was on the board across the arms of the wheelchair. This time he flexed the fingers of his right hand several times before picking it up. "Now," he thought, unbending it and holding it in his right hand, "you will not shake. Hold that thought. You will not shake." He reached across his body with the pin and slipped it into the keyhole, listening as the sportscaster in his mind, so vivid, described the action. Sweat ran steadily down his face like oil. He listened, but even more, he felt. "The tumbler in a cheap lock is nothing but a rocker," Tom Twyford had said, seesawing his hand to demonstrate. "You want to turn a rocking chair over? Easiest thing in the world, right? Just grab the rockers and flip the mother right over. Nothing to it. And that's all you got to do with a lock like this. Slide the tumbler up, then open the gas cap quick before it can snap back. He had the tumbler twice, but both times the bobby pin slipped off, and the tumbler snapped back before he could do more than begin to move it. The bobby pin was starting to bend. He thought that it would break after another 2 or 3 tries. "Please, God," he said, sliding it in again. "Please, God, what do you say? Just a little break for the kid, that's all I'm asking." "Folks, Sheldon has performed heroically today, but this has got to be his last shot. The crowd has fallen silent." He closed his eyes, the sportscaster's voice fading as he listened avidly to the minute rattle of the pin in the lock. Now, here was resistance. The tumbler. He could see it lying in there like a curved foot of a rocking chair, pressing the tongue of the lock, holding it in place, holding him in place. "It's strictly Mickey Mouse, Paul. Just stay cool." When you're hurt this badly, it was hard to stay cool. He grasped the doorknob with his left hand, reaching under his right arm to do it, and began to apply gentle pressure to the bobby pin. A little more. A little more. In his mind, he could see the rocker beginning to move in its dusty little alcove. He could see the lock's tongue begin to retract. No need for it to go all the way, good God, no. No need to overturn the rocking chair, to use Tom Twyford's metaphor. Just the instant it cleared the doorframe. A push. The pin was simultaneously starting to bend and slip. He felt it happening, and in desperation he pushed upward as hard as he could, turned the knob, and shoved the door. There was a snap as the pin broke in two, the part in the lock falling in, and he had a dull moment to consider his failure before he saw that the door was slowly swinging open with the tongue of the lock sticking out of the plate like a steel finger. "Jesus," he whispered. "Jesus, thank you." "Let's go to the videotape!" Warner Wolfe screamed exultantly in his mind, as the thousands in Annie Wilkes Stadium, not to mention the untold millions watching at home, broke into thunderous cheers. "Not now, Warner," he croaked, and began the long, draining job of backing and filling the wheelchair so he could get a straight shot at the door. He had a bad, no, not just bad, terrible, horrible moment when it seemed the wheelchair was not going to fit. It was no more than 2 inches too wide, but that was 2 inches too much. "She brought it in collapsed. That's why you thought it was a shopping cart at first," his mind informed him drearily. In the end, he was able to squeeze through, barely, by positioning himself squarely in the doorway and then leaning forward enough to grab the jambs of the door in his hands. The axle caps of the wheels squalled against the wood, but he was able to get through. After he did, he grayed out again. Her voice called him out of his daze. He opened his eyes and saw she was pointing a shotgun at him. Her eyes glittered furiously. Spit shone on her teeth. "If you want your freedom so badly, Paul," Annie said, "I'll be happy to grant it to you." She pulled back both hammers. He jerked, expecting the shotgun blast, but she wasn't there, of course. His mind had already recognized the dream. Not a dream, a warning. She could come back at any time at all. The quality of the light fanning through the half-open bathroom door had changed, grown brighter. It looked like noonlight. He wished the clock would chime and tell him just how close to right he was, but the clock was obstinately silent. She stayed away 50 hours before. So she did. And she might stay away 80 this time. Or you might hear that Cherokee pulling in 5 seconds from now. In case you didn't know it, friend, the Weather Bureau can post tornado warnings, but when it comes to telling exactly when and where they'll touch down, you don't know fuck all. True enough, he said, and rolled the wheelchair down to the bathroom. Looking in, he saw an austere room floored with hexagonal white tiles. A bathtub with rusty fans spreading below the faucet stood on clawed feet. Beside it was a linen closet. Across from the tub was a sink. Over the sink was a medicine cabinet. The floor bucket was in the tub. He could see its plastic top. The hall was wide enough for him to swing the chair around and face the door, but now his arms were trembling with exhaustion. He had been a puny kid, and so he had tried to take reasonably good care of himself as an adult. But his muscles were now the muscles of an invalid, and the puny kid was back, as if all that time spent doing laps and jogging and working out on the Nautilus machine had been only a dream. At least this doorway was wider. Not much, but enough to make his passage less hair-raising. Paul bumped over the lintel, and then the chair's hard rubber wheels rolled smoothly over the tiles. He smelled something sour that he automatically associated with hospitals. Lysol, maybe. There was no toilet in here, but he had already suspected that. The only flushing sounds came from upstairs, and now that he thought of it, one of those upstairs flushes always followed his use of the bedpan. Here there was only the tub, the basin, and the linen closet with its door standing open. He gazed briefly at the neat piles of blue towels and washcloths. He was familiar with both from the sponge baths she had given him, and then turned his attention to the medicine cabinet over the washstand. It was out of reach. No matter how much he strained, it was a good 9 inches above the tips of his fingers. He could see this, but reached anyway, unable to believe fate or God or whoever could be so cruel. He looked like an outfielder reaching desperately for a home run ball he had absolutely no chance of catching. Paul made a wounded, baffled noise, lowered his hand, and then leaned back, panting. The gray cloud lowered. He willed it away and looked around for something he could use to open the medicine cabinet's door, and saw an cedar mop leaning stiffly in the corner on a long blue pole. "You going to use that? Really? Well, I guess you could. Pry open the medicine cabinet door and then just knock a bunch of stuff out into the basin. But the bottles will break. And even if there are no bottles, fat chance. Everyone has at least a bottle of Listerine or Scope or something in their medicine cabinet. You have no way of putting back what you knock down. So when she comes back and sees the mess, what then?" "I'll tell her it was misery," he croaked. "I'll tell her she dropped by looking for a tonic to bring her back from the dead." Then he burst into tears. But even through the tears, his eyes were conning the room, looking for something, anything. Inspiration, a break, just a fucking break. He was looking into the linen closet again, and his rapid breath suddenly stopped. His eyes widened. His first cursory glance had taken in the shelves with their stacks of folded sheets and pillowcases and washcloths and towels. Now he looked at the floor, and on the floor were a number of square cardboard cartons. Some were labeled Upjohn. Some were labeled Lily. Some were labeled Cam Pharmaceuticals. He turned the wheelchair roughly, hurting himself, not caring. Please, God, don't let it be her cache of extra shampoo or her tampons or pictures of her dear old sainted mother or... He fumbled for one of the boxes, dragged it out, and opened the flaps. No shampoo, no Avon samples. Far from it. There was a wild jumble of drugs in the carton, most of them in small boxes marked samples. At the bottom, a few pills and capsules, different colors, rolled around loose. Some, like Motrin and Lopressor, the hypertension drug his father had taken during the last 3 years of his life, he knew. Others he had never heard of. "Novril," he muttered, raking wildly through the box while sweat ran down his face and his legs pounded and throbbed. "Novril. Where's the fucking Novril?" No Novril. He pushed the flaps of the carton closed and shoved it back into the linen closet, making only a token effort to replace it in the same place it had been. Should be all right. The place looked like a goddamn junk heap. Leaning far to his left, he was able to snag a second carton. He opened it and was hardly able to credit what he was seeing. Darvon. Darvocet. Darvon Compound. Morphos and Morphos Complex, Librium, Valium, and Novril. Dozens and dozens and dozens of sample boxes. Lovely boxes, dear boxes. Oh, lovely, dear, sainted boxes. He clawed one open and saw the capsules she gave him every 6 hours, enclosed in their little blisters. Not to be dispensed without physician's prescription, the box said. Oh, dear Jesus, the doctor is in, Paul sobbed. He tore the cellophane apart with his teeth and chewed up 3 of the capsules, barely aware of the bruisingly bitter taste. He halted, stared at the 5 that were left encased in their mutilated cellophane sheet, and gobbled a 4th. He looked around quickly, chin down on his breastbone, eyes crafty and frightened. Although he knew it was too soon to be feeling any relief, he did feel it. Having the pills, it seemed, was even more important than taking the pills. It was as if he had been given control of the moon and the tides, or had just reached up and taken it. It was a huge thought, awesome, and yet also frightening, with undertones of guilt and blasphemy. If she comes back now. All right, okay. I get the message. He looked into the carton, trying to calculate how many of the sample boxes he might be able to take without her realizing a little mouse named Paul Sheldon had been nibbling away at the supply. He giggled at this, a shrill, relieved sound, and he realized the medication wasn't just working on his legs. He had gotten his fix, if you wanted to be perfectly vulgar about it. Get moving, idiot. You have no time to enjoy being stoned. He took 5 of the boxes, a total of 30 capsules. He had to restrain himself from taking more. He stirred the remaining boxes and bottles around, hoping the result would look no more or less helter-skelter than it had when he first peered into the box. He refolded the flaps and slipped the box back into the linen closet. A car was coming. He straightened up, eyes wide. His hands dropped to the arms of the wheelchair and gripped them with panicky tightness. If it was Annie, he was screwed, and that was the end of it. He would never be able to maneuver this balky, oversized thing back to the bedroom in time. Maybe he could whack her once with the O-cedar mop or something, before she wrung his neck like a chicken. He sat in the wheelchair with the sample boxes of Novril in his lap and his broken leg stuck stiffly out in front of him, and waited for the car to pass or turn in. The sound swelled endlessly, then began to diminish. Okay. Do you need a more graphic warning, Paul, baby? As a matter of fact, he did not. He took a final glance at the cartons. They looked to him about as they had when he had first seen them, although he had been looking at them through a haze of pain and could not be completely sure. But he knew that the piles of boxes might not be as random as they had looked. Oh, not at all. She had the heightened awareness of the deep neurotic, and might have had the position of each box carefully memorized. She might take one casual glance in here and immediately realize in some arcane way what had happened. This knowledge did not bring fear, but a sense of resignation. He had needed the medication, and he had somehow managed to escape his room and get it. If there were consequences, punishment, he could face them with at least the understanding that he could have done nothing but what he had done. And of all she had done to him, this resignation was surely a symptom of the worst. She had turned him into a pain-racked animal with no moral options at all. He slowly backed the wheelchair across the bathroom, glancing behind himself occasionally to make sure he wasn't wandering off course. Before, such a movement would have made him scream with pain, but now the pain was disappearing under a beautiful glassiness. He rolled into the hall and then stopped as a terrible thought struck him. If the bathroom floor had been slightly damp or even a bit dirty. He stared at it, and for a moment the idea that he must have left tracks on those clean white tiles was so persuasive that he actually saw them. He shook his head and looked again. No tracks. But the door was open farther than it had been. He rolled forward, swung the wheelchair slightly to the right so he could lean over and grab the knob, and pulled the door half closed. He eyed it, then pulled it a bit closer to the jamb. There. That looked right. He was reaching for the wheels, meaning to pivot the chair so he could roll back to his room, when he realized he was pointed more or less toward the living room, and the living room was where most people kept their telephone, and light bursting in his mind like a flare over a foggy meadow. "Hello, Sidewinder Police Station, Officer Humbuggy speaking." "Listen to me, Officer Humbuggy. Listen very carefully and don't interrupt, because I don't know how much time I have. My name is Paul Sheldon. I'm calling you from Annie Wilkes' house. I've been a prisoner here for at least 2 weeks, maybe as long as a month. Annie Wilkes? Get out here right away. Send an ambulance. And for Christ's sake, get here before she gets back." "Before she gets back," Paul moaned. "Oh, yeah. Far out. What makes you think she even has a phone? Who've you ever heard her call? Who would she call? Her good friends, the Roydmans? Just because she doesn't have anyone to chatter with all day doesn't mean she is incapable of understanding that accidents can happen. She could fall downstairs and break an arm or a leg. The barn might catch fire. How many times have you heard this supposed telephone ring? So now there's a requirement? Your phone has to ring at least once a day or Mountain Belle comes and takes it out. Besides, I haven't even been conscious most of the time. You're pushing your luck. You're pushing your luck and you know it." Yes, he knew it. But the thought of that telephone, the imagined sensation of the cool black plastic under his fingers, the click of the rotary dial or the single booping sound as he touched tone 0, these were seductions too great to resist. He worked the wheelchair around until it was directly facing the parlor, and then he rolled down to it. The place smelled musty, unaired, obscurely tired. Although the curtains guarding the bow windows were only half drawn, affording a lovely view of the mountains, the room seemed too dark, because its colors were too dark, he thought. Dark red predominated, as if someone had spilled a great deal of Venus blood in here. Over the mantel was a tinted photograph portrait of a forbidding woman with tiny eyes buried in a fleshy face. The rosebud mouth was pursed. The photograph, enclosed in a rococo frame of gold gilt, was the size of the president's photograph in the lobby of a big city post office. Paul did not need a notarized statement to tell him that this was Annie's sainted mother. He rolled farther into the room. The left side of the wheelchair struck a small occasional table covered with ceramic gewgaws. They chattered together, and one of them, a ceramic penguin sitting on a ceramic ice block, fell off the side. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed it. The gesture was almost casual, and then reaction set in. He held the penguin tightly in his curled fist, trying to will the shakes away. "You caught it, no sweat. Besides, there's a rug on the floor, probably wouldn't have broken anyway." "But if it had," his mind screamed back. "If it had. Please, you have to get back to your room before you leave something. A track." No, not yet. Not yet, no matter how frightened he was, because this had cost him too much. If there was a payoff, he was going to have it. He looked around the room, which was stuffed with heavy, graceless furniture. It should have been dominated by the bow windows and the gorgeous view of the Rockies beyond them, but was instead dominated by the picture of that fleshy woman, imprisoned in the ghastly glaring frame, with its twists and curlicues and frozen gilded swags. On a table at the far end of the couch, where she would sit to watch TV, was a plain dialer telephone. Gently, hardly daring to breathe, he put the ceramic penguin, "Now my tale is told," the legend on the block of ice read, back on the knick-knack table and rolled across the room toward the phone. There was an occasional table in front of the sofa. He gave it a wide berth. On it was a spray of dried flowers in an ugly green vase, and the whole thing looked top-heavy, ready to tip over if he so much as brushed it. No cars coming outside, only the sound of the wind. He grasped the handset of the phone in one hand and slowly picked it up. A queer, predestinate sense of failure filled his mind, even before he got the handset to his ear and heard the nothing. He replaced the receiver slowly, a line from an old Roger Miller song occurring to him, and seeming to make a certain senseless sense. No phone, no pool, no pets. I ain't got no cigarettes. He traced the phone cord with his eye, saw the small square module on the baseboard, saw that the jack was plugged into it. Everything looked in perfect working order. Like the barn, with its heat tapes. Keeping up appearances is very, very important. He closed his eyes and saw Annie removing the jack and squeezing Elmer's glue into the hole in the module. Saw her replacing the jack in the dead white glue, where it would harden and freeze forever. The phone company would have no idea that anything was wrong, unless someone attempted to call her and reported the line out of service. But no one called Annie, did they? She would receive regular monthly bills on her dead line, and she would pay them promptly. But the phone was only stage dressing, part of her never-ending battle to keep up appearances. Like the neat barn with its fresh red paint and cream trim and heat tapes to melt the winter ice. Had she castrated the phone in case of just such an expedition as this? Had she foreseen the possibility that he might get out of the room? He doubted it. The phone, the working phone, would have gotten on her nerves long before he came. She would have lain awake at night looking up at the ceiling of her bedroom, listening to the high country whine of the wind, imagining the people who must be thinking of her with either dislike or outright malevolence, all the world's Roidmans, people who might, any of them, at any time, take a notion to call her on the telephone and scream, "You did it, Annie. They took you all the way to Denver, and we know you did it. They don't take you all the way to Denver if you're innocent." She would have asked for and gotten an unlisted number, of course. Anyone tried for and acquitted of some major crime, and if it had been Denver, it had been major, would have done that. But even an unlisted number would not comfort a deep neurotic like Annie Wilkes for long. They were all in league against her. They could get the number if they wanted. Probably the lawyers who had been against her would be glad to pass it out to anyone who asked for it. And the people would ask, oh yes, for she would see the world as a dark place full of moving human masses like seas, a malevolent universe surrounding a single small stage upon which a single savagely bright pin spot illuminated. Only her. So best to eradicate the phone, silence it, as she would silence him if she knew he had gotten even this far. Panic burst shrilly up in his mind, telling him that he had to get out of here and back into his room, hide the pills somewhere, return to his place by the window so that when she returned she would see no difference. No difference at all. And this time he agreed with a voice. He agreed wholeheartedly. He backed carefully away from the phone, and when he gained the room's one reasonably clear area, he began the laborious job of turning the wheelchair around, careful not to bump the occasional table as he did so. He had nearly finished the turn when he heard an approaching car and knew, simply knew it was her, returning from town. He nearly fainted, in the grip of the greatest terror he had ever known, a terror that was filled with deep and unmanning guilt. He suddenly remembered the only incident in his life that came remotely close to this one in its desperate emotional quality. He had been 12. It was summer vacation, his father working, his mother gone to spend the day in Boston with Mrs. Casbrack from across the street. He had seen a pack of her cigarettes and had lit one of them. He smoked it enthusiastically, feeling both sick and fine, feeling the way he imagined robbers must feel when they stick up banks. Halfway through the cigarette, the room filled with smoke, he had heard her opening the front door. "Polly, it's me. I've forgotten my purse." He had begun to wave madly at the smoke, knowing it would do no good, knowing he was caught, knowing he would be spanked. It would be more than a spanking this time. He remembered the dream he'd had during one of his grayouts, Annie cocking the shotgun's twin triggers and saying, "If you want your freedom so badly, Paul, I'll be happy to grant it to you." The sound of the engine began to drop as the approaching car slowed down. It was her. Paul settled hands he could barely feel on the wheels and rolled the chair toward the hallway, sparing one glance at the ceramic penguin on its block of ice. Was it in the same place it had been? He couldn't tell. He would have to hope. He rolled down the hall toward the bedroom door, gaining speed. He hoped to shoot right through, but his aim was a little off. Only a little, but the fit was so tight that a little was enough. The wheelchair thumped against the right side of the doorway and bounced back a little. "Did you chip the paint?" His mind screamed at him. "Oh, Jesus Christ, did you chip the paint? Did you leave a track?" No chip. There was a small dent, but no chip. Thank God. He backed and filled frantically, trying to navigate the fineness of the doorway's tight fit. The car motor swelled, nearing, still slowing. Now he could hear the crunch of its snow tires. Easy, easy does it. He rolled forward, and then the hubs of the wheels stuck solid against the sides of the bedroom door. He pushed harder, knowing it wasn't going to do any good. He was stuck in the doorway like a cork in a wine bottle, unable to go either way. He gave one final heave, the muscles in his arms quivering like overturned violin strings, and the wheelchair passed through with the same low squeaking noise. The Cherokee turned into the driveway. She'll have packages, his mind gibbered. The typewriter paper, maybe a few other things as well. And she'll be careful coming up the walk because of the ice. You're in here now, the worst is over, there's time, still time. He rolled farther into the room, then turned in a clumsy semicircle. As he rolled the wheelchair parallel to the open bedroom door, he heard the Cherokee's engine shut off. He leaned over, grasped the doorknob, and tried to pull the door shut. The tongue of the lock still stuck out like a stiff steel finger bumped the jamb. He pushed it with the ball of his thumb. It began to move, then stopped. Stopped dead, refusing to let the door close. He stared at it stupidly for a moment, thinking of that old Navy maxim, "Whatever can go wrong, will go wrong." Please God, no more. Wasn't it enough she killed the phone? He let go of the tongue. It sprang all the way out again. He pushed it in again and encountered the same obstruction. Inside the guts of the lock, he heard an odd rattling and understood. It was the part of the bobby pin which had broken off. It had fallen in some way that was keeping the lock's tongue from retracting completely. He heard the Cherokee's door open. He even heard her grunt as she got out. He heard the rattle of paper bags as she gathered up her parcels. "Come on," he whispered, and began to chivvy the tongue gently back and forth. It went in perhaps 1/16 of an inch each time and then stopped. He could hear the goddamn bobby pin rattling inside there. Come on, come on, come on. He was crying again and unaware of it, sweat and tears mingling freely on his cheeks. He was vaguely aware that he was still in great pain despite all the dope he had swallowed, that he was going to pay a high price for this little piece of work. Not so high as the one she'll make you pay if you can't get this goddamn door closed again, Paulie. He heard her crunching, cautious footsteps as she made her way up the path, the rattle of bags, and now the rattle of her house keys as she took them from her purse. Come on, come on, come on. This time, when he pushed the tongue, there was a flat click from inside the lock, and the jut of metal slid 1/4 of an inch into the door. Not enough to clear the jam, but almost. Please, come on. He began to chivvy the tongue faster, diddling it, listening as she opened the kitchen door. Then, like a hideous flashback to that day when his mother had caught him smoking, Annie called cheerily, "Paul, it's me. I've got your paper." Caught. I'm caught. Please, God, no, God, don't let her hurt me, God. His thumb pressed convulsively tight against the tongue of the lock, and there was a muffled snap as the bobby pin broke. The tongue slid all the way into the door. In the kitchen, he heard a zipper rasp as she opened her parka. He closed the bedroom door. The click of the latch, did she hear that? Must have heard that. Sounded as loud as a track starter's gun. He backed the wheelchair up toward the window. He was still backing and filling as her footsteps began to come down the hallway. "I've got your paper, Paul. Are you awake?" Never in time. She'll hear. He gave the guide lever a final wrench and rolled the wheelchair into place beside the window, just as her key rattled in the lock. It won't work. The bobby pin, and she'll be suspicious. But the piece of alien metal must have fallen all the way to the bottom of the lock, because her key worked perfectly. He sat in his chair, eyes half closed, hoping madly that he had gotten the chair back where it had been, or at least close enough so she wouldn't notice, hoping that she would take his sweat-drenched face and quivering body simply as reactions to missing his medication, hoping most of all that he hadn't left a track. It was as the door swung open that he looked down and saw that by looking for individual tracks with such agonized concentration, he had ignored a whole buffalo run. The boxes of Novel were still in his lap. She had 2 packages of paper, and she held one up in each hand, smiling. "Just what you asked for, isn't it? Triad Modern. 2 reams here, and I have more in the kitchen just in case. So you see..." She broke off, frowning, looking at him. "You're dripping with sweat. And your color is very hectic." She paused. "What have you been doing?" And although that set the panicky little voice of his lesser self to squealing again, that he was caught, and he might as well give it up, might as well confess and hope for mercy, he managed to meet her suspicious gaze with an ironic weariness. "I think you know what I've been doing," he said. "I've been suffering." From the pocket of her skirt she took a Kleenex and wiped his brow. The Kleenex came away wet. She smiled at him with that terrible bogus maternity. "Has it been very bad?" Yes, it has. Now can I..." "I told you about making me mad. Live and learn, isn't that what they say? Well, if you live, I guess you learn." "Can I have my pills now?" "In a minute," she said. Her eyes never left his sweaty face, its waxy pallor and red rash-like blotches. "First, I want to make sure there's nothing else you want. Nothing else stupid old Annie Wilkes forgot because she doesn't know how a Mr. Smart Guy goes about writing a book. I want to make sure you don't want me to go back to town and get you a tape recorder, or maybe a special pair of writing slippers or something like that. 'Cause if you want me to, I'll go. Your wish is my command. I won't even wait to give you your pills. I'll hop right into old Bessie again and go. So what do you say, Mr. Smart Guy? You all set?" "I'm all set," he said. "Annie, please." "And you won't make me mad any more?" "No, I won't make you mad any more. Because when I get mad, I'm not really myself." She was looking down to where his hands were cupped tightly together over the sample boxes of Novel. She looked for a very long time. "Paul," she asked softly. "Paul, why are you holding your hands like that?" He began to cry. It was guilt he cried from, and he hated that most of all. In addition to everything else that this monstrous woman had done to him, she had made him feel guilty as well. So he cried from guilt, but also from simple, childish weariness. He looked up at her, tears flowing down his cheeks, and played the absolute last card in his hand. "I want my pills," he said. "And I want the urinal. I held it all the time you were gone, Annie, but I can't hold it much longer, and I don't want to wet myself again." She smiled softly, radiantly, and pushed his tumbled hair off his brow. "You poor dear. Annie has put you through a lot, hadn't she? Too much, Mean old Annie. I'll get it right away. He wouldn't have dared put the pills under the rug even if he had thought he had time to do so before she came back. The packages were small, but the bulges would still be all too obvious. As he heard her go into the downstairs bathroom, he took them, reached painfully around his body, and stuffed them into the back of his underpants. Sharp cardboard corners poked into the cleft of his buttocks. She came back with a urinal, an old-fashioned tin device that looked absurdly like a blow-dryer in one hand. She had 2 Novel capsules and a glass of water in the other. 2 more of those on top of the ones you took half an hour ago may drop you into a coma and then kill you, he thought. And then a second voice answered at once. Fine with me. He took the pills and swallowed them with water. She held out the urinal. Do you need help? I can do it, he said. She turned considerately away while he fumbled his penis into the cold tube and urinated. He happened to be looking at her when the hollow splashing sounds commenced, and he saw that she was smiling. All done? She asked a few moments later. Yes. He actually had needed to urinate quite badly. In all the excitement, he hadn't had time to think of such things. She took the urinal away from him and set it carefully on the floor. Now let's get you back in bed, she said. You must be exhausted, and your legs must be singing grand opera. He nodded, although the truth was that he could not feel anything. This medication on top of what he'd already given himself was rolling him toward unconsciousness at an alarming rate, and he was beginning to see the room through gauzy layers of gray. He held on to one thought. She was going to lift him into bed, and when she did that, she would have to be blind as well as numb not to notice that the back of his underwear happened to be stuffed with little boxes. She got him over to the side of the bed. Just a minute longer, Paul, and you can take a snooze. Annie, could you wait 5 minutes? He managed. She looked at him, gaze narrowing slightly. I thought you were in a lot of pain, Buster. I am, he said. It hurts too much. My knee, mostly, where you lost your temper. I'm not ready to be picked up. Could I have 5 minutes to... He knew what he wanted to say, but it was drifting away from him. Drifting away and into the gray. He looked at her helplessly, knowing he was going to be caught after all. To let the medication work? She asked, and he nodded gratefully. Of course. I'll just put a few things away and come right back. As soon as she was out of the room, he was reaching behind him, bringing out the boxes and stuffing them under the mattress one by one. The layers of gauze kept thickening, moving steadily from gray toward black. Get them as far under as you can, he thought blindly. Make sure you do that so if she changes the bed, she won't pull them out with a ground sheet. Get them as far under as you... He shoved the last under the mattress, then leaned back and looked up at the ceiling, where the W's danced drunkenly across the plaster. Africa, he thought. Now I must rinse, he thought. Oh, I am in so much trouble here, he thought. Tracks, he thought. Did I leave tracks? Did I? Paul Sheldon fell unconscious. When he woke up, 14 hours had gone by, and outside it was snowing again. Two, misery. Writing does not cause misery. It is born of misery. Montaigne. 1. Misery's Return by Paul Sheldon. For Annie Wilkes. Chapter 1. Although Ian Carmichael would not have moved from Little Dunthorpe for all the jewels in the Queen's treasury, he had to admit to himself that when it rained in Cornwall, it rained harder than anywhere else in England. There was an old strip of toweling hung from a hook in the entryway, and after hanging up his dripping coat and removing his boots, he used it to towel his dark blonde hair dry. Distantly from the parlor, he could hear the rippling strains of Chopin, and he paused with a strip of towel still in his left hand, listening. The moisture running down his cheeks now was not rainwater, but tears. He remembered Geoffrey saying, "You must not cry in front of her, old man. That is the one thing you must never do." Geoffrey was right, of course. Dear old Geoffrey was rarely wrong. But sometimes when he was alone, the nearness of Misery's escape from the grim Reaper came forcibly home to him, and it was nearly impossible to hold the tears back. He loved her so much. Without her he would die. Without Misery there would simply be no life left for him, or in him. Her labor had been long and hard, but no longer and no harder than that of many other young ladies she had seen, the midwife declared. It was only after midnight, an hour after Geoffrey had ridden into the gathering storm to try and fetch the doctor, that the midwife had grown alarmed. That was when the bleeding had started. Dear old Geoffrey. He spoke it aloud this time as he stepped into the huge and stuperously warm West Country kitchen. "Did you speak, young sayer?" Mrs. Ramage, the Carmichaels' crotchety but lovable old housekeeper, asked him as she came in from the pantry. As usual, her mob cap was askew, and she smelled of the snuff she still firmly believed, after all these years, to be a secret vice. "Not on purpose, Mrs. Ramage," Ian said. "By the sound of your coat tripping out there in the entry, you nearly drowned between the sheds and the house." "Aye, so I nearly did," Ian said, and thought, if Geoffrey had returned with a doctor even 10 minutes later, I believe she would have died. This was a thought he tried consciously to discourage. It was both useless and gruesome, but the thought of life without Misery was so terrible that it sometimes crept up on him and surprised him. Now, breaking into these gloomy meditations, there came the healthy bawl of a child, his son, awake and more than ready for his afternoon meal. Faintly he could hear the sound of Annie Wilkes, Thomas's capable nurse, as she began to soothe him and change his napkin. "The wee bairn's in good voice today," Mrs. Ramage observed. Ian had one moment to think again, with surpassing wonder, that he was the father of a son, and then his wife spoke from the doorway. "Hello, darling." He looked up, looked at his Misery, his darling. She stood lightly poised in the doorway, her chestnut hair with its mysterious deep red glints like dying embers flowing over her shoulders in gorgeous profusion. Her complexion was still too pallid, but in her cheeks Ian could see the first signs of returning color. Her eyes were dark and deep, and the glow of the kitchen lamps sparkled in each, like small and precious diamonds lying upon the darkest jeweler's felt. "My darling," he cried, and ran to her, as he had that day in Liverpool when it seemed certain that the pirates had taken her away, as Mad Jack Wickersham had sworn they would. Mrs. Ramage suddenly remembered something she had left undone in the parlor and left them together. She went, however, with a smile on her face. Mrs. Ramage, too, had her moments when she could not help wondering what life might have been like if Geoffrey and the doctor had arrived an hour later on that dark and stormy night 2 months ago, or if the experimental blood transfusion in which her young master had so bravely poured his own life's blood into Misery's depleted veins had not worked. "Oh, girl," she told herself as she hurried down the hall, "some things dinna bear thinking of." Good advice. Advice Ian had given himself. But both had discovered that good advice was sometimes easier to give than receive. In the kitchen, Ian hugged Misery tightly to him, feeling his soul live and die and then live again in the sweet smell of her warm skin. He touched the swell of her breast and felt the strong and steady beat of her heart. "If you had died, I should have died with you," he whispered. She put her arms about his neck, bringing the firmness of her breast more fully into his hand. "Hush, my darling," Misery whispered, "and don't be silly. I'm here, right here. Now kiss me. If I die, I fear it will be with desire for you." He pressed his mouth against hers and plunged his hands deeply into the glory of her chestnut hair, and for a few moments there was nothing at all except for the two of them. Annie laid the 3 pages of typescript on the night table beside him, and he waited to see what she would say about them. He was curious, but not really nervous. He had been surprised, really, at how easy it had been to slip back into Misery's world. Her world was corny and melodramatic, but that did not change the fact that returning there had been nowhere near as distasteful as he had expected. It had been, in fact, rather comforting, like putting on an old pair of slippers. So his mouth dropped open, and he was frankly and honestly flabbergasted when she said, "It's not right." You don't like it?" He could hardly believe it. How could she have liked the other Misery novels and not like this? It was so Misery-esque it was nearly a caricature. What with motherly old Mrs. Ramage dipping snuff in the pantry, Ian and Misery pawing each other like a couple of horny kids just come home from the Friday night high school dance, and now she was the one who looked bewildered. "Like it? Of course I like it. It's beautiful. When Ian swept her into his arms, I cried. I couldn't help it." Her eyes actually were a bit red. "And you naming baby Thomas's nurse after me, that was very sweet." He thought, smart, too. At least I hope so. And by the way, Toots, the baby's name started out to be Sean, in case you're interested. I changed it because I decided that was just too fucking many ends to fill in. Then I'm afraid I don't understand. No, you don't. I didn't say anything about not liking it. I said it wasn't right. It's a cheat. You'll have to change it. Had he once thought of her as the perfect audience? Oh, boy. Have to give you credit, Paul. When you make a mistake, you go whole hog. Constant Reader had just become merciless editor. Without his even being aware that it was happening, Paul's face rearranged itself into the expression of sincere concentration he always wore while listening to editors. He thought of this as his "can I help you, lady" expression. That was because most editors were like women who drive into service stations and tell the mechanic to fix whatever it is that's making that knocking sound under the hood or going wonk-wonk inside the dashboard, and please have it done an hour ago. A look of sincere concentration was good because it flattered them, and when editors were flattered, they would sometimes give in on some of their mad ideas. "How is it a cheat?" he asked. "Well, Jeffrey wrote for the doctor," she said. "That's all right. That happened in Chapter 38 of Misery's Child. But the doctor never came, as you well know, because Jeffrey's horse tripped on the top rail of that rotten Mr. Cranthorpe's toll gate when Jeffrey tried to jump it. I hope that dirty bird gets his comeuppance in Misery's return, Paul, I really do. And Jeffrey broke his shoulder and some of his ribs, and lay there most of the night in the rain until the sheepherder's boy came along and found him. So the doctor never came, you see?" Yes. He found himself suddenly unable to take his eyes from her face. He had thought she was putting on an editor's hat, maybe even trying on a collaborator's chapeau, preparing to tell him what to write and how to write it. But that was not so. Mr. Cranthorpe, for instance. She hoped Mr. Cranthorpe would get his comeuppance, but she did not demand it. She saw the story's creative course as something outside of her hands, in spite of her obvious control of him. But some things simply could not be done. Creativity or the lack of it had no bearing on these things. To do them was as foolish as issuing a proclamation revoking the law of gravity, or trying to play table tennis with a brick. She really was Constant Reader, but Constant Reader did not mean constant sap. She would not allow him to kill Misery, but neither would she allow him to cheat Misery back to life. But Christ, I did kill her, he thought wearily. What am I going to do? "When I was a girl," she said, "they used to have chapter plays at the movies, an episode a week. The Masked Avenger and Flash Gordon, even one about Frank Buck, the man who went to Africa to catch wild animals, and who could subdue lions and tigers just by staring at them. Do you remember the chapter plays?" "I remember them, but you can't be that old, Annie. You must have seen them on TV or had an older brother or sister who told you about them." At the corners of her mouth, dimples appeared briefly in the solidity of flesh and then disappeared. "Go on with you, you fooler." "I did have an older brother, though, and we used to go to the movies every Saturday afternoon. That was in Bakersfield, California, where I grew up. While I always used to enjoy the newsreel and the color cartoons and the feature, what I really looked forward to was the next installment of the chapter play. I'd find myself thinking about it at odd moments all week long. If a class was boring, or if I had to babysit Mrs. Kremet's 4 brats downstairs, I used to hate those little brats." Annie lapsed into a moody silence, staring into the corner. She had become unplugged. It was the first time this had happened in some days, and he wondered uneasily if it meant she was slipping into the lower part of her cycle. If so, he had better batten down his hatches. At last she came out of it, as always with an expression of faint surprise, as if she had not really expected the world to still be here. "Rocket Man was my favorite. There he would be at the end of Chapter 6, death in the sky, unconscious while his plane went into a power drive. Or at the end of Chapter 9, Fiery Doom, he'd be tied to a chair in a burning warehouse. Sometimes it was a car with no brakes, sometimes poison gas, sometimes electricity." Annie spoke of these things with an affection which was bizarre in its unmistakable genuineness. "Cliffhangers, they call them," he ventured. She frowned at him. "I know that, Mr. Smart Guy. Gosh, sometimes I think you must believe I'm awful stupid." "I don't, Annie, really." She waved a hand at him impatiently, and he understood it would be better, today at least, not to interrupt her. "It was fun to try and think how he would get out of it. Sometimes I could, sometimes I couldn't. I didn't really care as long as they played fair. The people who made the story." She looked at him sharply, to make sure he was taking the point. Paul thought he could hardly have missed it. "Like when he was unconscious in the airplane. He woke up, and there was a parachute under his seat. He put it on and jumped out of the plane, and that was fair enough." "Thousands of English comp teachers would disagree with you, my dear," Paul thought. "What you're talking about is called a deus ex machina, the god from the machine, first used in Greek amphitheaters. When the playwright has got his hero into an impossible jam, this chair decked with flowers came down from overhead. The hero sat down in it and was drawn up out of harm's way. Even the stupidest swain could grasp the symbolism. The hero had been saved by God. But the deus ex machina, sometimes known in the technical jargon as the old parachute under the airplane seat trick, finally went out of vogue around the year 1700. Except, of course, for such arcana as the Rocket Man serials and the Nancy Drew books. I guess you missed the news, Annie." For one gruesome, never-to-be-forgotten moment, Paul thought he was going to have a laughing fit. Given her mood this morning, that would almost surely have resulted in some unpleasant and painful punishment. He raised a hand quickly to his mouth, pasting it over the smile trying to be born there, and manufactured a coughing fit. She thumped him on the back hard enough to hurt. "Better?" "Yes, thanks." "Can I go on now, Paul, or were you planning to have a sneezing fit? Should I get the bucket? Do you feel as though you might have to vomit a few times?" "No, Annie. Please go on. What you're saying is fascinating." She looked a little mollified. Not much, but a little. "When he found that parachute under the seat, it was fair. Maybe not all that realistic, but fair." He thought about this, startled. Her occasional sharp insights never failed to startle him, and decided it was true. Fair and realistic might be synonyms in the best of all possible worlds, but if so, this was not that world. "But you take another episode," she said, "and this is exactly what's wrong with what you wrote yesterday, Paul, so listen to me." "I'm all ears." She looked at him sharply to see if he was joking. His face, however, was pale and serious, very much the face of a conscientious student. The urge to laugh had dissipated when he realized that Annie might know everything about the Deus Ex Machina except the name. "All right," she said. "This was a no-breaks chapter. The bad guys put Rocket Man, only it was Rocket Man and his secret identity, into a car that didn't have any brakes, and then they welded all the doors shut, and then they started the car rolling down this twisty-turny mountain road. I was on the edge of my seat that day, I can tell you." She was sitting on the edge of his bed. Paul was sitting across the room in the wheelchair. It had been 5 days since his expedition into the bathroom in the parlor, and he had recuperated from that experience faster than he would ever have believed. Just not being caught, it seemed, was a marvelous restorative. She looked vaguely at the calendar where the smiling boy rode his sled through an endless February. "So there was poor old Rocket Man stuck in that car without his rocket pack or even his special helmet with the one-way eyes, trying to steer and stop the car and open the side door all at the same time. He was busier than a one-armed paper hanger, I can tell you." Yes, Paul could suddenly see it, and in an instinctive way he understood exactly how much a scene, absurdly melodramatic as it might be, could be milked for suspense. The scenery, all of it canted at an alarming downhill angle, rushing by. Cut to the brake pedal, which sinks bonelessly to the mat where the man's foot, he saw the foot clearly, clad in a 1940s-style air-tip shoe, stomps on it. Cut to his shoulder, hitting the door. Cut to the outside reverse, showing us an irregular bead of solder where the door has been sealed shut. Stupid, sure, not a bit literary, but you could do things with it. You could speed up pulses with it. No Chivas Regal here. This was the fictional equivalent of backwoods popskull. "So then you saw that the road just ended at this cliff," she said. "And everyone in the theater knew that if Rocket Man didn't get out of that old Hudson before it got to the cliff, he was a gone goose, oh boy. And here came the car, with Rocket Man still trying to put on the brakes or bash the door open, and then over it went. It flew out into space, and then it went down. It hit the side of the cliff about halfway down and burst into flames. And then it went into the ocean. And then this ending message came up on the screen that said, 'Next week, Chapter 11. The Dragon Flies.'" She sat on the edge of the bed, hands tightly clasped together, her large bosom rising and falling rapidly. "Well," she said, not looking at him, only at the wall. "After that, I hardly saw the movie. I didn't just think about Rocket Man once in a while that next week. I thought about him all the time. How could he have gotten out of it? I couldn't even guess. Next Saturday, I was standing in front of the theater at noon, although the box office didn't open until 1:15, and the movie didn't start until 2. But, Paul, what happened? Well, you'll never guess." Paul said nothing, but he could guess. He understood how she could like what he had written and still know it was not right. Know it and say it, not with an editor's sometimes untrustworthy literary sophistication, but with constant readers' flat and uncontradictable certainty. He understood and was amazed to find he was ashamed of himself. She was right. He had written a cheat. The new episode always started with the ending of the last one. They showed him going down the hill. They showed the cliff. They showed him banging on the car door, trying to open it. Then, just before the car got to the edge, the door banged open, and out he flew onto the road. The car went over the cliff, and all the kids in the theater were cheering because Rocket Man got out. But I wasn't cheering, Paul. I was mad. I started yelling, "That isn't what happened last week. That isn't what happened last week." Annie jumped up and began to walk rapidly back and forth in the room, her head down, her hair falling in a frizzy cowl about her face, smacking one fist steadily into her other palm, eyes blazing. "My brother tried to make me stop. When I wouldn't, he tried to put his hand over my mouth to shut me up, and I bit it. And I went on yelling, "This isn't what happened last week. Are you all too stupid to remember? Did you all get amnesia?" And my brother said, "You're crazy, Annie," but I knew I wasn't. And the manager came and said if I didn't shut up, I was going to have to leave, and I said, "You bet I'm going to leave, because that was a dirty cheat. That wasn't what happened last week." She looked at him, and Paul saw clear murder in her eyes. "He didn't get out of the cock-a-doodle car. It went over the edge, and he was still inside it. Do you understand that?" "Yes," Paul said. "Do you understand that?" She suddenly leaped at him with that limber ferocity, and although he felt certain she meant to hurt him as she had before, possibly because she couldn't get at the dirty birdie of a scriptwriter who had cheated Rocket Man out of the Hudson before it went over the cliff, he did not move at all. He could see the seeds of her current instability in the window of past she had just opened for him, but he was also awed by it. The injustice she felt was, in spite of its childishness, completely, inarguably real. She didn't hit him. She seized the front of the robe he was wearing and dragged him forward until their faces were nearly touching. "Do you?" "Yes, Annie, yes." She stared at him, that furious black gaze, and must have seen the truth in his face, because after a moment she slung him contemptuously back in the chair. He grimaced against the thick, grinding pain, and after a while it began to subside. "Then you know what is wrong," she said. "I suppose I do, although I'll be goddamned if I know how I'm going to fix it." And that other voice returned at once. "I don't know if you'll be damned by God or saved by him, Paulie, but one thing I do know. If you don't find a way to bring Misery back to life, a way she can believe, she's going to kill you." "Then do it," she said curtly, and left the room. Paul looked at the typewriter. The typewriter was there. Ends. He had never realized how many ends there were in an average line of type. "I thought you were supposed to be good," the typewriter said. His mind had invested it with a sneering and yet callow voice. The voice of a teenage gunslinger in a Hollywood Western, a kid intent on making a fast reputation here in Deadwood. "You're not so good, hell. You can't even please one crazy overweight nurse. Maybe you broke your writing bone in that crash, too. Only that bone isn't healing." He leaned back as far as the wheelchair would allow, and closed his eyes. Her rejection of what he had written would be easier to bear if he could blame it on the pain, but the truth was that the pain had finally begun to subside a little. The stolen pills were safely tucked away between the mattress and the box spring. He had taken none of them. Knowing he had put them aside, a form of Annie insurance, was enough. She would find them if she took it into her head to turn the mattress, he supposed, but that was a chance he was prepared to take. There had been no trouble between them since the blow-up over the typewriter paper. His medication came regularly, and he took it. He wondered if she knew he was hooked on the stuff. "Hey, come on now, Paul, that's a bit of a dramatization, isn't it?" No, it wasn't. 3 nights ago, when he was sure she was upstairs, he had sneaked one of the sample boxes out and had read everything on the label, although he supposed he had read everything he needed when he saw what Novel's principal ingredient was. Maybe you spelled relief, R-O-L-A-I-D-S, but you spelled Novril, C-O-D-E-I-N-E. The fact is, you're healing up, Paul. Below the knees, your legs look like a 4-year-old stick drawing, but you are healing up. You could get by on aspirin or Emprin now. It's not you that needs the Novril. You're feeding it to the monkey. He would have to cut down, have to duck some of the caps. Until he could do that, she would have him on a chain as well as in a wheelchair. A chain of Novril capsules. Okay, I'll duck one of the 2 capsules she gives me every other time she brings them. I'll put it under my tongue when I swallow the other one, and stick it under my mattress with the other pills when she takes the drinking glass out. Only not today. I don't feel ready to start today. I'll start tomorrow. Now in his mind he heard the voice of the Red Queen lecturing Alice. Down here we got our act clean yesterday, and we plan to start getting our act clean tomorrow. But we never clean up our act today. "Oh, ho, Paulie, you're a real riot," the typewriter said in the tough Gunsel's voice he had made up for it. "Us dirty birdies are never all that funny, but we never stop trying. You have to give us that," he muttered. "Well, you better start thinking about all the dope you're taking, Paul. You better start thinking about it very seriously." He decided suddenly on the spur of the moment that he would start dodging some of the medication as soon as he got a first chapter that Annie liked on paper, a chapter which Annie decided wasn't a cheat. Part of him, the part that listened to even the best, fairest editorial suggestions with ill grace, protested that the woman was crazy, that there was no way to tell what she might or might not accept, that anything he tried would only be a crapshoot. But another part, a far more sensible part, disagreed. He would know the real stuff when he found it. The real stuff would make the crap he had given Annie to read last night, the crap it had taken him 3 days and false starts without number to write, look like a dog turd sitting next to a silver dollar. Hadn't he known it was all wrong? It wasn't like him to labor so painfully, nor to half fill a wastebasket with random jottings or half-pages, which ended in lines like, "Misery turned to him, eyes shining, lips murmuring the magic words, 'Oh, you numb shithead, this isn't working at all.'" He had chalked it off to the pain and to being in a situation where he was not just writing for his supper, but for his life. Those ideas had been nothing but plausible lies. The fact was, things had gone dry. The work had gone badly because he was cheating, and he had known it himself. "Well, she saw through you, shit for brains," the typewriter said in its nasty, insolent voice. "Didn't she? So what are you going to do now?" He didn't know, but he supposed he would have to do something and in a hurry. He hadn't cared for her mood this morning. He supposed he should count himself lucky that she hadn't re-broken his legs with a baseball bat or given him a battery acid manicure, something similar to indicate her displeasure with the way he'd begun her book. Such critical responses were always possible, given Annie's unique view of the world. If he got out of this alive, he thought he might drop Christopher Hale a note. Hale reviewed books for the New York Times. The note would say, "Whenever my editor called me up and told me you were planning to review one of my books in the Daily Times, my knees used to knock together. You gave me some good ones, Chris, old buddy, but you also torpedoed me more than once, as you well know. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you to go ahead and do your worst. I've discovered a whole new critical mode, my friend. We might call it the Colorado barbecue and floor bucket school of thought. It makes the stuff you guys do look about as scary as a ride on the Central Park Carousel. This is all very amusing, Paul. Writing critics little B.A. do in one's head is always good for a giggle. But you really ought to find yourself a pot and get it boiling, don't you think?" Yes. Yes, indeed. The typewriter sat there, smirking at him. "I hate you," Paul said morosely, and looked out the window. The snowstorm to which Paul had awakened the day after his expedition to the bathroom had gone on for 2 days. There had been at least 18 inches of new fall and heavy drifting. By the time the sun finally peered through the clouds again, Annie's Cherokee was nothing but a vague hump in the driveway. Now, however, the sun was out again, and the sky was brilliant once more. That sun had heat as well as brilliance. He could feel it on his face and hands as he sat there. The icicles along the barn were dripping again. He thought briefly of his car in the snow, and then picked up a piece of paper and rolled it into the royal. He typed the words "Misery's Return" in the upper left-hand corner, the number 1 in the upper right. He banged the carriage return lever 4 or 5 times, centered the carriage, and typed Chapter 1. He hit the keys harder than necessary, so she would be sure to hear he was typing something at least. Now there was all this white space below Chapter 1, looking like a snowbank into which he could fall and die, smothered in frost. 'Africa. As long as they played fair, That bird came from Africa. There was a parachute under his seat. Africa. Now I must rinse. He was drifting off and knew he shouldn't. If she came in here and caught him cooping instead of writing, she would be mad. But he let himself drift away. He was not just dozing. He was, in an odd way, thinking, looking, searching. Searching for what, Polly? But that was obvious. The plane was in a power dive. He was searching for the parachute under the seat. Okay? Fair enough? Fair enough. When he found the parachute under the seat, it was fair. Maybe not all that realistic, but fair. For a couple of summers, his mother had sent him to a day camp at the Malden Community Center. And they had played this game. They sat in a circle, and the game was like Annie's chapter plays, and he almost always won. What was that game called? He could see 15 or 20 little boys and girls sitting in a circle in one shady corner of a playground, all of them wearing Malden Community Center t-shirts, all listening intently as the counselor explained how the game was played. Can you? The name of that game was Can You? And it really was just like the Republic cliffhangers. The game you played then was Can You, Polly? And that's the name of the game now, isn't it? Yes, he supposed it was. In Can You, the counselor would start a story about this guy named Careless Corrigan. Careless was lost in the trackless jungles of South America. Suddenly he looks around and sees there are lions behind him, lions on either side of him, and by God, lions ahead of him. Careless Corrigan is surrounded by lions, and they're starting to move in. It's only 5 in the afternoon, but that is no problem for these kiddies. As far as South American lions are concerned, that dinner at 8 shit is for goofballs. The counselor had had a stopwatch, and Paul Sheldon's dozing mind saw it with brilliant clarity, although he had last held its honest silver weight in his hand more than 30 years ago. He could see the fine copper plate of the numbers, the smaller needle at the bottom which recorded tenths of seconds. He could see the brand name printed in tiny letters, Annex. The counselor would look around the circle and pick one of the day campers. Daniel, he would say, can you? The moment can you was out of his mouth, the counselor would click the stopwatch into motion. Daniel then had exactly 10 seconds to go on with the story. If he did not begin to speak during those 10 seconds, he had to leave the circle. But if he got careless away from the lions, the counselor would look at the circle again and ask the game's other question, one that recalled his current situation clearly to mind again. This question was, did he? The rules for this part of the game were Annie's exactly. Realism was not necessary. Fairness was. Daniel could say, for instance, luckily, Careless had his Winchester with him and plenty of ammo, so he shot 3 of the lions and the rest ran away. In a case like that, Daniel did. He got the stopwatch and went on with the story, ending his segment with Careless up to his hips in a pool of quicksand or something, and then he would ask someone else if he or she could, and bang down the button on the stopwatch. But 10 seconds wasn't long, and it was easy to get jammed up, easy to cheat. The next kid might well say something like, just then this great big bird, an Andean vulture, I think, flew down. Careless grabbed its neck and made it pull him out of that quicksand. When the counselor asked, did she, you raised your hand if you thought she had, left it down if you thought she had blown it. In the case of the Andean vulture, the kid would almost surely have been invited to leave the circle. Can you, Paul? Yeah. That's how I survive. That's how come I'm able to maintain homes in both New York and L.A., and more rolling iron than there is in some used car lots. Because I can. And it's not something to apologize for, goddammit. There are lots of guys out there who write a better prose line than I do, and who have a better understanding of what people are really like, and what humanity is supposed to mean. Hell, I know that. When the counselor asks did he about those guys, sometimes only a few people raise their hands. But they raise their hands for me, or for misery. And in the end, I guess they're both the same. Can I? Yeah. You bet I can. There's a million things in this world I can't do. Couldn't hit a curveball even back in high school. Can't fix a leaky faucet. Can't roller skate or make an F chord on the guitar that sounds like anything but shit. I've tried twice to be married and couldn't do it either time. But if you want me to take you away, to scare you or involve you or make you cry or grin, yeah, I can. I can bring it to you and keep bringing it to you until you holler uncle. I am able. I can. The typewriter's insolent gunslinger voice whispered into this deepening dream. What we got here, friends, is a lot of two things. Big talk and white space. Can you? Yes. Yes. Did he? No. He cheated. In Misery's child, the doctor never came. Maybe the rest of you forgot what happened last week, but the stone idol never forgets. Paul has to leave the circle. Pardon me, please. Now I must rinse. Now I must... rinse, he muttered, and slid over to the right. This dragged his left leg slightly askew, and the bolt of pain in his crushed knee was enough to wake him up. Less than 5 minutes had gone by. He could hear Annie washing dishes in the kitchen. Usually she sang as she did her chores. Today she was not singing. There was only the rattle of plates and the occasional hiss of rinse water. Another bad sign. Here's a special weather bulletin for residents of Sheldon County. A tornado watch is in effect until 5 p.m. tonight. I repeat, a tornado watch. But it was time to stop playing games and get down to business. She wanted Misery back from the dead, but it had to be fair. Not necessarily realistic, just fair. If he could do it this morning, he could just derail the depression he sensed coming on before it could get a real start. Paul looked out the window, his chin on his palm. He was fully awake now, thinking fast and hard, but not really aware of the process. The top 2 or 3 layers of his conscious mind, which dealt with such things as when he had last shampooed, or whether or not Annie would be on time with his next dope allotment, seemed to have departed the scene entirely. That part of his head had quietly gone out to get a pastrami on rye or something. There was sensory input, but he was not doing anything with it, not seeing what he was seeing, not hearing what he was hearing. Another part of him was furiously trying out ideas, rejecting them, trying to combine them, rejecting the combinations. He sensed this going on but had no direct contact with it and wanted none. It was dirty down there in the sweatshops. He understood what he was doing now as trying to have an idea. Trying to have an idea wasn't the same as getting an idea. Getting an idea was a more humble way of saying, I am inspired, or Eureka, my muse has spoken. The idea for fast cars had come to him one day in New York City. He had gone out with no more in mind than buying a VCR for the townhouse on 83rd Street. He had passed a parking lot and had seen an attendant trying to jimmy his way into a car. That was all. He had no idea if what he had seen was licit or illicit, and by the time he had walked another 2 or 3 blocks, he no longer cared. The attendant had become Tony Bonasaro. He knew everything about Tony but his name, which he later plucked from a telephone book. Half the story existed full-blown in his mind, and the rest was rapidly falling into place. He felt jivey, happy, almost drunk. The muse had arrived, every bit as welcome as an unexpected check in the mail. He had set out to get a video recorder and had gotten something much better instead. He had gotten an idea. This other process, trying to have an idea, was nowhere near as exalted or exalting, but it was every bit as mysterious, and every bit as necessary. Because when you were writing a novel, you almost always got roadblocked somewhere, and there was no sense in trying to go on until you had an idea. His usual procedure when it was necessary to have an idea was to put on his coat and go for a walk. If he didn't need to have an idea, he took a book when he went for a walk. He recognized walking as good exercise, but it was boring. If you didn't have someone to talk to while you walked, a book was a necessity. But if you needed to have an idea, Boredom could be to a roadblock novel what chemotherapy was to a cancer patient. Halfway through Fast Cars, Tony had killed Lieutenant Gray when the lieutenant tried to slap the cuffs on him in a Times Square movie theater. Paul wanted Tony to get away with a murder, for a while anyway, because there could be no third act with Tony sitting in the cooler. Yet Tony could not simply leave Gray sitting in a movie theater with a haft of a knife sticking out of his left armpit, because there were at least 3 people who knew Gray had gone to meet Tony. Body disposal was the problem, and Paul didn't know how to solve it. It was a roadblock. It was the game. It was, careless, just killed this guy in a Times Square movie theater. Now he's got to get the body back to his car without anyone saying, "Hey, mister, is that guy as dead as he looks, or did he just pitch a fit or something?" If he gets Gray's corpse back to the car, he can drive it to Queens and dump it in this abandoned building project he knows about. Paulie, can you? There was no 10-second deadline, of course. He'd had no contract for the book, had written it on spec, and hence there was no delivery date to think about. Yet there was always a deadline, a time after which you had to leave the circle, and most writers knew it. If a book remained roadblocked long enough, it began to decay, to fall apart. All the little tricks and illusions started to show. He had gone for a walk, thinking of nothing on top of his mind, the way he was thinking of nothing on top right now. He had walked 3 miles before someone set up a flare from the sweatshops down below. Suppose he starts a fire in the theater. That looked like it might work. There was no sense of giddiness, no true feeling of inspiration. He felt like a carpenter looking at a piece of lumber that might do the job. He could set a fire in the stuffing of a seat next to him. How's that? Goddamn seats in those theaters are always torn up. There'd be smoke, lots of it. He could hold off leaving as long as possible, then drag Gray out with him. He can pass Gray off as a smoke inhalation victim. What do you think? He had thought it was okay. Not great, and there were plenty of details still to be worked out, but it looked okay. He'd had an idea. The work could proceed. He'd never needed to have an idea to start a book, but he understood instinctively that it could be done. He sat quietly on the chair, chin on hand, looking out at the barn. If he'd been able to walk, he would have been out there in the field. He sat quietly, almost dozing, waiting for something to happen, really aware of nothing at all except that things were happening down below, that whole edifices of make-believe were being erected, judged, found wanting, and torn down again in the wink of an eye. 10 minutes passed. 15. Now she was running the vacuum cleaner in the parlor, but still not singing. He heard it, but did nothing with the hearing of it. It was unconnected sound which ran into his head and then out again like water running through a flume. Finally the guys down below shot up a flare as they always eventually did. Poor buggers down there never stopped busting their balls, and he didn't envy them one little bit. Paul sat quietly, beginning to have an idea. His conscious mind returned. The doctor is in, and picked the idea up like a letter pushed through the mail slot in a door. He began to examine it. He almost rejected it. Was that a faint groan from down there in the sweatshops? Reconsidered. Decided half of it could be saved. A second flare, this one brighter than the first. Paul began to drum his fingers restlessly on the windowsill. Around 11 o'clock he began to type. This went very slowly at first. Individual clacks followed by spaces of silence, some as long as 15 seconds. It was the oral equivalent of an island archipelago seen from the air, a chain of low humps broken by broad swaths of blue. Little by little the spaces of silence began to shorten, and now there were occasional bursts of typing. It would have sounded fine on Paul's electric typewriter, but the clacking sound of the Royal was thick, actively unpleasant. But Paul did not notice the Ducky-Daddle's voice of the typewriter. He was warming up by the bottom of the first page. By the bottom of the second, he was in high gear. After a while, Annie turned off the vacuum cleaner and stood in the doorway watching him. Paul had no idea she was there, had no idea, in fact, that he was. He had finally escaped. He was in Little Dunthorpe's churchyard, breathing damp night air, smelling moss and earth and mist. He heard the clock in the tower of the Presbyterian church strike 2, and dumped it into the story without missing a beat. When it was very good, he could see through the paper. He could see through it now. Annie watched him for a long time, her heavy face unsmiling, moveless, but somehow satisfied. After a while she went away. Her tread was heavy, but Paul didn't hear that either. He worked until 3 o'clock that afternoon, and at 8 that night he asked her to help him back into the wheelchair again. He wrote another 3 hours, although by 10 o'clock the pain had begun to be quite bad. Annie came in at 11. He asked for another 15 minutes. "No, Paul, it's enough. You're white as salt." She got him into bed, and he was asleep in 3 minutes. He slept the whole night through for the first time since coming out of the gray cloud, and his sleep was for the first time utterly without dreams. He had been dreaming awake. Misery's Return by Paul Sheldon, for Annie Wilkes. Chapter 1. For a moment, Geoffrey Aliburton was not sure who the old man at the door was, and this was not entirely because the bell had awakened him from a deepening doze. The irritating thing about village life, he thought, was that there weren't enough people for there to be any perfect strangers. Instead, there were just enough to keep one from knowing immediately who many of the villagers were. Sometimes all one really had to go on was a family resemblance, and such resemblances, of course, never precluded the unlikely but hardly impossible coincidence of bastardy. One could usually handle such moments, no matter how much one might feel one was entering one's dotage, while trying to maintain an ordinary conversation with a person whose name one should be able to recall but could not. Things only reached the more cosmic realms of embarrassment when 2 such familiar faces arrived at the same time, and one felt called upon to make introductions. "I hope I'll not be disturbing you, sir," this visitor said. He was twisting a cheap cloth cap restlessly in his hands, and in the light cast by the lamp Geoffrey held up, his face looked lined and yellow, and terribly worried, frightened even. "It's just that I didn't want to go to Dr. Booking's, nor did I want to disturb his lordship. Not at least until I'd spoken to you, if you take my meaning, sir." Geoffrey didn't, but quite suddenly he did know one thing, who this late-coming visitor was. The mention of Dr. Bookings, the C of E minister, had done it. 3 days ago, Dr. Bookings had performed Misery's few last rites in the churchyard which lay behind the rectory, and this fellow had been there, but lurking considerately in the background, where he was less apt to be noticed. His name was Coulter. He was one of the church sextons. To be brutally frank, the man was a gravedigger. "Coulter," he said, "what can I do for you?" Coulter spoke hesitantly. "It's the noises, sir. The noises in the churchyard. Her ladyship rests not easy, sir, so she doesn't, and I'm afeard. Geoffrey felt as if someone had punched him in the midsection. He pulled in a gasp of air, and hot pain needled his side, where his ribs had been tightly taped by Dr. Shinebone. Shinebone's gloomy assessment had been that Geoffrey would almost certainly take pneumonia, after lying in that ditch all night in the chilly rain. But 3 days had passed, and there had been no onset of fever and coughing. He had known there would not be. God did not let off the guilty so easily. He believed that God would let him live, to perpetuate his poor lost darling's memory for a long, long time. "Are you all right, sir?" Coulter asked. "I heard you were terrible bunged up t'other night." He paused. "The night herself died." "I'm fine," Geoffrey said slowly. "Coulter, these sounds you say you hear, you know they're just imaginings, don't you?" Coulter looked shocked. "Imaginings?" he asked. "Sir, next you'll be telling me you have no belief in Jesus and the life everlasting. Why didn't Duncan Frumsley see old man Patterson not 2 days after his funeral, glowing just as white as marsh fire?" Which was just what it probably was. Geoffrey thought. Mosh fire plus whatever came out of old Fromsley's last bottle. And ain't half the bleeding town seen that old papist monk that walks the battlements of Ridgeheath Manor. They even sent down a couple of ladies from the bleeding London Psychic Society to look into that one. Geoffrey knew the ladies Coulter meant. A couple of hysterical beldames, probably suffering from the alternate calms and monsoons of midlife, both as dotty as a child's draw-it-name-it puzzle. "Ghosts are just as real as you or me, sir," Coulter was saying earnestly. "I don't mind the idea of 'em, but these noises are fearsome spooky, so they are, and I hardly even like to go near the churchyard. And I have to dig a grave for the little Roydman babe tomorrow, so I do." Geoffrey said an inward prayer for patience. The urge to bellow at this poor sexton was almost insurmountable. He had been dozing peacefully enough in front of his own fire with a book in his lap when Coulter came, waking him up, and he was coming more and more awake all the time, and at every second the dull sorrow settled more deeply over him, the awareness that his darling was gone. She was 3 days in her grave, soon to be a week, a month, a year, 10 years. The sorrow, he thought, was like a rock on the shoreline of the ocean. When one was sleeping, it was as if the tide was in, and there was some relief. Sleep was like a tide which covered the rock of grief. When one woke, however, the tide began to go out, and soon the rock was visible again, a barnacle-encrusted thing of inarguable reality, a thing which would be there forever, or until God chose to wash it away. And this fool dared to come here and prate of ghosts. But the man's face looked so wretched that Geoffrey was able to control himself. "Miss Misery, her ladyship, was much loved," Geoffrey said quietly. "Aye, sir, so she was," Coulter agreed fervently. He switched custody of his cloth cap to his left hand solely, and with his right produced a giant red handkerchief from his pocket. He honked mightily into it, his eyes watering. "All of us sorrow at her passing." Geoffrey's hands went to his shirt and rubbed the heavy muslin wrappings beneath it restlessly. "Aye, so we do, sir, so we do." Coulter's words were muffled in the handkerchief, but Geoffrey could see his eyes. The man was really, honestly weeping. The last of his own selfish anger dissolved in pity. "She were a good lady, sir. Aye, she were a great lady, and it's a terrible thing the way his lordship took on about it." "Aye, she was fine," Geoffrey said gently, and found to his dismay that his own tears were now close, like a cloudburst which threatens on a late summer's afternoon. "And sometimes, Coulter, when someone especially fine passes away, someone especially dear to us all, we find it hard to let that someone go. So we may imagine that they have not gone. Do you follow me?" "Aye, sir," Coulter said eagerly. "But these sounds, sir, if you heard them." Patiently, Geoffrey said, "What sort of sounds do you mean?" He thought Coulter would then speak of sounds which might be no more than the wind in the trees, sounds amplified by his own imagination, of course, or perhaps a badger bumbling its way down to Little Dunthorpe Stream, which lay behind the churchyard. And so he was hardly prepared when Coulter whispered in an affrighted voice, "Scratching sound, sir. It sounds as if she were still alive down there, and trying to work her way up back to the land of the living, so it does." Chapter 2. 15 minutes later, alone again, Geoffrey approached the dining-room sideboard. He was reeling from side to side like a man negotiating the foredeck of a ship in a gale. He felt like a man in a gale. He might have believed that the fever Dr. Shinebone had almost gleefully predicted had come on him at last, and with a vengeance. But it wasn't fever which had simultaneously brought wild red roses to his cheeks, and turned his forehead to the color of candle wax. Not fever which had made his hands shake so badly that he had almost dropped the decanter of brandy as he brought it out of the sideboard. if there was a chance, the slightest chance, that the monstrous idea Coulter had planted in his mind was true, then he had no business pausing here at all. But he felt that without a drink he might fall swooning to the floor. Geoffrey Aliburton did something then that he had never done before in his whole life, something he never did again. He lifted the decanter directly to his mouth and drank from the neck. Then he stepped back and whispered, "We shall see about this. We shall see about this, by heaven. And if I go on this insane errand, only to discover nothing at the end of it but an old gravedigger's imagination after all, I will have good man Coulter's earlobes on my watch chain, no matter how much he loved misery." Chapter 3. He took the pony trap driving under an eerie, not quite dark sky where a three-quarters moon ducked restlessly in and out between the racing reefs of cloud. He had paused to throw on the first thing in the downstairs hall closet which came to hand. This turned out to be a dark maroon smoking jacket. The tails blew out behind him as he whipped Mary on. The elderly mare did not like the speed upon which he was insisting. Geoffrey did not like the deepening pain in his shoulder and side, but the pain of neither could be helped. "Scratching sound, sir. It sounds as if she were still alive down there, and trying to work her way back up to the land of the living." This by itself would not have put him in a state of near terror, but he remembered coming to Calthorpe Manor the day after Misery's death. He and Ian had looked at each other, and Ian had tried to smile, although his eyes were gem-like with unshed tears. "It would somehow be easier," Ian had said, "if she looked more dead. I know that sounds—" "Bosh," Geoffrey had said, trying to smile. "The undertaker doubtless exercised all his wit and—" "Undertaker!" Ian nearly screamed, and for the first time Geoffrey had truly understood that his friend was tottering on the brink of madness. "Undertaker, ghoul! I've had no undertaker, and I will have no undertaker to come in and rouge my darling and paint her like a doll. Ian, my dear fellow, really you mustn't." Geoffrey had made as if to clap Ian on the shoulder, and somehow that had turned into an embrace. The two men wept in each other's arms like tired children, while in some other room Misery's child, a boy now almost a day old and still unnamed, awoke and began to cry. Mrs. Ramage, whose own kindly heart was broken, began to sing it a cradle song in a voice cracked and full of tears. At the time, deeply afraid for Ian's sanity, he had been less concerned with what Ian said than how he had said it. Only now, as he whipped Mary ever faster toward Little Dunthorpe, in spite of his own deepening pain, did the words come back, haunting in light of Coulter's tale. "If she looked more dead. If she looked more dead, old chap." Nor was that all. Late that afternoon, as the first of the village people had begun wending their way up Calthorpe Hill to pay their respects to the grieving lord, Shinebone had returned. He had looked tired, not very well himself, nor was this surprising in a man who claimed to have shaken hands with Wellington, the Iron Duke himself, when he, Shinebone, not Wellington, had been a boy. Geoffrey thought the Wellington story was probably an exaggeration, but old Shinny, as he and Ian had called him as boys, had seen Geoffrey through all his childhood illnesses, and Shinny had seemed a very old man to him, even then. Always granting the eye of childhood, which tends to see anyone over the age of 25 as elderly, he thought Shinny must be all of 75 now. He was old. He'd had a hectic, terrible last 24 hours. And might not an old, tired man have made a mistake? A terrible, unspeakable mistake? It was this thought, more than any other, which had sent him out on this cold and windy night, under a moon which stuttered uncertainly between the clouds. Could he have made such a mistake? Part of him, a craven, cowardly part which would rather risk losing Misery forever than look upon the inevitable results of such a mistake, denied it. But when Shinny came in, Geoffrey had been sitting by Ian, who was remembering in a broken, scarcely coherent way How he and Ian had rescued Misery from the palace dungeons of the mad French Viscount Leroux. How they had escaped in a wagon-load of hay, and how Misery distracted one of the Viscount's guards at a critical moment by slipping one gorgeously unclad leg out of the hay and waving it delicately. Geoffrey had been chiming in his own memories of the adventure, wholly in the grip of his grief by then, and he cursed that grief now, because to him and to Ian as well, he supposed, Shinny had barely been there. Hadn't Shinny seemed strangely distant, strangely preoccupied? Was it only weariness, or had it been something else, some suspicion? No, surely not. His mind protested uneasily. The pony trap was flying up Calthorpe Hill. The manor house itself was dark, but oh, good. There was still a single light on in Mrs. Ramage's cottage. "Up, Mary!" he cried, and cracked the whip, wincing. "Not much further, girl, and you can rest a bit." Surely, surely not what you're thinking. But Shinny's examination of Geoffrey's broken ribs and sprained shoulder had seemed purely perfunctory, and he had spoken barely a word to Ian, in spite of the man's deep grief and frequent incoherent cries. No. After a visit which now seemed no longer than the most minimal sort of social convention would demand, Shinny had asked quietly, "Is she?" "Yes, in the parlor," Ian had managed. "My poor darling lies in the parlor. Kiss her for me, Shinny, and tell her I'll be with her soon." Ian had then burst into tears again, and after muttering some half-heard words of condolence, Shinny had passed into the parlor. It now seemed to Geoffrey that the old sawbones had been in there rather a long time, or perhaps that was only faulty recollection. But when he came out, he had looked almost cheerful, and there was nothing faulty about this recollection, Geoffrey felt sure. That expression was too out of place in that room of grief and tears, a room where Mrs. Ramage had already hung the black funerary curtains. Geoffrey had followed the old doctor out and spoke hesitantly to him in the kitchen. He hoped, he said, that the doctor would prescribe a sleeping powder for Ian, who really did seem quite ill. Shinny had seemed completely distracted, however. "It's not a bit like Miss Evelyn Hyde," he said. "I have satisfied myself of that." And he had returned to his calash without so much as a response to Geoffrey's question. Geoffrey went back inside, already forgetting the doctor's odd remark, already chalking Shinny's equally odd behavior off to age, weariness, and his own sort of grief. His thoughts had turned to Ian again, and he determined that with no sleeping powder forthcoming, he would simply have to pour whiskey down Ian's throat until the poor fellow passed out. Forgetting. Dismissing. Until now. "It's not a bit like Miss Evelyn Hyde. I have satisfied myself of that." Of what? Geoffrey did not know, but he intended to find out, no matter what the cost to his sanity might be, and he recognized that the cost might be high. Chapter 4. Mrs. Ramage was still up when Geoffrey began to hammer on the cottage door, although it was already 2 hours past her normal bedtime. Since Misery had passed away, Mrs. Ramage found herself putting her bedtime further and further back. If she could not put an end to her restless tossing and turning, she could at least postpone the moment at which she began it. Although she was the most level-headed and practical of women, the sudden outburst of knocking startled a little scream from her, and she scalded herself with the hot milk she had been pouring from pot to cup. Lately she seemed always on edge, always on the verge of a scream. It was not grief, this feeling, although she was nearly overwhelmed with grief. This was a strange, thundery feeling that she couldn't ever remember having before. It sometimes seemed to her that thoughts better left unrecognized were circling around her, just beyond the grasp of her weary, bitterly sad mind. "Who knocks at 10?" she cried at the door. "Whoever it is, I thank you not for the burn I've given myself." "It's Geoffrey, Mrs. Ramage. Geoffrey Aliburton, open the door for God's sake." Mrs. Ramage's mouth dropped open, and she was halfway to the door before she remembered she was in her nightgown and cap. She had never heard Geoffrey sound so, and would not have believed it if someone had told her of it. If there was a man in all England with a heart stouter than that of her beloved my lord, then it was Geoffrey, yet his voice trembled like the voice of a woman on the verge of hysterics. "A minute, Mr. Geoffrey! I'm half unclad!" "Devil take it!" Geoffrey cried. "I don't care if you're starkers, Mrs. Ramage. Open this door! Open it in the name of Jesus!" She stood only a second, then went to the door, unbarred it, and threw it open. Geoffrey's look did more than stun her, and again she heard the dim thunder of black thoughts somewhere back in her head. Geoffrey stood on the threshold of the housekeeper's cottage in an odd slanting posture, as if his spine had been warped out of shape by long years carrying a peddler's sack. His right hand was pressed between his left arm and left side. His hair was in a tangle. His dark brown eyes burned out of his white face. His dress was remarkable for one as careful, dandified as some would have said, about his clothing as Geoffrey Halliburton usually was. He wore an old smoking jacket with a belt askew, an open-throated white shirt, and a pair of rough serge pants that would have looked more at home upon the legs of an itinerant gardener than upon those of the richest man in Little Dunthorpe. On his feet were a pair of threadbare slippers. Mrs. Ramage, hardly dressed for a court ball herself, in her long white nightgown and muskrat's nightcap, with the untied curling ribbons hanging around her face like the fringe on a lampshade, stared at him with mounting concern. He had re-injured the ribs he had broken riding after the doctor 3 nights ago. That was obvious. But it wasn't just pain that made his eyes blaze from his whitened face like that. It was terror, barely held in check. "Mr. Geoffrey, what—" "No questions," he said hoarsely. "Not yet. Not until you answer one question of my own." "What question?" She was badly frightened now, her left hand clenched into a tight fist just above her munificent bosom. "Does the name Miss Evelyn Hyde mean anything to you?" And suddenly she knew the reason for that terrible thundery feeling that had been inside her ever since Saturday night. Some part of her mind must already have had this gruesome thought and suppressed it, for she needed no explanation at all. Only the name of the unfortunate Miss Charlotte Evelyn Hyde, late of Storping-on-Firkill, the village just to the west of Little Dunthorpe, was sufficient to bring a scream tearing from her. "Oh, my saints! Oh, my dear Jesus! Has she been buried alive? Has she been buried alive? Has my darling Misery been buried alive?" And now, before Geoffrey could even begin to answer, it was tough old Mrs. Ramage's turn to do something she had never done before that night, and would never do again. She fainted, dead away. Chapter 5. Geoffrey had no time to look for smelling salts. He doubted if a tough old soldier as Mrs. Ramage kept them around anyway. But beneath her sink he found a rag which smelled faintly of ammonia. He did not just pass this beneath her nose, but pressed it briefly against her lower face. The possibility Coulter had raised, however faint, was too hideous to merit much in the way of consideration. She jerked, cried out, and opened her eyes. For a moment she looked at him with dazed, uncomprehending bewilderment. Then she sat up. "No," she said. "No, Mr. Geoffrey. Say you don't mean it. Say it isn't true." "I don't know if it's true or not," he said. "But we must satisfy ourselves immediately. Immediately, Mrs. Ramage. I can't do all the digging myself, and if there's digging that must be done—" She was staring at him with horrified eyes. Her hands pressed so tightly over her mouth that the nails were white. "Can you help me if help is needed? There's really no one else." "My lord," she said numbly. "My lord, Mr. Ian, must know nothing of this until we know more," he said. "If God is good, he need never know at all." He would not voice to her the unspoken hope at the back of his mind, a hope which seemed to him almost as monstrous as his fears. If God was very good, He would find out about this night's work, when his wife and only love was restored to him, her return from the dead almost as miraculous as that of Lazarus. "Oh, this is terrible, terrible," she said in a faint, fluttery voice. Holding onto the table, she managed to pull herself to her feet. She stood, swaying, little straggles of hair hanging around her face among the muskrat tails of her cap. "Are you well enough?" he asked, more kindly. "If not, then I must carry on as best I can by myself." She drew a deep, shuddering breath and let it out. The side-to-side sway stopped. She turned and walked toward the pantry. "There's a pair of spades in the shed out back," she said. "A pick as well, I think. Throw them in your trap. And there's half a bottle of gin out here in the pantry. Been here untouched since Bill died 5 years ago on Lammas night. I'll have a bit and then I'll join you, Mr. Geoffrey. You're a brave woman, Mrs. Ramage. Be quick." "Aye, never fear me," she said, and grasped the bottle of gin with a hand that trembled only slightly. There was no dust on the bottle. Not even the pantry was safe from the relentless dust clout of Mrs. Ramage. But the label reading Clough and Poor Bougers was yellow. "Be quick yourself." She had always hated spirits, and her stomach wanted to sick the gin with its nasty junipery smell and oily taste back up. She made it stay down. Tonight, she would need it. Chapter 6. Under clouds that still raced east to west, blacker shapes against a black sky, and a moon that was now settling toward the horizon, the pony trap sped toward the churchyard. It was now Mrs. Ramage who drove, cracking the whip over the bewildered Mary, who would have told them if horses could talk that this was all wrong, that she was supposed to be dozing in her warm stall come this time of night. The spades and the pick chattered coldly one against the other, and Mrs. Ramage thought they would have given anyone who had seen them a proper fright. They must look like a pair of Mr. Dickens' resurrection men, or perhaps one resurrection man sitting in a pony trap driven by a ghost. For she was all in white, had not even paused long enough to gather up her robe. Her nightgown fluttered around her stout, vein-puffed ankles, and the tails of her cap streamed wildly out behind her. Here was the church. She turned Mary up the lane which ran beside it, shivering at the ghostly sound the wind played along the eaves. She had a moment to wonder why such a holy place as a church should seem so frightening after dark, and then realized it was not the church. It was the errand. Her first thought upon coming out of her faint was that my lord must help them. Hadn't he been there in all things, through thick and thin, never wavering? A moment later she realized how mad the idea was. This was not a matter of my lord's courage, but of his very sanity. She hadn't needed Mr. Geoffrey to tell her so. The memory of Miss Evelyn Hyde had done that. She realized that neither Mr. Geoffrey nor my lord had been in Little Dunthorpe when it happened. This had been almost half a year ago in the spring. Misery had entered the rosy summer of her pregnancy, morning sickness behind her, the final rising of her belly and its attendant discomfort still ahead, and she had cheerfully sent the 2 men off for a week of grouse-shooting and card-playing and footballing and heaven alone knew what other masculine foolishness at Oak Hall in Doncaster. My lord had been a bit doubtful, but Misery assured him she would be fine, and nearly pushed him out the door. That Misery would be fine Mrs. Ramage had no doubt, but whenever my lord and Mr. Geoffrey left for Doncaster, she wondered if one of them, or perhaps both, might not return on the back of a cart, toes up. Oak Hall was the inheritance of Albert Fossington, a schoolmate of Geoffrey's and Ian's. Mrs. Ramage quite rightly believed that Bertie Fossington was mad. Some 3 years ago he had eaten his favorite polo pony, after it had broken 2 legs and needed to be destroyed. It was a gesture of affection, he said. "Learned it from the Fuzzy Wuzzies in Cape Town," he said. "Greekwas. Wonderful chaps. Put sticks and things in their smooches, what? Some of them look like they could carry all 12 volumes of the Royal Navigation Charts on the lower lips, ha-ha. Taught me that each man must eat the thing he loves. Rather poetic in a grisly sort of way, what?" In spite of such bizarre behavior, Mr. Geoffrey and my lord retained a great affection for Bertie, I wonder if that means they'll have to eat him when he's dead. Mrs. Ramage had once wondered after a visit from Bertie, during which he had tried to play croquet with one of the house cats, quite shattering its poor little head, and they had spent nearly 10 days at Oak Hall this past spring. Not more than a day or two after they left, Miss Charlotte Evelyn Hyde of Storping-on-Firkill had been found dead on the back lawn of her home, Cove o' Birches. There had been a freshly picked bunch of flowers near one outstretched hand. The village doctor was a man named Bilford, a capable man by all accounts. Nevertheless, he had called old Dr. Shinebone in to consult. Bilford had diagnosed the fatal malady as a heart attack, although the girl was very young, only 18, and had seemed in the pink of health. Bilford was puzzled. Something seemed not at all right. Old Shinny had been clearly puzzled as well, but in the end he had concurred with the diagnosis. So did most of the village, for that matter. The girl's heart had not been properly made, that was all. Such things were rare, but everyone could recall such a sad case at one time or another. It was probably this universal concurrence that had saved Bilford's practice, if not his head, following the ghastly denouement. Although everyone had agreed that the girl's death was puzzling, it had crossed no one's mind that she might not be dead at all. 4 days following the interment, an elderly woman named Mrs. Soames, Mrs. Ramage knew her slightly, had observed something white lying on the ground of the Congregational Church's cemetery as she entered it to put flowers on the grave of her husband, who had died the previous winter. It was much too big to be a flower petal, and she thought it might be a dead bird of some sort. As she approached, she became more and more sure that the white object was not just lying on the ground, but protruding from it. She came 2 or 3 hesitant steps closer yet, and observed a hand reaching from the earth of a fresh grave, the fingers frozen in a hideous gesture of supplication. Blood-streaked bones protruded from the ends of all the digits, save the thumb. Mrs. Soames ran shrieking from the cemetery, ran all the way into Storping's High Street, a run of nearly 1.25 miles, and reported her news to the barber, who was also the local constable. Then she had collapsed in a dead faint. She took to her bed later that afternoon and did not arise from it for nearly a month, nor did anyone in the village blame her in the least. The body of the unfortunate Miss Evelyn Hyde had been exhumed, of course, and as Geoffrey Aliburton drew Mary to a halt in front of the gate leading into Little Dunthorpe C of E churchyard, Mrs. Ramage found herself wishing fervently that she had not listened to the tales of the exhumation. They had been dreadful. Dr. Bilford, shaken to within an inch of sanity himself, diagnosed catalepsy. The poor woman had apparently fallen into some sort of death-like trance, much like the sort those Indian fakirs could voluntarily induce in themselves before allowing themselves to be buried alive, or to have needles passed through their flesh. She had remained in this trance for perhaps 48 hours, perhaps 60. Long enough, at any rate, to have awakened not to find herself on her back lawn where she had been picking flowers, but buried alive in her own coffin. She had fought grimly for her life, that girl, and Mrs. Ramage found now, following Geoffrey through the gates and into a thin mist that turned the leaning grave markers into islands, that what should have redeemed with nobility only made it seem all the more horrid. The girl had been engaged to be married. In her left hand, not the one frozen above the soil like the hand of a drowned woman, had been her diamond engagement ring. With it she had slit the satin lining of her coffin, and over God knew how many hours she had used it to claw away at the coffin's wooden lid. In the end, air running out, she had apparently used the ring with her left hand to cut and excavate, and her right hand to dig. It had not been quite enough. Her complexion had been a deep purple from which her blood-rimmed eyes stared in a bulging expression of terminal horror. The clock in the church tower began to chime the hour of 12, the hour when, her mother had told her, the door between life and death sways open a bit, and the dead may pass both ways, and it was all Mrs. Ramage could do to keep herself from shrieking and fleeing in a panic which would not abate, but grow stronger with each step. And if she began running, she knew she would simply run until she fell down insensible. Stupid, fearful woman, she berated herself, and then amended that to, stupid, fearful, selfish woman. It's my lord you want to be thinking of now, not your own fears. My lord, and if there is even one chance that my lady... Ah, but no. It was madness to even think of such a thing. It had been too long, too long, too long. Geoffrey had led her to Misery's tombstone, and the two of them stood looking down at it, as if mesmerized. Lady Calthorpe the stone read. Other than the dates of her birth and death, the only inscription was, "Loved by many." She looked at Geoffrey and said, like one awakening from a deep daze, "You've not brought the tools." "No, not yet," he responded, and threw himself full length on the ground and placed his ear against the earth, which had already begun to show the first tender shoots of new grass between the rather carelessly replaced sods. For a moment, the only expression she saw there by the lamp she carried was the one Geoffrey had worn since she had first opened the door to him, a look of agonized dread. Then a new expression began to surface. This new expression was one of utter horror mingled with an almost demented hope. He looked up at Mrs. Ramage, eyes staring, mouth working. "I believe she lives," he whispered strengthlessly. "Oh, Mrs. Ramage." Suddenly he turned over onto his belly and screamed at the ground. Under other circumstances it would have been comic. "Misery! Misery! We're here! We know! Hold on! Hold on, my darling!" He was on his feet a moment later, sprinting back toward the pony trap where the digging tools were, his slippered feet sending the placid ground mist into excited little royals. Mrs. Ramage's knees unlocked, and she buckled forward, near to swooning again. Of its own accord, seemingly, her head slipped to one side, so her right ear was pressed against the ground. She had seen children in similar postures by the railway line, listening for trains. And she heard it. Low, painful scraping sounds in the earth. Not the sounds of a burrowing animal, these. These were the sounds of fingers scraping helplessly on wood. She drew in breath, in one great convulsive gulp, restarting her own heart, it seemed. She shrieked, "We're coming, my lady! Praise God and plead, sweet Jesus, we'll be in time! We're coming!" She began to pull half-healed turves out of the ground with her trembling fingers, and although Geoffrey returned in almost no time, she had by then already clawed a hole some 8 inches deep. He was already 9 pages into Chapter 7. Geoffrey and Mrs. Ramage had managed to get Misery out of her grave, and in the barest nick of time only to realize that the woman had no idea at all who they were, or who she herself was, when Annie came into the room. This time Paul heard her. He stopped typing, sorry to be out of the dream. She held the first 6 chapters at the side of her skirt. It had taken her less than 20 minutes to read his first stab at it. It had been an hour since she had taken this sheaf of 21 pages. He looked at her steadily, observing with faint interest that Annie Wilkes was a bit pale. "Well," he asked, "is it fair?" "Yes," she said absently, as if this was a foregone conclusion, and Paul supposed it was. "It's fair, and it's good, exciting. But it's gruesome, too. It's not like any of the other Misery books. That poor woman who scraped the ends of her fingers off." She shook her head and repeated, "It's not like any of the other Misery books." The man who wrote these pages was in a rather gruesome frame of mind, my dear, Paul thought. "Shall I go on?" he asked. "I'll kill you if you don't," she responded, smiling a little. Paul didn't smile back. This comment, which would once have struck him as in a league with such banalities as, "You look so good I could just eat you up," now seemed not banal at all. Yet something in her attitude as she stood in the doorway fascinated him. It was as if she was a little frightened to come any closer, as if she thought something in him might burn her. It wasn't the subject of premature burial that had done it, and he was wise enough to know it. No, it was the difference between his first try and this one. That first one had had all the life of an 8th grader's How I Spent My Summer Vacation theme. This one was different. The furnace was on. Oh, not that he had written particularly well. The story was hot, but the characters as stereotyped and predictable as ever. But this time he had been able to at least generate some power. This time there was heat baking out from between the lines. Amused, he thought, she felt the heat. I think she's afraid to get too close in case I might burn her. Well, he said mildly, you won't have to kill me, Annie. I want to go on. So why don't I get at it? All right, she said. She brought the pages to him, put them on the board, and then stepped back quickly. Would you like to read it as I go along? He asked. Annie smiled. Yes. It would be almost like the chapter plays when I was a kid. Well, I can't promise a cliffhanger at the end of every chapter, he said. It just doesn't work that way. It will for me, she said fervently. I'd want to know what was going to happen in Chapter 18, even if 17 ended with Misery and Ian and Jeffrey sitting in armchairs on the porch, reading newspapers. I'm already wild to know what's going to happen next. Don't tell me, she added sharply, as if Paul had offered to do this. Well, I generally don't show my work until it's all done, he said, and then smiled at her. But since this is a special situation, I'll be happy to let you read it chapter by chapter. And so began the 1001 Nights of Paul Sheldon, he thought. But I wonder if you'd do something for me. What? Fill in these damned ends, he said. She smiled at him radiantly. It'd be an honor. I'll leave you alone now. She went back to the door, hesitated there, and turned back. Then with a deep and almost painful timidity, she offered the only editorial suggestion she ever made to him. Maybe it was a bee. He had already dropped his gaze to the sheet of paper in the typewriter. He was looking for the hole. He wanted to get Misery back to Mrs. Ramage's cottage before he knocked off, and he looked back up at Annie with carefully disguised impatience. I beg pardon? A bee, she said. And he saw a blush creeping up her neck and over her cheeks. Soon even her ears were glowing. 1 person in every dozen is allergic to bee venom. I saw lots of cases of it before I retired from service as an RN. The allergy can show in a lot of different ways. Sometimes a sting can cause a comatose condition, which is similar to what people used to call, catalepsy. Now she was so red she was almost purple. Paul held the idea up briefly in his mind, and then tossed it on the scrap heap. A bee could have been the cause of Miss Evelyn Hyde's unfortunate live burial. It even made sense, since it had happened in mid-spring, in the garden to boot. But he had already decided that credibility depended on the 2 live burials being related somehow, and Misery had succumbed in her bedroom. The fact that late fall was hardly bee season was not really the problem. The problem was the rarity of the cataleptic reaction. He thought Constant Reader would not swallow 2 unrelated women in neighboring townships, being buried alive 6 months apart as a result of bee stings. Yet he could not tell Annie that, and not just because it might rile her up. He could not tell her because it would hurt her badly, and in spite of all the pain she had afforded him, he found he could not hurt her in that way. He had been hurt that way himself. He fell back on that most common writer's workshop euphemism. It's got possibilities, all right. I'll drop it into the hopper, Annie. But I've already got some ideas in mind. It may not fit. Oh, I know that. You're the writer, not me. Just forget I said anything. I'm sorry. Don't be so. But she was gone, her heavy tread almost running down the hallway to the parlor. He was looking at an empty space. His eyes dropped, then widened. On either side of the doorway, about 8 inches up from the floor, was a black mark. They had been left, he understood at once, by the hubs of his wheelchair when he forced it through. So far, she hadn't noticed them. It had been almost a week, and her failure to notice was a small miracle. But soon, tomorrow, perhaps even this afternoon, she would be in to vacuum, and then she would. She would. Paul managed very little during the rest of the day. The hole in the paper had disappeared. The following morning, Paul was sitting up in bed, propped on a pile of pillows, drinking a cup of coffee and eyeing those marks on the sides of the door with the guilty eye of a murderer who has just seen some bloody item of clothing of which he has somehow neglected to dispose. Suddenly Annie came rushing into the room, her eyes wide and bulging. She held a dustcloth in one hand. In the other, incredibly, she held a pair of handcuffs. What? It was all he had time for. She seized him with panicky strength and pulled him into an upright sitting position. Pain, the worst in days, bellowed through his legs, and he screamed. The coffee cup flew out of his hand and shattered on the floor. Things keep breaking in here, he thought. And then she saw the marks. Of course, probably a long time ago.